Hey, welcome back, guys, to the cafe. It's great to see you guys. It is Tuesday, August 13th, 2024, and we're back. It is great to see you all. Thank you all so much for joining me today as we do a deeper look back into the Delphi murder case, guys. I'm excited about it. Of course, Miss Salty Sleuth is going to be joining me. We may have another special guest joining us tonight as well. I thank you guys all for joining us for this. And grab a comfortable chair, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please come on in, sit down, and have a conversation with us. If you will, learn. If you're not familiar with the case, you're going to learn it. If you are, then you know where we're going, and we're going to be looking a little deeper tonight, guys, than we have. So thank you once again for joining us. And that being said, I say, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, and welcome back to the cafe. Appreciate you guys for joining us today. I hope you're all having a great day and had a wonderful night last night. Those of you that joined me last night, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I did very much so. It was a good release and a nice decompression stream, and we're back to it today. And that's all it takes, guys. Sometimes just one day to get away from it for a while. So here we are back again. Come on in, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button on your way through the door. I really do appreciate that. And it will keep YouTube happy. And please make sure to leave comments after the show in the comment section, if you will. That really makes a difference. I didn't realize it did make such a difference, but it does. So please do that as well. We keep YouTube happy. We stay happy. That's how it works, guys. So thank you. Please, again, make sure to share this out to anybody you think would want to jump in here with us. Please, pretty please, if you can. We got plenty of room in here. So I do need to make a comment, okay? I saw a comment in the chat, which I kind of took it a little. It was a little. I don't get it, but anyway, I want everybody to understand something, that just like most of the creators, I run cash app things and all that kind of stuff. I don't need anybody to support me. Okay. That's never something that is ever expected from you guys. You don't have to do that to be here. You don't have to think that I'm not going to want you here if you don't do that. People being here and supporting the channel is what is the most important thing to me. If anybody should choose to support the channel that way, it is beyond appreciated, but it's never expected. So anybody that would ever think that they have to support me, that's utter ridiculousness. So I hope nobody feels that way. And if you do, please don't, because that's not at all how this works. Okay. Not even remotely. So that's all I wanted to make a comment about and state that. So, and if it's somebody that's just trying to be a troll, go troll somewhere else, please, because I'm not about that. I've posted those since I started here. I was taught to post those by the people that mentored me, and most other creators I see post them too. So it's not about supporting me. It helps to take care of what I do in here, and that's about it, guys. Okay, so and most of the time it doesn't even do that. Anybody that's on a specialized income, don't even think twice about it, please. If you get Social Security or something like that, don't even look at me that way. Don't ever look at them. That's all I'm saying. I don't need it, guys, and I don't want you to think you have to. If you do think that, please, ever, I'm not that person. So that's all I'm saying. Other than that, guys, I appreciate it very much though when it happens. And I appreciate you guys just being in here, supporting this, going over this case with me. That's the most important thing. So please understand that. Come on in, everybody, please, if you can. Like I said, Miss Salty's going to be joining us today. I believe we very possibly will have another special guest with us, too. I'm hoping. And it should be a good conversation. Definitely should for sure. Let's see here. Come on in, everybody. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button when you come through the door and share it out if you can. Anybody that's out there lurking, as they call it, please make sure to hit the like button as well. We have 40 people in here and 40 likes, so we're on path right now. That's awesome. You guys are rocking and rolling. I appreciate it very much. Come on in, guys. I want to thank the Blue Crew for joining me today because, again, as always, I never, ever should not, could not, nor would not be able to do this without you. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you to my producers for doing what you do. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you. Let's see who else we got in here with us today. Looks like Butterfly71. Welcome back. Andy Kane, good to see you today. Thank you. As well, Doodlebug's in the house. Thank you for joining us, Doodlebug. Much love to you. Alicia J, great to see you today as well. Miss Sherry Wisdom Speaks in the house. Welcome back to you. Andy Rose, same to you. Brady B, the OG in the house. Good to have you here. Charlie Cat 1069, welcome to you. Great to see you, and thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much. Mystery, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Good to have you. Yeah, she here. Miss JC Ann, hello. How are you? How are you? Good to see you. Moni in the middle. Well, welcome back to you. Good to see you tonight. Today, Dragonfly, good to see you as well. Thank you for joining us. Girls. Hey, good to see you. Good to have you here. Princess Pothead, welcome back to you. Leslie Petrolakis, thank you for joining us again today. I appreciate you very much. DS, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Great to have you here. Always a pleasure. Thank you for that, Miss Andy Rose. I appreciate that very much. Let me see. Doc Holiday's in the house. Welcome, Doc. Welcome. Always a pleasure. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Miss Debbie Clark, thank you for joining us again. Appreciate you very much. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Miss Leslie and Billy, good to see you. Lex Sluther, I love that name. Hello and welcome. Good to have you. Good to see you. Anybody that's new coming through the door, we appreciate you so very much. And please make sure that if you see a new face or a new name, you make sure you welcome with open arms, as we always do, and make them feel at home and comfortable. Thank you. Mocha's in the house. What's going on? Good to see you, Mocha. Good to have you. Welcome to all the meatballs. Great to have you here. Great to see you, and great to have you jumping in the sauce with us as we spill a little bit of that sauce. You are appreciated. 51 beautiful peeps in here, guys. 45 likes. We're getting there. We are getting there. Miss Elizabeth Lander, hello and welcome. You're not that new. You're a little new, but not that new. You've been here a minute. Rebecca Ann, hello and welcome to you. Steven's Adventure, great to see you. Great to have you here. Come on down, guys. Let's see here. Come on, come on. Rebecca Ann, 1965, welcome to you. Great to see you today. Mr. Jeffrey H., good to see you. Good to see ya. Thank you for joining us, brother. Hey, Dago, best meat sauce. Thank you, sir. You should have joined us last night, Jeff. We were enjoying some tunes. You would have enjoyed, my friend. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. Maybe one of these nights, and I do this, I can get Jeff to join us with one of his guitars as well. Jeff is a great guitar player. Get him in here, have my son playing his. Who knows? If I can ever end up getting this acoustic bass that I want, I'd play right along with Caden. It'd be a lot of fun, but maybe one day Jeffrey will jump in and play with us, or play for us. Very talented guitar player, as well as in my opinion, a pretty decent videographer. So me and Jeff have gone through the hoops a little bit over the past couple years, but sometimes it takes that to get to the point where you see somebody for who they are, the truth. You know what I mean? And I appreciate Jeff at this point, very much so. Guys, make sure you guys can hear me okay, or you let me know. My mic got messed around with last night, so yes, Callie, we did that last night. We do that once every so often just to kind of decompress from what we cover and get away from it. He's still there, Steven. They're still there. I won't know till about 11, 12 o'clock tonight. Hopefully it was good for him. I hope they win too. Absolutely, Jeff. I appreciate it, bud. That'd be awesome. It really would. I'm sure others would enjoy it too. Music is music heals the soul, you guys. And truly and honestly, in my opinion, you could be in the worst place, having the worst day you think, and just a little bit of music is all it takes to pull you out of that, in my opinion. Why, thank you, sir. That is very much appreciated. Criminal Network, welcome. Is this a pro or anti? We are neither, sir. We are innocent till proven guilty. Let's look at the facts and see what the trial brings us. That's what we are in here. Everybody has the right to their own opinions in here. You're not going to get attacked if you're pro or anti. We don't do that kind of thing in here. And that's the whole point of my community, is to allow for everybody to have their own feelings and opinions and theories about this and not be attacked by others. So that's how that works. And everybody's welcome in here. So absolutely, no problem. No problem. Music is a language understood by people that speak different languages and can't understand each other. That is very true. That is very true. That is something that you always use to break the language barriers. It's pretty neat to see that too. There's Miss Salty. If you check Discord, your link is there, ma'am. And we are open to anyone. And I appreciate that very much. That's a good point there, JC. Very good point. Boop.
Hey,
Hello.
how's it
How are you?
going?
It is going. Where's it going with you?
Good. Got everything accomplished for the day. It's kind of a weird feeling to have it all done finally.
Well, that's what I was hoping for. That I gave you enough time to be able to do all that.
You did. I got everything done, so I do appreciate it. I am good to go now.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I had nothing else going on, so I just kind of did what I was doing around the house and just pushed it up until I was ready. So no big
Yeah, I
deal.
had the day off from work, but I had things at home that I was neglecting, so I had to get those done. Now my brain feels much better.
Absolutely.
So how's it going, chat?
Again, guys, I'm being joined today. For those of you that aren't familiar with Salty Sleuth Investigates, this is Miss Salty herself. This is her link up here on screen for anybody that would love, because I would love it, to jump over there, subscribe, and check out her channel, because it is something you will not be disappointed in, because it's all fact-based stuff. There's no drama, no craziness, no crap over there. And we always have good conversations over there. So please go over, check it out, like, subscribe if you will. And I promise you won't be disappointed. And again, thank you for joining me today, Salty.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been
Always.
fun doing the lives and interacting with the community, and plus, everybody over here as well. It's just we're always looking forward to bringing you guys the best that we can.
Always. Always, always. And with this case, guys, we've gone back to represent it, kind of refresh it for a lot of people. A lot of people that are saying they need it. There he is. Mr. Joe is in the chat. Hello, sir.
Yes, he's gonna come up and join us. Well, you need to. Well, you dropped the link. I can't. I didn't DM it to him, so you'll have
That's
to.
okay. I put it
Yeah, I
right
need you
there.
guys to link up on the DM now.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in there and try to hook up with him. But Joe, the link's at the bottom of the chat there if you want to grab that, sir. And he will be, this would be the special guest that we're having today is Mr. Joe Schmo. And the three of us today are going to present to you the best way we can what we have at this point, going back a ways in some senses and other things on the Delphi case. So come on up, Mr. Joe.
I think we all kind of, most people know the story of what happened that day. We'll refresh if we need to. But we're going to look at the investigation aspect. We know Rick Allen was arrested 5 years later, and we know there were some people looked into outside of the Odinism before all of that. There were others also looked at, and those are important people outside of that Odinism stuff, in my opinion. Just because we need to get a gist on how their investigation unfolded. So that's what we're going to try to present. Look at that.
Yes, and you know what? That's true, Elizabeth. Joe is not a guest anymore. Joe is now family. Agreed.
Exactly. We like him, don't we?
Yeah, very much so. Very much. It didn't take long either. It just took one or two conversations, and he was in with like Flint. So
yeah, we vibed right away.
Welcome, Mr. Joe. And guys, again, I say it. You can't go wrong with a name like Joe. So come on,
I got to come up with a good catchphrase for this shit now.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome, sir. Good to have you today. I hope you're having a great day.
Good to be here. Yes, it was a good day. Very productive.
Good stuff. Always a pleasure to have you.
Good.
Exciting news from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he just shared that with me just a few seconds ago. I haven't even had a chance to look at it, but I knew it was coming, and I'm very interested. But you want to share that real quick, Joe?
Sure.
Tell them about it.
They actually ruled the opposite of the Fourth Circuit, and they made in this ruling, they determined that geofencing is a violation of your Fourth Amendment rights.
Oh.
So
yes.
They say we have an expectation of privacy as to our specific location, and what geofencing is when the cops issue a subpoena or a warrant, without a warrant, they request a specific location and a specific time, all of the cell phones that are within a specific area at that specific time. So they just snag everybody that's in that area without a warrant. It's not like if they get a warrant for a particular suspect's phone and they bring that phone in and they download that location data, that's with a warrant. But if you don't have a warrant and you're just snagging everybody in a general location at a general time, then the Fifth Circuit says that's a violation of the Fourth Amendment rights. And I agree more with that than I do with the Fourth Circuit.
There you
I do
go.
too.
Yes,
I do
sir.
as well. And we already knew, I knew that Google was changing the way they do the data with the geofencings. I think it was June or July it was supposed to start. They wanted to make it harder for law enforcement to get their information, but the way Joe just explained it is perfect, and that is exactly what they do and how these warrants worked. Have
That's
they
right.
helped in a lot of cases in the past? Yeah, they were a tool, but are they too invasive? Probably so.
I agree with absolutely too invasive.
Well, if you need to target a particular phone, you go get a warrant for that phone, right?
Yeah.
Under the geofence, they can look at, like he said, all the phones within that particular area.
They shouldn't be able to do that. Like I said, to me, that's an invasion of privacy for no reason whatsoever. If you're not being looked at for any crime or anything that has to do with this crime, they shouldn't know who you are. They shouldn't be looking at you or anything about anything to do with you. So
I mean, they're gonna, if you're not a suspect, right? If you're a suspect,
that's it.
well, you're fair.
Yeah.
You're fair game. But if you aren't, you're just minding your business. You rode through an area, and you didn't even realize a crime had occurred back there where you just drove through in that little 20-mile radius or whatever. And next, you have no clue. They're searching into who you are because you were just passing through the area and
Right.
were captured within that warrant.
Yes, and we live in America, folks. We should have our freedom, and it shouldn't be taken from us in those aspects. I'm not going to go political. I'm just saying that's an invasion of privacy, and I don't like it. And I'm glad to hear that.
Well, it goes with it. It's not political. It's the Constitution.
Yes, exactly.
So they're
Right.
I don't see the Constitution becomes political when they want to start amending the Constitution, in my opinion.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Right. And in this case, the expectation of privacy has been argued, and it actually has been argued successfully, that we voluntarily give over our location data to our cell phone companies. So once we do that, we give up our right to privacy. However,
Right.
so that was argued successfully in a court of appeals, but the Supreme Court actually overturned that and said that that's too much government intrusion.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I agree with this. I'm looking forward to reading that document that you sent me later, and
definitely.
talk about that as well.
We'll even have to at some point we'll bring it up and show it to you guys too, because you guys are all part of the community.
Yeah,
so,
I don't know that I've never seen a geofencing warrant any information tied to like Idaho for instance, but we know it was used in the Delphi case.
Mhm.
And we know that like 100 cell phones were captured during that. And I don't have a problem with them looking, they had to do what they had to do. And back then they could still use those warrants. But, so they are used, and now they are going to have to change that. So kind of like the genealogical tools they use, might change after this next high profile case. We don't know.
No, exactly. That would be, it's good to see things going in favor of the people, in my opinion. So yes, I agree with that.
Well, if they follow the letter of the Constitution, it should be for the people.
Thank you.
It's not about, even when it comes to defendants' rights, they're getting those rights from the United States Constitution, not because somebody decided, well, I'm gonna make up some rules to protect these defendants. Those were already there.
Yeah.
But how, you know what I mean? So it's all based on the Constitution, and that's the interpretation of the law with these judges on the Supreme Courts. They all have, that's why you need so many, in my opinion, because if you just have one, you're going with that one person's ideals.
Yeah.
Versus
Definitely.
the input from many. So
absolutely. I want to clarify one thing real quick. With the conversation we're having today, nothing that we're saying in here is trying to discredit the Odinism angle to this. All we're saying is that we're trying to look at all angles of this, every bit of it, because believe me, by all means, we're not discrediting anything. That can't be done until the trial hits anyway. So don't worry about
it. Yeah, I won't look. Do I take that as a serious alternate scenario with alternate suspects? Maybe. Do I think that's what happened here? I'm not sure yet.
And we don't even know if it's going to get in at trial because Judge Gold
Right.
hasn't ruled yet. But they did schedule
exactly.
the next hearing for August 23rd. And I wonder
Yes,
if she's going to make
I was wondering that, Joe, if they were going to talk about that during that, because I saw that it's scheduled for the 23rd, I believe. So I was curious as to are we going to get a ruling on that by that time? You know, we're still
Are you
waiting on some rulings from the 3-day hearings, and that was one of those hearings, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you heading back to the hearing on the 23rd, Joe?
Possibly. I'm supposed to head out to Phoenix and see my granddaughter at some point, but
Gotcha. Well, that's always more important, of course. The grandbaby's got to come first.
Yep.
So yes. Okay. Well, if you do, that'll be amazing. If not, you'll have an amazing visit with your grandchild. I hope you do too.
I think that one of the things that makes Delphi intriguing and confusing all at the same time is the fact that you had multiple suspects from different backgrounds. Right.
And we're going to get into that today. Yes.
Kegan Klein was not, as far as we know, tied to Odinism, just a perv. Just a perv. That's really bad to be a pedo in the basement, and that's exactly what he was. Logan, just a guy who's gotten in and out of trouble a lot of times and drinking and all that stuff. Property where the girls were found. You know, a couple other bad guys that did bad things to young girls were looked into and cleared. There's a case over out of Kentucky, Bill and Peggy Stevens, ritualistic type killing. Their investigators wanted to reach out to Delphi because there's a particular item and we haven't shared that video clip yet that I wanted to share about that, but there was a particular item they were interested in, a very specific item. Yeah. And whatever it was, I'm not saying they tied together, but they needed to see if that was used in Delphi.
Right.
And then nothing, they've kept all that quiet. So they don't, right now they have no ties between the two cases, but there were a lot of different angles looked at with this case. And that's I think one of the most intriguing things about it.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're going to be looking at that too. And we were supposed to do it that one night and we just got carried away with conversation, never got to it, but I have it and we will be checking it out. For sure. I was going to say something else and I lost my train of thought. Good Lord.
Salty Joe's Cafe, Debbie Clark.
That's kind of funny. I kind of threw all three in there. Joe, is that an Atlanta
Exactly.
or Alabama hat on your head?
Oh,
sir?
yeah. Military appreciation, Atlanta Braves.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought at first it was Alabama, and I was going to yell Roll Tide because I'm a big Bama fan, but it's close.
Oh, no,
it's
no,
close.
no.
Close enough. You're down south. That's all that matters there. With that.
Right.
That's all that counts.
Criminal Network, I see you, and you are right. The highest ranking guards at Westville were the Patches. They were ordered to remove them. There are Odinistic ties in the town. There are people who don't mind talking about their affiliation. So I'm well aware that it's real and it exists, but I just don't know if it's this yet. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not. I don't discredit it by any means. Trust me.
We're just looking into everything involved in the case, presenting it with the most factual information we have, so that everybody knows what's going on when this trial hits here. And it doesn't come into it blind. So that's why we do this. And I mean, in the midst of it, if something pops up that is interesting to us that we have not seen or heard before, and we can break that down, that's always fun too. So,
there may be a tie to something or someone that we know nothing about yet, but the police know absolutely everything about. And I'm so curious to see if that's true, because I honestly am leaning in two different directions with this case right now.
Right.
Or as far as suspects go.
Gotcha. Hold on here a minute. Oh, cool. Okay, hold on. I was looking at some. All right, so where would you like to start off today, Miss Salty, with this?
Okay, I walked outside, so everything's on the computer, but I know I sent you those videos in order. Now we can start off there. Well, there's in the videos that I sent the links to, there's some information on the very first one about Klein. So start with that, because we got the documents to look at as well that I sent you the links to. So if you want to start with a video clip, let's do that. Yeah,
absolutely. And guys, just bear with me. Salty produces this. Most 95 or 98.7% of the Delphi material that we do here. So I want to make sure that we do it her way. So And please, if you will, give her a virtual round of applause for what she does. She does a lot with this, and we do appreciate every bit of it. So
Thank you. I want to present the case fairly because I know all the drama involved in these cases and how sideways things can get. And of course, we'll talk about the things that have been talked about, but nothing that wasn't in a court document. So we're just going to try to do it and show, because a lot of people, like you said, they were familiar, but not familiar. So we're presenting what all kind of unfolded.
Right. And surprisingly enough, there was quite a good handful of people that had no idea about this. And I'm like, oh boy, okay.
Yeah.
So let's make sure we get it out
After the investigation, when they found the girls and they got Libby's phone and they began to do their, looking into things, they realized that Libby hadn't been communicating with an account called Anthony Shots, and the Anthony Shots profile was fake. The picture of the guy was fake. He was portrayed to be a young, hot male model, a wealthy, young, hot male model. And Libby communicated with this account. This account allegedly communicated with Libby the night before and the morning of the disappearance. Now, I've got some articles we'll go over in a little bit about that, but Kegan Klein turned out to be that guy in the basement, pretending to be Anthony Shots. That started the investigation into him. Ron Logan was looked at because they were technically on his property when found. So that's where I wanted to explain who these people were.
Right. So this is documentation, guys. I'm going to show you who Kegan is at some point via an interview, a live interview that we have with him. But this was, like she just explained who he was, one of the absolute first suspects in this case when this first went down. These are the documents from the state of Indiana against Kegan. Kegan, when all this hit the fan like it did, okay? This was a videotape statement of Kegan Klein. So this is the...
This is a transcript interview. We don't really have to, you can't, it's long. So what I think we're going to do with that is I need to read through it more, and we'll go through. I mean, if you want to read through it, you can. There are some interesting things said in it, but I think we need to go through and highlight those things. There's a lot of chatter and talk, you know what I mean? That you don't need to be reading, because it's about, are you comfortable? Do you need whatever? We don't care.
I will jump from that then to...
But we do have his probable cause. We have the search warrants. We have the 2 search warrants on Ron Logan and things like that.
Definitely. So do you want me to pull up the come on here.
That last link I sent you has the videos in it.
I was gonna say, do you want me to pull up the Kegan Klein video interview and go with that?
Do the video, and then we'll look at the documents.
You can look at the documents after the fact. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. All right. 1 second, guys. We got planes flying over, huh?
Me? I bet it was a car went by. Yeah, I'm outside. It's getting hot out here right now. When the sun starts to go down over there, it drives me crazy out here for a little bit. But I'll be all right. Uh-oh. I might need to start emailing that stuff to you instead of dropping it in Discord DM. I don't know how hard it is to grab it out of there.
That's fine. Now I have a couple versions of an interview with Kegan. I have an interview by somebody else, and then I had downloaded the interview that was done via the jail. Yep. I'm looking here. I put this in here 2 weeks ago, so give me a second to find it. I got so much stuff in here. I'm sorry. Where's it at? My apologies, everybody. It's my fault because I wasn't completely sure how we were going to present that way, but I'll get it together. I definitely am. All right, let's see what we got here.
Criminal Network, I just want to give you a little shout out because I do enjoy your videos. In fact, if you guys haven't checked it, I feel like there's some gone though, but anyway, some good stuff. You are correct about that, Criminal Network. I know you know what you're talking about with this story. Because like I said, I've been watching you.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to separate. I have actually 4 different versions of this. One of them is with Murder Sheet. 2 of them is with Murder Sheet. A lot of this stuff is Murder.
I knew it would be. They tried to get their. Never mind. I digress.
It's okay. Now, I do have a version of this that is a full interview, and it's the full transcript of DC and then all the people that were interviewing him. I was trying to find the video one where it's just the video, but the one I every time I go back to it, the ones I pulled up, they're Murder Sheet. So,
well, I mean, there's no way around it because they've got most of the exclusives on him.
Right.
Barbara McDonald did a little bit. I know she had to go testify at his trial, but Kegan Klein when he talks, he just talks and talks and talks, and he kind of talks in circles. And I think that there was things said to the investigators we don't know yet. I don't know. It's just really hard to figure out, but you're not going to really find a whole lot out of that, except for news pieces on him. You know what I mean?
Right. If we can mobs. Yeah, mobs. My mob. If you, my mob. Anyway, if my mods could please go ahead and put the Murder Sheet podcast. If you can put their link in there, and I'll put it in the description here because this is what we're gonna have to go with. But this is what I had actually wanted to show you guys. This here is Kegan Klein in the interview that was done with him. And to give you guys the insight as to who he is. Okay. Now I have this one and I have 3 or 4 other versions of this too. So does this one seem okay with you, Salty?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading comments. Yeah. Well, I won't know till you play it.
Okay. And if there's any issues with it, like I said, I have 3 or 4 different ones. But just put the Murder Sheet podcast link in the chat, guys, please, so we can give credit where credit's due. And we'll go with it. And if anybody needs me to stop, back up, volume, anything like that, let me know, and we will do it from there. So here again is Kegan Klein, like I said, one of the first suspects in the case early on. And like I said, the basement perv that he is. And like Salty said, that's what I call him anyway. I don't like this guy at all.
He don't deserve any other name.
No, that's truly what I've always called him. So exactly, Criminal Network, exactly.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Not too bad. Thanks for taking.
Okay, guys, you might need to turn this up. I have this blasted right now. Maybe your headphones or something. He's very quiet. You can hear them good, but because of the way they did the call, it's hard to hear on his side. So just turn it up best you can.
Taking the time. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I guess you wanted us to talk a bit about what things your ex-girlfriend and your dad sort of said about you on the show. We're happy to recap that and get a response if possible.
Okay.
A lot of basically your ex-girlfriend talked a bit about life with you, the start of the relationship, things seeming normal. A lot of the interview was her reaction to some of the things you've been charged with and sort of being pretty upset over that and essentially having some pretty negative things to say about that, I would say. Um,
Right.
ultimately, I would say she came down, pretty angry. She said some nice things about you through like, your personality, but I think regarding the
Thank
whole
you, Andy.
CSAM thing kind of was upset enough to say at the end that like she thinks people charged with things against kids should get like the death penalty. So I think that was probably on the harsher side of what was said. But
Right.
really it was just her experience. She didn't really have much to add about, other things or Delphi and things like that. But then again, you weren't dating at the time. And then with your father, that was he won't talk to us, so we figured that a spokesperson is better than no perspective from him at all. So through Rick, he basically indicated that he's pretty upset, feels that you may have told lies about him, and indicated that he thinks that if you were involved with Delphi, he would say death penalty, and if not, then he thinks the crimes against children deserves a serious sentence, life or something. So I think that was mostly the extent of that. And yeah, again, that wasn't him directly. That was through a person that he's sort of become friendly with. But we decided that sometimes it's better to get a statement through a spokesperson than just not include a perspective at all, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And,
I understand.
and as far as that, I mean, I would just be curious, like, how does that make you feel when, two people you were once very close to are sort of saying that, kind of recommending harsh punishments?
I mean, I understand because the charges, you know what I mean? I completely understand why they say that, you know.
Right.
But due to my dad, I mean, it's just crazy because, I mean, I was with him that day. He knows I didn't do that, you know what I mean? And it's just crazy that he would say that because I don't know if you can look up his charges on whatever, I don't know, apps or whatever, but I mean, he's been charged with a lot of really messed up things, even with children, you know what I mean? So it's like him saying that is just like, I don't know, it blows my mind.
Right. I will say, in fairness, I believe your dad also noted that he did not think you were involved with the murders. So,
Right.
that was not his first thought, but definitely, just kind of, I think that's what he knows we cover. So,
By the way, guys, this is just a recommendation because I do it with everything. But if anybody wants to take notes, this would be a good thing to take notes on and basic things that were said or not said or whatever. So just so you know.
I think he addressed that as a result. But I believe he said he did not think that. In terms of, you mentioned, I think in a text to us that you're here because of your dad. Would you be able to clarify that for us? Like what your thought process on that is?
People have texted me and said they can read my discovery. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but if you've seen transcripts from my interview, I think it was 2020 with the state police. I mean, if you read that, you can see that they know someone else was involved. You know, I mean, they say to me they know it for a fact, 100%. I mean, and what's crazy about that is Wednesday morning I got paperwork that I've never seen. I've never seen that transcript ever. And that's why when the state started saying when Courtney Alwyn started, saying judge, he's trying to push it out or whatever the word she said, it's like, I've been here almost 3 years. I do not want to be here anymore. I've heard there's so much more things to do in prison. You know what I mean? Like education, people to talk to. I mean, if you can see, I'm in a room by myself. I've been isolated from everyone for a year almost. I literally can't talk to anyone but the guards for maybe one minute a day. I talk to the guards, and it's I don't know. Like I do not want to be here. And she tried to say that, oh, he's had this for forever. I did not even get.
Again, this came out June 22nd of 2023, just so you guys know that as well.
And notice that he's saying that he's under the impression there's more than one person involved.
Yeah, definitely. For sure. Oh yeah, we're gonna look at
allegedly Kegan's take according to what he has read in his own documents.
and he's saying also that people have texted him saying that they read his discovery. I don't know. I'm just telling you, we're hearing what he's saying. So, and we're going to be looking at the Westfall stuff too. Criminal Network. Don't worry, it's coming.
Oh yeah, it's coming.
Definitely. The guy speaking, Lucia, is Kegan Klein. Again, was one of the very first suspects in the Delphi murder case. and it's a very bad person. I'll just put it that way. He's a very bad person.
And criminal, I have reviewed all of those interviews. I'm right there with you.
All right. Yes.
My paperwork, my whole discovery till like 14 or 15 months after I was here. And then, you know, I got to read it around all these people, you know, that are asking me, hey, what's up with this? What's up with that? And, you know, that's not easy to say because then you're a target. Even though I'm in protective custody, there's still people that don't have sex cases, that don't like sex offenders, you know what I mean? Which is understandable 100%. But yeah, and I mean, I got that paperwork and I read some of it. I mean, there's stuff that says on the devices, on every single device, my dad's logged in with his email. And there's messages that say, hey, will you Skype me? There's only been one Skype ever on those phones, and it's Tony Klein, whatever the numbers are. And it's like, that's why I brought up to Andrew on Wednesday. That's why the court went.
By the way, Tony Klein, you guys, is his father. When he keeps referring to his father, that's the name. That's Tony Klein.
You know, what, an hour or so later than what it should have started, because I was like, Andrew, what is going on? How do I not see these after 3 years of being here? How do I not get my paperwork? And he called, and I heard his secretary say, well, we don't know 100% that we sent everything to him. And I just looked at him like, dude, are you kidding me? Like, I know you're a public defender. I'm not paying you, but like, you have an obligation as a lawyer to get me all my stuff. If I'm about to take a 20-year sentence, I want to see every paperwork, everything that's ever been said, you know? And it's just crazy.
And just to make sure I understand correctly, so you're saying you didn't actually receive that August 2020 transcript of that initial interview with Deputy Clinton, Detective Vito, things like that?
Right.
And
yeah, until
were there other things that you did not receive until Wednesday?
Yeah, I mean, it shows like the I don't know what they call it, but it shows like the device, every email and everything that's been on the device. I've never seen that before, so I had no clue that the emails were on there. And I mean, it's just like, wow, Andrew. And then he brings up withdrawing my plea. And I was like, well, I don't know. Maybe I should talk to another lawyer because it's been 3 years and you haven't brought up any of this to me. He just keeps telling, I don't know the law. You know, I've never been arrested. Well, when I was a juvenile, I got arrested one time for a runaway. I was in the courtroom for like maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and I don't know the law, you know, so I just listen to everything my lawyer tells me. So when I don't see any of this paperwork, it's like, are you kidding me, dude? I talked about going to trial the whole time over it. And then he was like, well, they're not going to give you a deal. So, and then Wednesday, he goes, well, maybe we should have taken that 10-year plea. I'm like, dude, you've never told me about a plea ever until right now. I don't know. He's just, I don't know. It's really bad on his side as a lawyer. I don't know what you would call it legal term, but yeah, it's just crazy.
When it comes to the, you know, I think a lot of people have questions of like, why do a plea when you don't have a deal, right? And that's sort of what we saw going into the sentencing. And what was sort of your thinking about that?
He told me to. He told me that would be in my best interest. You save, you know, you take the guilt as one of your mitigating factors, and then you taking the time and money away from the county for having to do a trial. So.
And then the discovery issue, sort of in your view, kind of threw that into, you know, made you decide something else, essentially.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for a lawyer to come see me. But I mean, everyone hates me in this county. You know, everyone hates me everywhere. So I guarantee that lawyer's not going to come and see me till Friday. So
you do have a new attorney?
Well, they assigned me one, but I don't know his name. I'm not sure.
Right.
But he said they were.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know.
So did you request?
Yes, ma'am.
So I was reading the comments while you were playing that, and I just wanted to ask a question before I forgot. This is really for Joe. So I know that Detective Vito, is that how you pronounce his name, did testify.
Vito.
Now, I've not, okay, so I haven't seen much of that testimony reported on yet. So what did you say? He did state that he felt Kegan was lying. Well, I know he lied to them and led them on a few wild goose chases.
Yes, he testified that basically everything that he told them was a lie. He changed his alibi multiple times and told them he threw the gun was thrown in the river, in the Wabash River, which actually they called out dive teams and they searched for that.
Yeah.
Which it was years after the fact, so maybe
They spent
2020. Yeah, we're going to take a look at that here in a little bit too, as well. But yeah, so I was curious about that because I knew he testified, but I haven't seen much about it. Thank you.
Yeah, everything he said was a lie, is what was testified to.
They spent a lot of time at that Wabash scenario too, and he had claimed that his father threw that and the blah 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 and all this stuff. So yeah,
His father claimed they threw the murder weapon and a cell phone into the Wabash River, but we are going to get into that. And a 5-week search went down.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Dago.
for nothing, right? Absolutely.
Did Andrew be removed, or was that his decision?
Yeah.
You
I told
requested
him
it?
to tell the judge. I can't, because I had a thing I was going to read, but Andrew told me not to. That he would just talk to the judge and
Right.
request himself or whatever the word he used. I can't remember, but
Right. Did he seem upset to be leaving, or was it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He kept saying how much time he's put into the case, and I mean, he's been here a lot to see me. Yeah, but I mean, he would. It's crazy. We've never sat and talked about my discovery. We never went through everything. I mean, it's a lot, but we've never sat and went through it like I would think a normal lawyer would want to.
Right.
It's just crazy.
Ms. Allwine at the hearing, I think, mentioned that, Vito, Pete Dietrichs, and you, I don't know if Aki was involved in that, went through.
Yeah, that's the point. And that's why we're going to get into that too. You're really educated on this, criminal. I appreciate that. $1 million search in Wabash River for nothing, absolutely nothing, because he lied about it just for whatever reason. So yeah, that's why we're going to look at that, you guys. Thank you, sir, or ma'am. Sorry, I don't know if you're male or female, but either way, thank you.
Through some of the discovery together. Is that correct as far as your memory?
Yeah, well, we sat and they showed me the pictures and stuff. Yeah, me, Peter Dietrichs, and Rhett Lee, which was an attorney that worked for Andrew.
Got it. I know when we've texted, you mentioned, I think at one time we asked you, do you have remorse for the things that you admitted to? That was after, it seemed to be going towards a guilty plea. And I'm just curious, is that still the case?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm a human being. I don't think anything I did was okay. And like I told him, I'm not guilty of all those charges, but I am guilty of stuff. I did talk to underage girls. I'm not saying I never did. And I told him about 100 times, but I mean, some of the stuff I've seen in some of those images, it's like, man, it's crazy. And then like the state police post when I was getting interviewed, they told me some stuff. And I'm like, come on, man, I would never do stuff like that. It's just sickening.
So you're saying you're not guilty of everything you pled to in court a month ago?
Yeah. But I had
Can
no
you be more
choice.
specific?
So that in itself right there, okay, he's stating that he's not guilty of everything that he pled to. Why would you do something like that? Okay. But he's claiming he had to do it. I don't understand that. I mean, anybody, was he forced to do this for specific reasons, or did he choose to do this because he thought it would get him off on other things, or what? Joe or Salty, do you have any thought on that, or?
Say that again.
He just claims here that he unless he's lying, of course, that he wasn't guilty of stuff that he pled to. Okay, not everything, I should say. There's some things that he was guilty of, but some of the stuff he wasn't guilty of. But he had to plead to those things for some reason. He says he doesn't give it the reason. He just says I had to. And I'm just, what are your thoughts on that?
My first thought is of course he's going to say that. Of course he's going to say that. I think he got sentenced to what, like 45 years?
Yes.
If you didn't do it, you're going to agree to spend 45 years in the state penitentiary for those charges. Do you know what happens to people with those charges in state pen?
They don't usually make it out of there. Yeah, agreed.
So yeah, no, not believable at all.
Thank you. That's kind of what I was looking for. Just your guys' thoughts on it. That's all.
Say what things you're not guilty of.
I mean, there was a solicitation charge. I know it wasn't me because I've never talked to that girl. And I mean, some of the pictures, obviously, I don't know if they were exploitation or the child porn. I'm not sure which one it was, but yeah.
But some of the charges you do cop to in terms of what was in there.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had to roughly approximate, I know there's like 25 charges, so that's a lot, but like how many would you say?
Maybe 7.
Okay. Understood. And I guess, we're not going to ask you about Delphi. We respect the boundaries. I do want to, this is more of like kind of a big picture question, though, not specifically about the case. I mean, do you feel you have information to speak with authorities on that case?
I've already tried. They don't want to hear anything I have to say. So, and I've met with the prosecutor there, and I mean, yeah.
You've met with Nick McClelland?
Yeah.
Can you tell us anything about what he was like or what that experience was like?
I mean, he's a real nice guy. I mean, he was really super nice.
And this is big. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I can't really get into any more details, you know what I mean? But
that's understandable.
I mean, he was a real nice guy, and yeah, I met with everyone.
Do you have a sense about why they don't want to hear it? This is just kind of a broad, big picture question.
They just said they don't believe me.
Okay.
Or they can't cooperate what I said, pretty much.
If I'm hearing you correctly, it sounds like you're indicating that, maybe your dad was responsible for some of the problems on your devices. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why do you think he has not been charged if that's the case?
I have no clue. I've asked Andrew that 100 times. I have no clue. It's insane.
Would you consider yourself like a pedophile?
No, I would not. That's even what I put in the PSI now. Like I told it in the PSI, when I'm out in public, I don't look at teenage girls or kids. I don't think sexually about them at all. No.
What do you think happened in terms of then, some of the things you're accused of doing?
Like I told in the PSI, it just kind of spiraled out. I mean, I didn't have a girlfriend. I was a lonely guy, and I started talking to girls online, and it just kind of spiraled into something. And I don't know. It's crazy.
Thank you very much. Jane Bosch gifted 5 memberships in the cafe here. I can't see who got them. Congratulations to who did. Welcome to the sauce. And again, Jane, we really, really appreciate that. God bless. Thank you so much.
What do you think about the PSI? That's the pre-sentence report. Was that a fair document?
I mean, yeah, but their recommendation, no, I don't think so. But I mean, I understand it, obviously because of the charges. But
so, what do you expect to happen now? Are you planning to withdraw some of your guilty pleas, or?
Well, like I said, I want to, but I want to talk to a lawyer to see if it's even smart to do that, because if he tells me, hey man, you're going to lose the trial, I mean, that's what Andrew said the whole time. Hey, you're going to lose the trial. There's no point in doing it. So.
You yourself mentioned that you thought, you might have some heat on you from people in Miami County. I'm curious, would that factor into whether or not you opt for a trial? Or, I mean, how do you think you would do with the jury at this point?
I would definitely suggest to get the jury pool somewhere else. Yeah, definitely, because I mean, this is a small area. I mean, I'm sure not everyone, I'm not saying everyone, but a lot of people have seen me, I'm sure, and know the whole, or not, maybe not know the whole ins and outs, but know of everything.
Right. So you might want it, pulled in from another county, essentially.
Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, for folks who are kind of like, okay, well, he pled guilty, and we even saw that, like, Tim Spar kind of walked you through each charge and you said yes.
Sure.
Do you think that would hurt you with a potential future trial as far as like walking some of that back potentially?
Yeah, I do. I definitely do.
I guess why even say you did things that you're saying that you didn't do?
Because I just did what Andrew told me to do. Yeah, I mean, I just did I don't know anything about the law, so I just followed what he said to do.
I'm curious. I don't know if you're answer this, but I'm just curious. Did you know Richard Allen?
No. No. People said that he worked in Peru or lived in Peru around whatever year. I can't remember, but someone on some podcast was saying, oh, well, he lived right down the road from him in 2004. Like, dude, I was 9 or 10 years old. Why would I know a grown man? Things like that.
I mean, I guess, is there anything you wanted to state for the record, or anything about some, the coverage, or that you would want the public to know?
When I get to prison, I definitely will send you a letter, because I want to talk about some of the Delphi stuff. But right now, I don't think that would be smart to do.
Okay.
But after I'm sentenced, you know what I mean? Yeah, I would definitely like to say a few things for sure about that.
But we're very, very curious about what you have to say.
Yeah, and we would definitely welcome the chance for some of that clarification. So yeah, that would be great.
Right.
Yeah.
So you say that they basically just don't believe you, what you're saying?
Yeah. Not that they don't believe me, but they can't cooperate. They said they can't corroborate it in a court of law. So.
Anything you want to say, Salty?
Oh, I want to know what he's got to say about Delphi.
Definitely.
And I've been wanting to know that since he made that statement. I'm sorry. I'm eating while I'm listening.
You're fine. You're fine. Absolutely. Have a good night, Virginia. Thank you very much.
Yeah. That's obviously important, but definitely interesting. And anything else that you feel has been unfair in some of the coverage of you, or that you would want to clear up?
I don't know, really. I mean,
thank you, SRB.
People say stuff about me and they don't even know me. I mean, I know people have been on podcasts and they're like, oh yeah, that was my friend. I don't even know these people. Like, what in the heck? It's crazy. I can't remember what podcast it was, but there was some girl that said I tried to meet her at a park in Kokomo or something, and I have no clue who the hell these people. I don't know. And then it's just terrible coming out of the courtroom like that. Last time, they they took me where no one would be able to find out how I left the courtroom or got to the courtroom. And I mean, this time they took me right out in the hall and everyone's yelling at me, and it's like, man, it just sucks because I'm not a terrible person. I mean, I've been charged with terrible things and I have done, I messed up in the past, but I'm not a terrible person. I don't know. Everyone paints me to be this monster, and I'm not. It just sucks.
How did it make you feel to go through that hall room? I believe there was like people shouting questions and stuff at you. What was that like?
It's terrible. I mean, because I didn't know that was going to happen. They never told me I was going out that exit. It's crazy.
And then I'm just curious, do you have a sense of whether you'll be able to do anything by the deadlines that Judge Spar has set out, as far as what's next?
Well, like I said, I mean, hopefully the lawyer comes and sees me, but if he doesn't, then, I have no choice. I mean, I can't do anything because I'm not going to withdraw a plea and not talk to a lawyer about it first,
And I just want to basically, kind of like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so correct me if I'm wrong, but basically maybe your ideal thing going forward would be to withdraw the guilty plea for some charges, leave it for others, right. Maybe have the things that you're saying, actually, I'm not guilty of these, go to trial.
Right, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, do you feel like,
No worries, Brian, you're fine. Absolutely fine. Welcome back. It's good to see you, sir. No worries. Joe says, I'm not a body language expert, but I've watched my fair share of body language expert videos, and this guy is exhibiting clusters of indicators of deception. Amen, sir. Just watch his eyes and hesitations and the way he responds and stuff like that. Absolutely. I thank you for the apology, Brian. It's absolutely fine.
I mean, you mentioned that you were, there was talk of it, Andriaki mentioned a possible deal earlier, but you're saying that that was not something you were aware of.
Yeah, I was not aware of that until Wednesday when he told me that. And I looked at him and I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? Like, what the hell?
A lot of people have kind of, noted things like, the water search right over the summer, and there was a lot of attention on that and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, it did seem like at some point they were at least close to maybe offering you a deal.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely thought they were going to. Like, okay, what the heck? And then, I mean, I met with Peter and he talked about something happening, and then I just never heard from him again.
What did he talk about happening? Like a deal or?
Yeah, me plead to certain things. And
But and approximately when was that?
To the beginning of 2021, around there.
Okay, got it. And then pretty much after that, it's been nothing.
Silent, yeah.
Okay.
But first. Okay, so there's that one. All right. Hold on a minute here.
He was trying to play the victim, wasn't he, criminal? That was my whole take on that whole thing as well.
So very much, yes.
You were legitimately investigated for a legit reason. Get over it.
He had so many indicators of deception. His body language, his voice, fading facts in and out, twitching.
Hesitation, absolutely, all of it.
Yeah.
It was all there. It's funny that like, just not just the three of us, but the three of us are all watching for that too, which is hilarious. Because it's all there. It's every bit of it's there. You couldn't tell. I don't think normal people that, and I don't mean normal by like people that aren't in true crime, but could ever have a conversation with us that was a deceptive conversation. Can you imagine that? Trying to have somebody in here?
Oh no, I'm watching everything you say and do.
That's what I mean. Like, nobody could ever sit in here with the three of us, have a conversation and go and lie about something. Every one of us would be go, sure, okay, yeah.
We know already, right?
Right. Anyway,
let's bring in my youngest son to find out what he did with my Mustang in 2017.
Oh, there you go. There you go. All right, hold on. Let's see here. Oh, Lord have mercy. There's so much of this I have in here. Okay, hold on.
So are we sticking with Kegan Klein or are we moving on to another topic?
No, we're still on Kegan. Dago, you're on mute. I'm not sure what's happening. I'm eating, but I'm
looking for, trying to weed through. There's a lot of this I have, you guys. That's all. 1 second here.
yeah.
Some
The
of
ones the ones I sent you just kind of recapped the river search and why, and just little recaps because this dude's, we could stay on Kegan all day, but
yeah,
I don't
there's,
know. Yeah.
there's what I'm trying to do is sort through it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for the dead air. Excuse me.
Then there's also the trip that the law enforcement took him on a trip to the cemetery.
They yeah, I have that too. Where they took him out of jail and all that.
Yep. I think he just
Yeah.
won a free trip out of jail.
Exactly.
I think so too.
Now it can't be proven one way or the other, because there was the camera at that harvest store that actually caught, or the Hoosier Harvest store, I think it is, that actually caught Richard Allen's car did not catch the Klein's Jeep that day, which is
No, it didn't.
what Kegan Klein claimed. But on redirect, no, it was cross. On cross, the defense said, so is that the only way to the cemetery? And of course, there's another back road that comes into it that doesn't have any cameras pointing at it. So their point is, well, just because he doesn't show up on that camera doesn't mean the story is not true.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy is a pathological liar. So that's something to understand, you guys. When listening to anything he says, it's good luck. I'm just trying to decide which one I want to pull up next because I have
You should have done that all day. You were sitting. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. No, I'm talking to somebody else. Let me mute out a minute while I talk to this kid.
well, I didn't know.
I thought she was chewing you out.
No, they're all home from school now, and they're all there's. Yeah, they just kept coming in trying to talk to me. I'm like, no, go out. I told them I was busy.
And I'll show you this here real well. No, I don't. I think you guys already know about that, so that doesn't matter. Okay, here we go. Let's see what this one here is. All right. Or no, wait. Whoa, I clicked on the wrong one. Don't do that. 1 second here.
Today was the second day of school here, and they're all getting their groove, getting their rhythm back.
Oh man, Purdue is coming back into session here in West Lafayette, and it gets crazy when the students come back.
Oh, I bet it does.
I think we're up over 42 or 43,000 enrollment now.
Wow, it's a big university. A lot of people attend that university.
Yeah, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and there's a housing shortage. There were like 1,600 incoming freshman students that they didn't even have housing for.
Wow, my friend Dolphin, she attended Purdue.
Yes, yeah, we were talking about that the other day.
Yeah.
People want to try and call us Hoosiers, and I'm like, nope, I'm a Boilermaker.
Is that football talk?
All sports, yes, all sports.
Okay, y'all, because I don't, I have no clue.
Yeah.
I only know what Florida Gators are, but I don't even watch football or sports, so.
Yeah, no, when it comes to college, I'm diehard Boilermakers, football and basketball, especially basketball.
Well, I'm in Northwest Florida, right on the Alabama line, so I'm about to be bombarded with some Roll Tide.
Yep, yes, you are.
I'm from Florida, represent, go Gators, and I don't even watch football.
Roll Tide, roll Tide.
Stop it. Roll on down the hills. But I kept always told them, my cousin and my sisters are like, we don't like you. I'm like, well, I'm so sick of y'all's Roll Tide stuff. You got purses, you got sweatshirts, you got shoes. Oh my God.
You see my wife. Yeah, we have it all in this house. I promise you that. All right, come on, and just give me this. Damn it.
You know, Nick Saban has never beat Purdue University, going back to his Michigan State days.
Well, he's not
Really?
going to, because he's gone now.
That's interesting. Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, so he will never
Where
beat
they love Nick Saban.
Good Lord, this is should not be this hard. And I'm so sorry that it's taking me so long. I had all these put together. I didn't take the time to separate them, so that's my fault. And then when I'm going through them, it's yeah. Anyway, so okay, here. Okay, I found this one too. There we go. That should be what I'm looking for there. I don't need this many, but I have them. Okay. They're going to give it to me now. Do I have the right one? I hope. Transcripts. That's not. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So this is another one I have. Hold on.
Ooh, I ate. Now I had to get my coffee. Here it's Coca-Cola. My
Right.
kids, like we had a neighbor move in one time. Well, our neighbor had a girlfriend move in with him. She's really sweet. And my kids were like all, cool with her. And she come up to my kids and she's like, "Do y'all want a soda pop?" And my kids looked at me, they're like, "What is she talking about?" And she asked them again, and they're like, they were so confused. They didn't know what a soda was. I said, "Do you mean they want a Coke?" Like, no, they don't get caffeine like that, but cool. But they didn't know what the hell she was saying.
Yeah, when I lived in Atlanta for a little bit, and the first time I went to the grocery store and somebody was trying to get through the aisle, he's like, "Can you move your buggy over a little bit?" And I'm like, "Buggy? What's a buggy? Got my shopping cart here. I don't have a buggy."
Yeah, here they're buggies. We a shopping cart. That's too long. We just say buggy.
All right. I think we're set now. Let me see here. Oh my
I like
God.
cherry Pepsi. If I'm in the mood, I want a cherry Pepsi, but generally Pepsi feels too sweet. But I've drank Coca-Cola my entire life, and I'm just about to the point where I don't even want it anymore. I think it's because the price has gone so high. I'm like, no, you're not making bank off me, Coca-Cola. Watch me switch back to my sweet tea and just my coffee. I'll show you. You ain't got a grip on me like that.
Okay, so let me get this where it starts. Right about here. All right. Let me know how the audio sounds on this too.
So if police knew you were not in Delphi on the day of the murders based on your phone data, why did they use the Abby and Libby tip line to collect information about your Anthony Shots profile?
Yeah, that I have no clue about. He told me that, and I'm like, dude, you got my location. They told me that. Like, I know how phones work. You can ping like a certain, area. They could tell I was in Peru. You know what I mean? They knew where I was at. It's like, what the?
Well, it's never been said exactly where you were that afternoon. Was it your cousins or who else? I know you said your grandparents, but apparently that was not true.
Yeah, my grandparents, but they said it wasn't true, but they have the information. I mean, they know I was on that road and everything, so they knew where I was at.
Because I thought your grandmother at some point said to somebody that you and your dad actually did not go see her that often in person.
Yeah, I don't know why that could be like. We'd go there like at least 3 times a week, sometimes 4 or 5.
So that afternoon on February 13th, when these murders happened, you were not at your cousin's house. You were at your grandparents'.
Yeah, I don't know what cousin everyone thinks that I was at his house. I don't really have that's that I'm really close to besides Jared, my cousin Jared, and he lives like in and that's I think 3 hours away from where we live.
It was Travis Trexler.
Yeah, I mean I haven't seen him in years. I don't know how long the last time I seen him. I mean, it was a long time ago.
Well, the police said you were on your phone looking at adult movies, so you were doing that at your grandparents' house?
Yeah, that wasn't true either. I don't know. Maybe if I had it on my Safari, you know what I mean? Another thing, I don't know.
Hold on, I'm going to pull this up a different way so you guys can see. There's words that are being put up here too. The interview was presented by Tom Webster. There we go. Now I got that to work. That's good. Bingo.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't doing that at their house.
All right, so you're saying you were definitely at your grandparents and not your cousins or anybody else?
Yeah, no, yeah. Like, we went to my grandparents that day, and then we came home, and yeah, I mean, that's all I really do all the time is just stay at my dad's, but never really leave too much.
And did they also collect your dad's location that afternoon? And if so, why were they seemingly trying to pin the murders on you two?
Yeah, I have no clue. I don't know about my dad. They had it. I mean, I searched his phone too, so I'm sure they had it.
So it's been almost 2.5 years since the police made that announcement that you and your dad have obviously not been charged with anything related to Delphi. Do you think either of you will ever be charged related to Delphi?
No, never. I mean, they have both our DNAs. They know where we were. They have everything.
So you denied writing some of the Anthony Shots chat comments, and people have wondered if other men had access to the Anthony Shots account, but there are two things.
I'm sorry, guys. Joe, that's exactly word for word what I what I thought he was going to say too. And I'm like, wow, you're bold to say that, but he never said it. That's too funny though. Word for word, I thought exactly what he was going to say. That was great. Sorry, maybe not so funny to you guys, but it was to me because of the way it looked.
That don't add up to me. Number one, police asked the Comcast internet service provider for the IP address that was accessing the Anthony Shots Instagram and Snapchat accounts. And as far as we know, it only showed your house in Peru. And that's why they raided your house on February 25th. Did you ever see a report showing any other IP address or locations that access the Anthony Shots account other than possibly you when you're in Las Vegas?
Yeah. Another guy. And I told them that. And they know who he is. They went to Las Vegas and checked him out and everything.
You cut out. So it was your roommate, your friend from Peru, you're saying, who you lived with in Las Vegas, also had access to it?
Yeah, for sure. And he lived literally right next door.
In Peru?
I mean, he was my neighbor, literally right next door.
Well, the police were saying, how would he even have access to your phone? I don't want to get too deep into that, but or your CSAM stuff. But all right, I'll move on to the next question. So I did this interview back in February 2024. It's now July 2024. I sent a message to this former roommate that Kegan referenced, asking him if he wanted to respond to these comments by Kegan. He said he does not care what Kegan says or thinks. Kegan's own father does not trust him. And the roommate said Kegan can rot in prison where he belongs. So I don't think Kegan will be getting any Christmas cards from the former roommate. As Kegan said, the police looked into this guy. He's never been charged with CSAM. So I don't think anybody watching this should start thinking that this other guy is involved. I never delete YouTube comments, but please do not write the roommate's name in the comments below or I'll delete it. Kegan admitted to looking at videos and photos of girls from around 10 to 13 years old, but he refused to admit looking at videos of younger children. This phone conversation was in February and Kegan was still appealing. So I don't know if he was lying, hoping that those charges would be dismissed, but they were not. So I think he should be in prison for at least another 30 years before he's up for parole. So he'll be in his 60s by that time, if he's still alive. On August 25th, 2023, a few weeks after he was sentenced to 40 years plus 3 years probation, Kegan appealed. And a few weeks ago, on June 27th, he was denied. Auntie Gull let the appeals court borrow her gavel and said, "You tried it. We denied it." So I was saying, like, actually, it's a little bit similar. So if some other guy used your Anthony Shots accounts, you would have later seen the messages and or photos that other guy sent and received. So did you ever log into Anthony Shots' profile and see messages you didn't remember sending or receiving?
No, just, but I guess, like, whatever use the program, they can access everything, even deleted stuff.
All right. So some people said, did you ever give or sell access to any of your social media accounts to make money?
No.
Because some people wonder if Richard Allen, the suspect in the Delphi case, somehow had access to your Anthony Shots account. Is that possible?
No.
I didn't think so, because it would have showed his IP address in Delphi if he accessed it, and it did not.
Right.
Wow, that doesn't make any sense considering the fact that he said he didn't know Richard Allen. So that wouldn't even. I mean, come on.
Well, Kegan Klein, his other people had access to that account,
Yeah.
including his father. And you have to wonder, did you know Alan? Did you share the password and information to access the account? But if he did, if he still had that device 5 years later, they might find it. I don't know.
True.
And I'm not saying he has any ties to Alan because I don't know, but you can't help but wonder, did this account help those girls find their way to the bridge that day?
Well, and we kind of
Or
hit
another
on
account. You know what I mean? You don't know.
we kind of hit on that because I was thinking on that one the other day, last week or so. If these girls went to this spot, not just because it was a day off and to have a good, a nice day out on a trail walk or something like that, if they were asked to meet somebody there, if they were told to go there, if they were brought there by somebody or lured, whatever you want to call it, and I've wondered that for quite a while, and if so, who?
Well, so what Beto testified in the trial that 50 people told law enforcement over time and throughout the investigation, and I don't know how much time, 50 people told them that there was a connection between Richard Allen and Kegan Klein.
I heard that before.
But they were never able to verify that connection like substantially with some kind of evidence. So 50 people sounds like a lot, but how many tips did they get? Did they get 25,000, 30,000 tips?
Yeah. And according to them, it was in the thousands. And people have really went hard to try to find a connection between Klein and, outside of law enforcement, I'm talking about. And
No.
It's just not, if it's there, we don't know about it. We can't find it.
Right. And if law enforcement can't find that connection, I'm sorry, nothing against anybody else, but if law enforcement can't find a connection between Kegan Klein and Richard Allen, then I'm pretty sure that the rest of us ain't going to either.
If you're a conspiracy theorist, you could be like,
Yeah.
law enforcement was zeroed in on Richard Allen from the beginning, and
Sure.
they may have ignored things. That's just the conspiracy theorists out there. That's not my personal belief.
Right. No,
Yeah.
Just playing devil's advocate.
absolutely. No, it makes sense. It makes sense. Yes, sir.
So your Anthony Shots Instagram is still active. I wondered if you deleted it at any point and law enforcement then took it over to see who was messaging it. I know you deleted the Instagram app on your phone, but did you ever delete the Anthony Shots Instagram account?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I deleted that and
You deleted the profile or just the app?
Yep, the profile.
Well, it's still up. So do you think police took it over trying to find information?
Yeah, definitely. I had to have because I completely hard deleted it or whatever it's called.
So in your police interview, why did you act like the actions of Anthony Shots were not the actions of you, Kegan? You said in your police interview, like Anthony Shots did that and not you.
Yeah, because not all of it was me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to deny and say I didn't talk to girls, you know what I mean? But they were talking about like little kids and stuff. That definitely was on me.
Next up is communicating with.
So, okay, Anthony Shots was him, period. Guys, just so you understand, that was a catfish account that he created on Instagram. That's how he was talking to these girls. So what is he saying? He's got split personality now or something? I mean, that's ridiculous.
No, he's meaning the account. Other people could access that account, Dago. Not just him.
Whoa, that's right. That was stated. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, and it was testified to. The only one that they specifically mentioned in the hearing on August 1st was his father, that his father did have access to that Snapchat account.
And I think we can probably we can't verify, but I would say I know those two had access to the account. Did anybody else outside of the two of them have access? I haven't seen any proof yet.
Not yet, but now, right. I forgot about all that stuff. So at least his father had access. So his father could have been who he's referring to, blah, blah, blah.
He is. He flat out says he wasn't the one. It was his father.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
we'll spit out whatever we know. I don't want to confuse people.
No, absolutely. And I just wanted to. I got confused for a minute. I'm sorry about that. That's my fault.
But Murder Sheets actually brought that up in their interview with him. Why hasn't your father been charged in anything? Because if his father had nothing to do with Abby and Libby, just all of the CSAM charges.
Yeah, right.
And the child porn and all of that stuff. Why wasn't his father charged in any of that?
Just like him, right?
Exactly.
Any
So
thoughts on
was he lying about his father? You know what I'm saying? Because he
right?
lived in the home with his dad. So I don't,
Police testified that his father had access to it.
Mm-hmm.
So they did find that his father had access to it. So I wonder.
And it makes you wonder who his father shared the account with. You know,
that's what I was getting ready to say. Yes, who did his father know? Absolutely. Any thoughts on that, Joe? About whether or not you think his father should be charged?
If he had access to the account and there was illegal material about minors on the account, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. If he was doing the same thing Stearns was doing and viewing and downloading child pornography, absolutely deserves to be arrested. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But why weren't you?
That's what I'm asking. Is like, I wonder why. I mean, obviously they haven't found evidence that Tony. Okay. Gotcha. Hey, Paula, welcome. I was just getting ready to ask where you were. You always appear when I'm thinking about you. It's weird. Creeping me out, Paula.
It's so funny.
Okay.
And that happens all the time, Dago.
You've seen it happen before. I wonder where Paula's at. Don't, there she is.
And boom, there she is.
Yes. Anyway, on we go.
With Libby German. Using the Anthony Shots profile, did you first catfish another girl in Delphi who you later found out was friends with Libby when they had a sleepover?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
So
I didn't catfish her. I mean, she knew who I was.
But you were using the Anthony Shots profile, right?
Yeah.
So for their privacy, I don't want either of us to reference their names of these girls that you chatted with other than Libby. But was the sleep?
I don't even know their.
But was the sleepover friend of Libby a girl with the first name that started with a K, and she was part of that family you knew, who maybe her cousin was supposedly the girl who saw the guy with the ski mask looking in her window?
No, definitely not. And I don't know where they came up with that, but that's crazy. When they told me that, I was like, what? Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, I have another section about ski mask girl and that stuff.
Okay.
So you said you met Libby around February 1st or
Dago, can you pause for just a second?
But February 1st.
So
yes, sir.
Just him saying, I didn't catfish her. She knew who I was. And then the interviewer here saying, but you were using the Anthony Shots. That reminded me, and I probably don't have it in my notes, but at one point in the hearing, one of the witnesses was being interviewed, and it was probably Beto, because he was the one that was interviewed the most about Kegan Klein, was shown a picture of Kegan Klein. And it was this picture right here. And that's like 5 years after the fact, like when he was arrested, or 4 years, or whatever the time period was when he was arrested for the child porn,
the CSAM stuff.
Yeah. So Beto was asked, so this is a picture of Anthony Shots. Can you prove that Kegan Klein didn't look like this at the time of the murders?
Oh, wow.
It was literally asked that. And I can't remember if it was prosecution or defense, if it was the state, or if it was, but I mean, there were people in the gallery that were literally cracking up over that.
I mean, guys, when we show you for those of you who don't know what the Anthony Shots character looks like, you'll laugh too. It's nothing like that's too funny. It's nothing like this.
How do you know that he didn't gain 180 pounds in the last 4 years
and like drastically changed his looks, like on purpose? Like, so, I mean, good Lord.
I mean, anybody that would go from looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger to Shrek, no, guys. It just doesn't happen. Sorry. I'm sorry. That is so hilarious. I love it. Yeah, you're not going to do that, and nobody's going to. Anyway, that's great, Joe. Thanks.
First or second was the middle of the week, so I don't know if you just didn't get the dates correct. So I was able to get some data from your Anthony.
Okay, guys. So there you go. Okay, this is what this creep put himself out there to look like, and who he was catfishing people to be. So to answer what Joe just said, Can you prove that he didn't look like this? We saw right here. That's Kegan. Okay. That's no. It just ain't gonna happen, folks. It's not gonna happen, guys. Sorry, but
No.
that's too funny to me. I'm sorry.
And when you put a picture like this on a profile and you start communicating with these young girls and they think that this guy is into me and they have no clue. Libby's grandmother, guys, and I tell you how floored she was when she found this out. She felt like she failed Libby because we all should know what's on our kids' phones. Now, we all know kids are sneaky. Some are very, very sneaky. I got one that's very out of my little group. I got one I got to watch. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. I got to watch this kid.
I
And
have one too.
yeah, and so she really felt horrible because she wasn't aware, you know, and it's the dangers of what these people do. You know,
There's a
Kegan may not have done harm to them in the woods, but he did enough harm to those girls online and all the other girls he was communicating with.
Right. And that guys, this happens a lot. And I mean a lot. There's so many accounts that are put out like this where there's some 500-pound bulbous freak out there on the other side of the keyboard, and they're putting up pictures like this saying, come meet me. I want to see you. Let's be friends.
And not only that, they're talking you in, not you, they're talking your children into sending them photos.
Yes, bad
That
photos.
they should.
Absolutely.
And I think this is a good time to say, have the conversation and don't be afraid to be honest with your kids. They can handle a lot more truth than you think they can.
Yes,
I got, you know, my kids, I'm selective about certain things depending on their age and maturity, right? And you have to do that. But when they reach this age and they're on these devices and they have these options, you have to be candid and have these conversations. That it might be a little embarrassing and uncomfortable, but you got to have them.
It doesn't matter. You have to do it. There's no okay. Just think of it this way, guys. Okay, a little embarrassment as to the possibility of something bad happening to your child. There's no cost difference there to me. I'm sorry. It just doesn't make no sense. I did, Paula. I did. Sorry. I can't stand Kegan Klein. So any negative word I can think of to attach to him, I'm going to do it. So, it's just one of them things. And yes, mystery. That was definitely what he was trying to fool people with. And that I had heard. Is that actually true that this guy actually was a police officer here? I had heard it before. I just didn't know for sure if that was true.
The male model?
Yeah, this guy here.
I just always heard he was a male model. I don't know anything about him. I don't want to put I know a little bit about him, but I don't want to put it out there because he was also harmed. You know what I mean?
Oh,
that was his face. That was his image being used on a fake account. And but no, as far as I know, he was not. As far as I know, he wasn't.
Okay, I had heard it a couple times before, and I didn't know for fact. And I just thought if that was true, that would be really kind of ironic. You know what I mean? But just saying. Moving on. Walla walla bing bang.
Data from your Anthony Shots profile on Kick, and it showed you updated the Anthony Shots photo on Sunday, January 29th. Could that have been after you chatted with them at the first sleepover?
Maybe. I'm not sure even the dates. You know what I mean? I talked to a lot of people out there.
And I know this is like 7 years ago. So Libby and her friend may have had another sleepover on Saturday, February 11th, which is 2 days before the murders. Did you chat with them that night also?
I don't think so, no.
Well, the next day, Sunday, February 12th, you posted on your real Facebook that you started as a table games dealer in Las Vegas. Why did you post that if you were in Indiana?
Because that's what I wanted to do, and I was moving out there anyways.
Because some people thought maybe you had later backdated that to act like you were in Indiana as an alibi for not being involved in the murders. So you're saying you were hoping to go to Vegas to become that, and you just were kind of pretending online to actually be doing it?
Yeah.
One other question was it because you knew you were going to Las Vegas on vacation on February 21st and that you could take photos in Vegas and you wanted your Facebook friends to think you were working in Vegas and not sitting at your dad's house unemployed?
Kind of, yeah.
All right.
I felt like a loser, you know.
Did Libby's friend start chatting with you during the sleepover and send pics or videos that included Libby, and then Libby thought Anthony Shots was cute, and then she started following Anthony Shots on Instagram and Snapchat? Is that how it kind of worked with her?
I think so. I don't know. I don't really remember everything, but yeah, I think something like that, yeah.
So maybe after you were chatting with her friend at the sleepover, then Libby started following you and DM'd you, or you DM'd her?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's
Another thing, guys, to listen to with this piece of shit, excuse my language, I can't stand this guy, is that he's struggling here. Some of this is most of this is probably lies, okay? But when he's saying I can't remember this and I can't remember that, I talked to a lot of girls. He did. Like, I mean, that's another thing that's scary to me, how many people he was trying to get in touch with.
Did they just try to establish that he didn't start really communicating or following Libby or her following him until the 13th?
Yes.
Or 12th, rather. Sorry.
The 12th, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, all the other crap this dude's, I pick out I listen for certain things. The rest just kind of goes by the wayside.
Yep. I agree, Paula. I agree. In most cases, I would have to say, like I said, he's a pathological liar. So you got to listen and differentiate. So,
well, you had to have been surprised when a teenager started following your Anthony Shots account. So you probably clicked her photo and profile, correct?
Well, I wasn't really surprised, but I think it was more on Snapchat, and then they added me on Instagram or whatever, followed me or whatever, because on Snapchat at the time it was big for people to like post, like, I can't remember what it was called, like pose for post or something, and like it like QR thing or whatever.
Yeah, QR code.
Pop up with their ad. Yeah, so people would do that a lot. So it wasn't really crazy to get, 30, 40 people added in one day.
I wasn't familiar with this QR code for Snapchat, so I Googled this and it says, a Snapchat QR code, also known as a snap code, is a unique and scannable QR code linked to a user's Snapchat profile. When someone scans the code using their Snapchat camera, it instantly allows them to connect with the profile, eliminating the need for manual searches and friend requests. For anyone wondering if they just heard Kegan say pop up where they're at and wondering if Libby's location on Snapchat was being tracked, the murders happened February 13th, 2017, and the Snap map was introduced on June 21st, 2017. So as far as I know, at the time of the murders, it was not possible to track people's locations on Snapchat. So you liked one of Libby's December 26, 2016 Instagram posts where she was sticking her tongue out, but someone said you later unliked Libby's Instagram photos. Why would you unlike her photos, I guess, after the news came out?
I don't really remember ever doing her Instagram. They said I talked to her, and like that day, I don't remember doing any of that. Like, to the best of my knowledge, I didn't, anything. I didn't even really use that Instagram.
Well, it showed, somebody saw that her photo on December 26th, it showed Anthony Shots liked it and then later apparently unliked it after the murder. So was that maybe because you were concerned police would look into you as chatting with teenagers?
I don't really know. Like I said, I don't remember even going to her Instagram. So maybe it was the other guy. I'm not sure.
What do you remember about the chats you had with them during their sleepovers? Anything with Libby's and her friend?
Yeah, it was just casual talk. I don't know. I would talk to 20 or 30 people at one time.
Other than Libby and her sleepover friend, did you chat with any other girls from Delphi?
No.
Well, I thought there was at least 3 girls in that town who Libby and I don't want to say the names, but.
Right. I don't know their names. I don't know who the girls were. They kept trying to say that I was friends with all these people. I have no clue.
Which town did you tell girls that Anthony Shots lived in?
I don't know.
Would it depend on where they lived to make it seem like it was far enough that they would not know Anthony Shots?
Yeah, far enough away, yeah. Like usually other states,
So if you were to set up an in-person meeting with a teenage girl, how would they get to you or you get to them if you did not drive that much?
I never did that. That was something it was over the phone. I never wanted to meet up with anyone.
Well, I thought in your...
Again, that's a lie in my opinion. I think his whole goal was to do that. He just never got to that point. So, and there's the other picture of Anthony Shots that again, I can't get past that, Joe. I just can't. I'm sorry. Looking at this and this, how can you prove that he didn't look like this in that period of time? Yeah. I mean,
that was probably the most absurd question of the entire hearing. Like,
that is too funny to me. My God.
And there were some doozies, but that was
Jesus. Come on.
I probably would have made a verbal noise in the courtroom and got escorted out.
or your faces, as you've claimed, Salty, are like,
yeah.
And those were the 2 pictures we saw right there.
Yeah, that's
my face is a dead giveaway for what I'm thinking, and I don't want to be biased like that. I make
I
some
can-
messed up faces. You can tell real quick if I ain't. If I'm not believing you, it's gonna show.
Yeah,
Face is
and
a living emoji.
well,
Yeah.
here's the thing. Like, I couldn't sit in a courtroom, especially knowing what if they're showing this and they ask that question, I'd have lost it. I had to get up and walk out. That's it. My faces are very, very animated as well, as you guys all know, but my noise making comes out with it too. So it just, I did that whole okay, bye, you know. Either way, but yeah, there you go, guys. It's a side by side of this guy. Jesus God, that's too funny to me. On we go.
I'm not that guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but I thought in your sentencing, there was some kind of document that said, at least with one girl you tried to meet, or at least said you wanted to meet in person like 30 times or something.
No, that was complete bullshit. I tried to say in my thing that like me and that girl were actually really cool friends. I talked all the time, and she was the only person I would really like talk to a lot, you know, and talk to over time. Me and her were complete friends. She knew who I was in person. Like, she didn't think I was anything completely.
I asked him if he tried to meet her in person and he said no, but then he later said she knew who I was in person. So I'm not sure what was up with that in-person comment, unless he meant over FaceTime using video.
We had my real accounts added. Yeah, like we were completely friendly. And back to when I came back and I got a girlfriend after I moved from Las Vegas back here, I told her, hey, I can't talk to you no more. I got a girlfriend. We're about to move in together. She was like, okay. And she got all pissed. And then 3 weeks before my sentencing, what's it called, impact statement or whatever.
Yeah, victim impact statement.
Her name, obviously I'm not going to say it, but her name was marked out. And I immediately knew who it was because they found it. She's going to say that. She said I was on video chat with like a bunch of black dudes and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really have any black friends. Like, why the would I be FaceTiming a girl with a bunch of dudes around me back home? There'd be no way. What the like, me and her FaceTimed all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? She knew who I was. I would never. That was weird as fuck. Yeah, and she said I tried to meet her. I never met her. She said I sent her money for pictures. I sent her money one time. It was like 10 or 15 bucks so she could get food. That's all it was. Yeah, that's like, and my lawyers are sitting there and I'm telling them like, hey, are you going to object to any of this stuff? Because none of this is true and none of it's, you know, factual. And he's like, no, we'll just get him in your appeal. Like, what the man? Like, it's crazy. Like, my lawyers were terrible. They were terrible. All right, hey man, when's a good time to call back? Because the guard's telling me I got locked in. But yeah, if you just send me letters, I'd probably be the easiest way right now to get a hold of me.
All right, thank you for calling.
All right, Tom.
Bye.
Okay, so there's another. I think you guys are kind of getting an idea of who Kegan Klein is. Okay, let's see here. Like I said, we could go on all day and all night about him, truly. But let me see. This is okay.
So this is what
Something else I wanted to show too. One moment. There's a news release. Hey, Chad Button from Iowa. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. It's been a minute, and thank you for the super sticker, sir. Appreciate you very much. Great to have you here. Cap, you're killing me today with your comments. Klein playing Derek Zoolander in the sequel. Oh my God. That's too funny. All right. On we go.
what we've learned so far. Working to get more information from state police regarding some new transcript released on their investigation into the Delphi murders. So this is what we've learned so far. The true crime podcast called Murder Sheet obtained transcripts of a state police interview with Kegan Klein. You'll recall Klein is the man accused of running a fake Instagram account called Anthony Shots. Well, the conversation in the newly released transcript is from August of 2020 when Klein was under investigation on separate charges for child pornography. It suggests Libby was actually in contact with the Anthony Shots account the day of the murders. So take a listen to what the podcast host had to say when they reviewed those documents.
It's a really horrific document. They go over some very horrific topics. And then to think that, this case could also be linked to this very, very sad, tragic loss of these 2 young girls up in Delphi. It's just, it's very upsetting.
The hosts of the Murder Sheet podcast also tell us they reached out to investigators and prosecutors before going public with this nearly 200-page transcript. So far, Klein has denied any involvement in the murders and doesn't face any charges related to the murders. And remember, if you have any information that you think could help police, there's a tip line and an email address on your screen. We also have it posted for you at WTHR.com.
Saying why they're searching a portion.
Okay.
You see that link I sent you that says 813 Delphi show?
Yeah, that's the one I'm on right now.
Okay.
I just was going to let them go in order. That was the first piece of that. Okay, so you're good with that. All right, good.
Saying why they're searching.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And I'm just going to let them roll through. I like the way you set that up, by the way. Okay.
A portion of the Wabash River here in Peru. Those search.
This is what we were talking about here just a little bit ago, you guys. This river where they spent $1 million to search this over a period of 5 weeks for absolutely no reason. Kegan sent them here just to do whatever he could do for whatever reason. So on we go.
Started weeks ago after a man who's been tied to the Delphi murder investigation was temporarily taken out of jail by state police detectives. CBS 4's Max Lewis shares an update on that search and what a retired FBI agent thinks they're looking for tonight.
For 3 weeks now, Indiana State Police have been searching the Wabash River in Peru, but won't say what they're looking for or why they're there. We witnessed them once again wading through the shallow waters and using metal detectors to search the riverbed.
Metal detector guy all of a sudden alerts to something. A couple guys kind of move over there and then start examining that spot. And then if they don't find it, he goes back over that same spot and kind of pinpoints it a little bit closer.
State police initially started the search sort of in the area just right here where we are now, but the search has since moved a little bit farther downstream, and they still seem to be focusing on the north side of the river. Crews were also seen clearing brush and branches on both sides of the Wabash near the search area.
The fact that they've been out there for 3 weeks, which is a lot of manpower.
I did Flickery. Thank you very much.
A lot of time. You would suspect that they're looking for something very important.
The search area is just 2 miles from the former home of Kegan Klein, who has been tied to the Delphi murder investigation. Court filings reveal that state police temporarily took Klein out of jail last month, where he's awaiting trial on unrelated charges. Shortly after that, the searches began, and retired FBI Special Agent Paul Keenan says that's no coincidence.
There's got to be a reason that you have to take him out of jail. You don't just interview somebody. You can interview him in jail. So more than likely, he needed to be out to show them something that he couldn't describe from prison.
Keenan said the teams are likely doing grid searches and expanding the area as they come up empty-handed. He says he hopes they find the answers they need, but it won't be easy.
But it's difficult after 5 years to find something in a river with a current that's pushing it for 5 years.
In Peru, Max Lewis, CBS.
Honestly, Paula, I think he just wanted out of jail. That's my opinion. She says, I really want to know what the search was about. I truly just think, that it was a way for him to get out of jail for a while.
Yeah, they were searching for the weapon that he claimed was tossed into the river.
Right. And that's it was a wild goose chase. So my opinion is that he just figured, I'm tired of sitting here.
They didn't find anything. They found some cell phones, but none of the phones they found allegedly were tied to the clients at all. Or Alan.
So again, that's my opinion. He just wanted a free pass for a while. So I could be wrong. You never know.
S4 News. Keep in mind, Klein has not been charged in the killings of Abby Williams and Libby German. It's not clear how long Indiana State Police will continue that search.
The families have felt the support and the love from the community here in Delphi. Our Caitlin Kendall spent the day in the community in the places and those spaces that tonight are remembering Delphi's daughters.
Today is the day. Those are what these signs say out here at this.
When we get through this, I'll find a picture of Tony Klein for you, Mystery. No problem.
Abby and Libby Memorial. It's a show of support from the community. That support, something that's been here from the beginning. A rainy day in Delphi. But it's not indicative of the move.
I was just really astounded that there was really no words.
I cried when it came out. Like, it means a lot to the people who are around here, for sure.
I cried because it,
I think the cemetery came after the river, didn't it? Salty, do you remember that? The other one where they went to the cemetery.
What was it again? I'm sorry.
The cemetery came after the cemetery trip with for Klein came after the river.
After the river, I'm not really sure which one came first. They probably took him to both locations within a certain amount of time, but I really don't know that. I know when the river was searched August 19th and it went up for 2022 and it went up for 5 weeks, but I don't know when they took him back to the. Joe might know if he's still with us.
No, I don't know. But
we'll figure it out.
If the testimony was chronological, then they talked about the Wabash River search before they talked about the trip to the cemetery.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's why I thought the cemetery came after, but I could be wrong. But I'll figure it out. It's no big deal. Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
it was a long time coming.
Tears, but not sad ones, for those who hold the small town of Delphi near and dear to their hearts.
Trying to get answers for the family.
People at first were terrified, thinking of that fella still out there.
And I was scared to death to come to Delphi. You know, just the idea of coming to Delphi was scary to me. You know, you didn't know who it was, what.
When they did the whole search flickery, it was because he had stated that the weapon and the phone were tossed into the river, so they had them looking. He had them looking for it in there, and it ended up not being found. So in turn, that's why I said I believe it was just a get out of jail free card for him for a little vacation to get out. That's my opinion, but that's what they were supposedly looking for.
Why they did it?
They was wondering when this was gonna, when were they gonna catch him?
He said, "We will get you." And they did.
It's an emotional end to a new beginning.
I was surprised because he seemed like a real nice guy and everything, waiting on us in the drive-thru and everything.
His name? Richard Allen. He lived and worked amongst them.
It was unbelievable. He was right there, just right there within a grasp.
I think we're all still in a little bit of disbelief. Yeah, that we talk to this person sometimes on a daily basis.
The arrest comes with many emotions, but one that can be heard and seen loud and clear. This community doesn't forget who this is all about.
Nobody could have did this without Abby and Libby. A lot of this had to do with them. I feel like they solved part of their murder, and they stayed strong up there.
Oh, we love them.
The Monon High Bridge Trail, the last place the girls were alive, now marked with signs of support, from flowers to signs reading "Today is the day."
It's long deserved, and it's been a long time coming.
There's a million questions that we want answered, but we can't have answered right now. And hopefully one day those answers come to light.
While details in this case are few, several people I spoke to today say they hope to learn more about what happened to Abby and Libby. Working for you in Delphi, Kegan Klein, WRTV.
Morning.
So the ones that were involved in the case, Paula.
Paula, we don't know which phone, whose phone particularly. Kegan Klein claimed that his dad threw the murder weapon and a phone into the river. Now, this was a while after his arrest. It was probably more of his song and dance, but they didn't find a weapon. And if they did, it wasn't tied to the crimes. And any phones they found in that river weren't tied to the crimes. So they were on a wild goose chase that he sent them on.
And again, like I said, I think it was just for him to get out for a while. So yeah, sorry, I should have clarified that before. My grand just said, Grammy, did you know diarrhea is hereditary? It runs in your genes. That's a good one. That's cute.
My name is Sergeant Jeremy Pierce, Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police Lafayette Post. I'd like to thank you all for being here and thank the Delphi United Methodist Church for allowing us to use their facility. This morning, we're going to provide an update on the investigation into the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Before we get started, I'm going to introduce to you our speakers, Superintendent of the Indiana State Police, Doug Carter, the Carroll County Sheriff, Tobe.
This video is from October 31st of 2022, just for you guys that may be taking notes or want to know that, just so you know.
Lesenby, and the Carroll County Prosecutor, Nick McClelland. I'd like to remind everyone that this continues to be an active and ongoing investigation. At the conclusion of this press conference, we are going to answer a limited amount of questions out of respect to the investigation and the process that will follow today. We will not discuss evidence that is related to this investigation. On behalf of the Delphi Double Homicide Task Force, thank you all for your continued support. I would now like to introduce to you our first speaker, Superintendent of the Indiana State Police, Doug Carter.
Give me just a second here. Seldom do I have prepared remarks, but today is different because I do not want there to be any confusion or ambiguity with what I will say. Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation. First, I'd like to speak directly to Anna, Mike, Becky, Kelsey, your extended families, along with the entire Delphi community that certainly has grown and now includes our nation and even many countries around the world. I am proud to report to you that today, actually last Friday, was the day, and an arrest has been made. Thanks to literally hundreds of media outlets that have been steadfast in reporting and keeping the memories of Abby and Libby front and center. Many of you in the room have developed relationships with me personally, and you know I always have a personal perspective, and today's no different. But from a very personal perspective, you all have provided inspiration and support, even while oftentimes frustrated with us and me. You continue to encourage the efforts, and you too believe that one day we would all be here participating and sharing this news. To the entire law enforcement community, which includes all local, state, and federal agencies, which are far too many to specifically mention today, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to continue a very methodical and committed approach to ensure that if any other person had any involvement in these murders in any way, that person or persons will be held accountable. Since the murders of Abby and Libby 2,086 days ago, the daily investigative team has worked tirelessly and is certainly worthy of mention today. Specifically, Sheriff Lesenby, the Sheriff of Carroll County, Detectives Tony Liggett, Detective retired Kevin Hammond, former Delphi Chief and now the prosecutor's investigator Steve Mullins, State Police First Sergeant Jerry Holman, Detectives Jay Harper, Dave Vito, and Brian Harshman, along with members of the United States Marshal Service, specifically Agent Jeremy Clinton and Agent Bill Colfers. With them today is Dan McLean, the U.S. Marshal, appointed U.S. Marshal. our state police analyst, our scientist from many different disciplines within our laboratory division, Mrs. Kathy Shank, for your incredible dedication to detail, and to so many others that I know I've missed. I really believe that Abby and Libby would be proud of you for standing strong, even in the face of immense pressure and perpetual criticism. Some of these individuals have postponed retirement, passed on promotional opportunity, have dedicated personal time away from their families, given up nights, weekends, and holidays, all while in the pursuit of accountability for Abby and Libby. I know that today's announcement will not diminish your resolve, and I hope you have found just a bit of peace in this most complicated world. This is really important. While I know you are all expecting final details today concerning this arrest, today is not that day. Today is not that day. This investigation is far from complete, and we will not jeopardize its integrity by releasing or discussing documents or information before the appropriate time. Prosecutor Nick McClellan, of course, will share additional information about what we can and cannot say, and also explain to you why the probable cause affidavit is temporarily sealed by the court and not available. And by the way, he has been a tremendous asset to this team. I'm yet again asking you for your patience and please your understanding while our system of due process works. Also remember that all persons arrested are presumed innocent. All persons arrested are presumed innocent.
The guy on the screen talking is the superintendent of Indiana State Police, Doug Carter. Flickery, did you have a question you said you would Google that we could answer for you? The guy making the sniffling noise, again, is Doug Carter. He's a little broken up over this scenario, talking about the arrest of Richard Allen and so on and so forth, for anybody that was a little confused.
I think he's just got a damn cold.
There a lot of people aren't a big fan of Doug's, guys, just so you know. Just saying.
I just think he's sniffling because he's got a cold or some allergies. But yeah, this piece we were gonna put. Yeah, this doesn't tie into Kegan. It just kind of rolled into it. But this is the press conference from when they arrested Richard Allen. We didn't get to give you guys a backstory on what you're about to watch there, but because that was the last video in line there. But it was literally it wasn't tied to Kegan stuff. But this was the press conference when they arrested Allen.
Right. I've had issues. I have issues with him because of Flora. So it is what it is. You know what I mean?
I have a couple of thoughts on a couple of law enforcement officials in this.
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice when it comes to Doug Carter because Dago does know my true feelings. I'm just trying to be fair right now.
I
don't want people to get I want people to get to get their own conclusions. I've watched so many tapes, and I've watched too many tapes of this dude, so I feel some kind of way. But
it's out there. But from an everyday Joe Schmo, that's the origin of my name. I'm just an ordinary everyday Joe Schmo. The very first problem that I had with law enforcement was Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby.
Yeah.
And on that night, on or about midnight on February 13th, it might have been like 11:30 p.m. on the 13th, but it was somewhere around midnight. He called off the searchers and he said, and it's quotable, you can look it up in the papers, I don't believe the girls are in any danger.
Yep.
He literally said that. And
he thought they could have been a runaway even.
Yeah. I lost all respect for him at that point. And he's only proven it since then. But
I agree.
He's no longer sheriff. He's now, I think, assistant sheriff. But if you watch his interactions with all of his deputies in that hearing on August 1st that I went to, the sheriff of Carroll County comes to him and asks him if what do I do with this? What do I do with that?
Mm-hmm.
Because that was the day that they rescinded the safekeeping order. And so the county sheriff's department had a whole lot to do. And the actual sheriff of the county, Eyewitness, coming to Tobe time after time after time and asking him on what we should do here and what we should do there. And the actual deputies themselves were very well trained, and they responded like they should have. But that was just an interesting interaction to me. But then when Doug Carter,
is interesting.
Yeah, when Doug Carter came to the press conference and he presented both the second sketch, and he said both of these sketches are going to merge into the same person that's going to be the suspect, I was like, what the?
Yeah. Yep.
There is no way those two sketches are the same person. That was when I lost respect for him.
That was one of the most strangest things I've ever seen him say. And I've seen him say a lot of strange things. That was definitely one of them. They merge together, they're going to be the same person. Maybe.
Yeah. They're going to morph, guys. They're going to morph into one person, and then that's going to be the suspect.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, was he going for like guy on the left, old guy on the right, young guy? But maybe in the middle, we can come up with a sketch that, you know what I mean? Like a middle age of the two. I don't know.
Go ahead, Joe.
No. I was going to say, anyway, that's it. That's all I
got
to say.
It's the most ridiculous state, especially to come from somebody such as this guy to make a statement like that. I just was like, what did you just say? And I play it again. What? Yeah. And then I'm right there with Joe as far as Toby Lesenby with calling off the search. Okay. To make a statement, I don't believe the girls are in danger. I don't care what you believe. These are two girls they're missing. You don't, I think it'll be okay. They'll be all right. Like, you don't make that judgment. That's not your right. Okay. And
they claim that when they called the search off, and so the family did stay out for several hours. We understand, but they decided to go back in there a few hours later and start the search over again because they got a hit on Libby's cell phone. That's from my understanding.
Yeah. And so yes, definitely. Thank you, Paula, for that, and Andy for posting your stuff. But yeah, these are, like I said, I will explain it later on because I'm going to do a refresher on the Flora case as well, guys, here coming up soon. I did a big show about that. That's when I met Doug Carter, and I did not like him at that point. So just letting you know, and you'll see why when I show you guys that down the road. On and on we go.
You all will have an innate desire to subjectively interpret and then report what you think. We in the law enforcement realm cannot, and you should never allow us to, talk about what we think concerning facts, but rather discuss and share at the right time what it is we know. The time will come when additional details can be released. But again, today is not that day. It's about Abby and Libby, their families, and this community, this nation, and even our planet. The prosecutor has been very clear with law enforcement about what his expectations are, about what can and cannot be released, shared, or discussed. So we will, of course, comply. If you choose to be critical of our silence, be critical of me, not the front line.
And that's okay, Flickery. That's why we're doing this for a lot of you guys that are lost on it. We will bring you up to par on it. And if you have questions, please, anything you have questions about, please feel free to ask. None of us have problems answering them. And if there's anything we can't answer, which is going to be rare, we will find the answer for you. Okay. That's what we want, is everybody to be able to understand everybody this and not be lost. So that's why we're doing these.
These are the folks that have committed their entire lives to a successful conclusion. In other words, a guilty verdict. As we move to the next phase of this investigation, I will continue to offer all resources that the ISP has to not only the investigative team that I anticipate growing, but also to Prosecutor McClelland as we prepare for the coming months. Again, Nick has been very resolute and very clear, and I'm most grateful for his leadership. And it's going to be really important as we move forward. Please continue offering tips that you would like to share. The many avenues to report will remain open and will be available to all. Please continue doing that. In closing, I stand before you in this church and very place where we held our first briefing nearly 6 years ago, and just hours after the murders of Abby and Libby. Right here. Pulling in today, I wasn't really sure what emotion I would experience. But peace came over me. And I didn't expect that to happen. And I hope all of you, with all the different responsibilities you have from around the planet today, have felt some of that as well. But remember, we're not done. I think what we all have experienced proves that together there's nothing we cannot do. But more importantly, giving of ourselves, all of us, giving of ourselves matters more than what we could ever receive. Abby and Libby, though in death, have had a profound effect on so many of us, on how we live, and as importantly, who we all should be. I would now like to introduce to you my friend and Carroll County Sheriff, Tom Ledsby, for his remarks. Sheriff.
I believe in a God of justice and righteousness. Today, I believe that same God has provided us with justice for Abby and Libby. As Sheriff of Carroll County, Indiana, I want to publicly and sincerely thank each individual who played a role in helping us during this 5.5-year investigation. Whether it was in an investigative capacity, providing tips, cards or letters of suggestions or encouragement, phone calls, and thousands of other countless ways of communicating. I earnestly thank those who prayed for this moment in time. We now move forward through the Indiana criminal justice system, allowing the system to provide its due diligence and process in providing that justice which is owed Abby and Libby, their families, and this community. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Nicholas McClelland. I'm the Carroll County Prosecutor. And before we get started, I want to reiterate some of the things that Sheriff Lesenby and Superintendent Carter stated. I first want to thank both of them. They've been a great support to my office throughout this investigation. They've always been there for a phone call and always been willing to help a hand or a line of assistance to me and my office during this investigation. I want to thank the team behind me. This is the Homicide Task Force team that thank them and thank their families for being so understanding for the many nights they've worked away from their families, away from their children. There are many dates in a lifetime that you're going to remember. the date your children are born, the date you're married, the date you buy a first house, the date Abby and Libby went missing. One of those dates was last Friday, October 28, 2022. At that time, we had gathered evidence to formulate a PC that we submitted to the court, and the judge did find probable cause for an arrest of Richard Allen. He's been charged with 2 counts of murder for the murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. This investigation is still very ongoing. We're keeping the tip line open, the tip email open. We encourage everybody to continue to call in tips, not only about Richard Allen, but about any other person that you may have. For that reason and for the nature of this case, the probable cause and the charging information has been sealed by the court. I've been very clear to everybody that per the court order, we cannot talk about the evidence that's in the probable cause or the evidence that's in the charging information. That will become evident to you at some point and it'll be released, but right now is not that day. Today's about Abby and Libby, focusing on them. Mr. Allen has had his initial hearing. He's entered a preliminary plea of not guilty. The matter's been set for a pretrial on January 13th at 9 a.m., 2023, and a trial date of March 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. He is presumed innocent. We will have an opportunity and day in court when we can present the evidence that we have against him. But until that day, he is presumed innocent. I want to open up to a few limited questions from the audience. But again, keep in mind, we are not going to talk about the evidence that we have in this case or about the charging information. We cannot. Those things have been sealed by the court. And so I want to open up a few questions.
Prosecutor, when did Richard Allen become a suspect? And do you think he acted alone?
Again, that's part of the investigation, so I'm not going to talk about those things. What I can say is that we have probable cause established by the court for his arrest, and he is in custody. He's being held currently without bond.
How long has he been a suspect?
I'm sorry? Again, that gets into the evidence we have of the investigation, and I know from everybody it's frustrating. I know everybody, not only reporters, but the family, everybody wants to know more information. I understand it's frustrating, but my goal is to maintain the integrity of this case.
Superintendent Carter, you had said that you believe that you had spoken to the suspect or the suspect's family 2 years ago. Is this man one of those people?
Again, I appreciate the question, but we're getting into the timeline of events, and today's not the time to do that.
Can you talk about how rare it is?
Family, I know you've had a lot of conversations with them. You were almost in tears pretty much when you started off this press conference. Can't imagine how emotional it is for everybody that's worked on this case. What was your conversation first like with the family, Matt? And when you were able to tell them you finally got the suspect?
It was a very personal moment for me, and I think it was a very personal moment for them, for all of us that have had interaction with the family. We developed a relationship that I think is going to last at least one lifetime, and maybe a second. So it was a very, very, very sad yet a very humbling experience.
Superintendent, you asked for tips. You detective work was a reward of $325,000. Did this all come together to make this nexus? Is that a combination of all three things that led us to this day? Or was it one or the other?
Well, eventually you'll be able to see what led us to this day. But again, today's not that day. To include the reward, you mentioned that, Raphael, about the reward itself. And again, very premature for us to talk about that. There's still a tremendous amount of work to do.
So you're going to say that Abby and Libby have taught you in depth that we can remain to continue on with.
I think probably resilience and understanding the value of each and every day. That today was the day, but I didn't anticipate they ever thought today would be their day. And I feel like I've known them for a long time. Excuse me?
Did you assume there's any other individuals involved in this case?
We haven't closed the door on the investigation. And so that's why we keep the tip line and the tip email open. And so we're not presuming anything at this point, but we're going to continue to take tips, continue to take any information anybody has. And as we've done with all the information we've gathered, we're going to look at that and examine that and see where it leads us.
Can you explain the law? You You've asked the court, based on this investigation, that these documents should remain out of the public view. Can you explain, without getting into the details of what's in the documents, but this is not regular. Usually a public hearing is held. We should be able to see all the documents, right?
Sure.
Can you explain your decision as to why you believe that over the next 30 days, no one in this room should have access to those records?
Sure. It is unusual. We don't do it very often in all the cases that we handle here in Carroll County. We did it in this case because the investigation is still open. And while all cases are important, the nature of this case has some extra scrutiny with it. And so my office, felt it was important to seal those records. There will be
And that was a point I was going to make too, Joe. I'm glad you said that. Saying, we haven't closed the door on the investigation, McClellan says. Why not? You believe it's one bad guy, right? Why haven't they closed the door on the investigation at that point?
And that won't be the last time they say that during their multiple press conferences and when questioned, about other suspects.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Good point. Hey, Mighty Mom, welcome back. Just making sure I got everything.
a public hearing on whether or not those records are going to remain sealed or not. There'll be public notice for that hearing so that everyone can attend, but there will be a hearing to determine whether or not they're going to stay sealed. But for now, to me, it's about protecting the integrity of this case. I want to have an opportunity at some point to have an opportunity in court to explain the evidence and for that not to be tarnished or tainted or anything like that. Again, he's presumed innocent. And so it was important for me in this case to do that. Hold on just a minute. We're not going to comment on that right now as part of the investigation. Again, we just encourage everybody to continue to call in tips if they have them about anybody, and we'll examine those tips.
How does it feel for you guys to have searched nationwide for nearly 6 years, going all over the place, only to find your guy, down the street from your office?
That's a hard question to answer. It's a mixed emotions. I've been watching the news all weekend like everybody else has, and I think a lot of the members of the public said it right. It's bittersweet. It's a step in the right direction. It's concerning that he's a local guy. So I think just different emotions. Again, this is a step in the right direction. This is the first step into getting into court and having a trial. And so.
All right. That concludes our press conference today. Shortly, I will be releasing a press release that will have his photo and a couple more details that'll also be here for handout. That'll also be on the Indiana State Police Lafayette Post Facebook page. Right after this press conference, I'm going to send it out. There's also hard documents in the back. Thank you all for taking the time to be here today, and be safe as you travel home.
All right. Okay. Let me see something here. One second.
Yeah, we were just reviewing some of the Anthony Schatz, Kegan Klein stuff. There's a commenter in chat asking what we thought about him. I think he deserves to be where he's at. If he's tied to this case, it's not been proven in any kind of way yet. So, don't know.
Yeah, there's an article in here that was just about that too. There's one of those links about that. Affidavit links man to fictitious social media profile cited in Delphi murder investigation. And that's what this is. This whole article is about this, which we went over that as well.
Down in is that the one I sent you? One of the ones I sent? Because there's a viewer in there that has the reason I sent it, because it's got the documents.
Okay, let's
see. Do you not see it? Hold on, let me go look over here.
I'm looking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why I was wanting to try to make sure they worked earlier, because when you click I did. You view the documents from within those links. That's why I sent those particular ones. Let's see.
I don't think it was this one. Hold on. There's a couple of them.
Yeah, I said what it, but I.
And I did click on it.
I'm looking.
Here it is. Well, no, that's the search warrant for Logan's property. 1 second. Search contains probable. Okay.
The first one was got the transcript in it, right? That we didn't read because it was the long one. And then I sent you another link that has the search warrants for Logan's property.
Yep.
And then the third link I sent will be the probable cause for Klein. And they're contained within those click the link and let me click this one on Klein. Let me see where it's at.
Yeah, I'm looking here to see if it's popping up in this one.
Yeah, because as soon as I scroll down, it's there. I see it.
What does it say on it when you go into it?
I just scroll down, then it starts to show there's a viewer that's attached within the article link.
Okay.
So you click the article and then you scroll down the article, you'll see it. There's a timeline they have out. Kegan Klein interviewed, and they talk about that. Underneath that, there's the viewer there. Do you see it?
I'm looking. Hold on. This is the one that it says affidavit links to fictitious social media profiles cited in Delphi.
Hang on. Right underneath each link I sent you, I have a comment. Do you see my comments? The third link I sent you has the probable cause for Klein contained within it. If you click that last link of articles, then you scroll down the article, it's right there.
Well, maybe they didn't come through then. I'm sorry.
Do you see the link? Do you see that I sent you 3 links this morning, 3 articles?
I have the
first one's from Fox 59, second one's Reddit, and then the third one is from jconline.com, Journal and Carrier.
Yeah, that's the one I'm on right now.
So you click that and I don't know why you can't see the same thing I'm looking at.
Here's what I get when I click that. I'll put it on screen for you to see. That comes up right there.
Yeah, scroll down.
Mm-hmm.
Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep going. There you go.
Oh, Jesus. I just didn't go down far enough. I'm sorry.
I'm saying scroll, dude. I'm teasing you.
Sorry. And then this will be it here then. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay.
You should be able to click the upper right corner of it and expand it.
Yep. And there we go. Sorry. I'm so sorry about that.
Now, this is the probable cause affidavit out of the county of Miami for Kegan Klein. And this is to do with the CSAM stuff, though. And there's just some things in there.
Yeah.
That they listed all the phones they take, the kick chat stuff. You can go through it.
Yeah, and this is
things that are redacted, but this is what that is.
Absolutely. So as it shows here, it says I, Trooper David R. Vito, which you've heard his name. We've talked about it a little bit here. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong ones. Anyway, of the Indiana State Police Department being duly sworn upon, oath says that on February 25th of 2017 in the county of Miami in the state of Indiana and at 67 East Canal Street, Peru, Indiana, which is Klein's address, okay? These are the charges that he was charged with: child solicitation, child exploitation, possession of child pornography, another child exploitation, possession of child pornography as well, synthetic identity deception, obstruction of justice, okay? And this here explains, the undersigned says on February 25th of 2017, ISP and the FBI executed a search warrant at would be his address there, redacted, while working, excuse me, ISP case, blank, the FBI sent information to the ISP cybercrimes unit and that an adult male was soliciting female juveniles. And again, so that people don't understand, or anybody that doesn't understand, this is Kegan Klein, the guy that we started off with today. Utilizing the social media platforms, Snapchat and Instagram. The adult male was using the username Anthony Shots. Subpoenas were sent to Instagram and Snapchat for the Anthony Shots account information. The Instagram and Snapchat returns provided Comcast IP addresses. A subpoena was sent to Comcast for the IP addresses associated with the Anthony Shots account, and they returned to blank, which would be Kegan Klein in Peru, Indiana. The Instagram subpoena advised the Anthony Shots account was registered on July 20th of 2016, and the Snapchat return advised the account was registered on July 14th of 2016.
They go, I want to address something real quick I see happening in chat.
Okay.
And I want to do this fairly, and I don't want to come across, well, I really don't care how I come across when it comes to this, but I only know that Anna Williams knows one person in that group, and that is Westfall, and they have a connection because her ex-boyfriend knew Westfall from the military. That I do know. As far as the other people knowing Anna, I don't know, but what I don't want to see happening in chat, you guys are free to discuss whatever you want. Just, respect these families, please. That's all I ask.
That's a given. Yeah. Respect the families.
Yeah, I don't know. And I know people certain people feel some kind of ways, but I haven't seen anything to make me feel some kind of way yet. That don't mean I'm right or wrong. I've lost a child, so I'm kind of protective over the families until you show me or prove me they've done something.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. I just ask that everybody respect the families of any cases that we cover and the victims, unless during trial or something, then we're shown that there's a reason to not do that. But until then, guys, we just got to do that out of just generalized, respect, period.
Because I personally have a lot of respect for Anna Williams.
Absolutely. That's, it's just a thing. I regardless of what, if police came out and said, oh, by the way, this, and this, okay, that's different. But until then, they've been through a horrible tragedy, and we need to respect them.
Well, there's a particular reason. It's hard to get into without saying too much, but there may have been a reason these people knew of the girls, and that's all I'm going to leave it at that, because that's not a theory I'm willing to go down yet, because there's too many other things that were looked into. And if you want to look at the Odonism, then you have to look at the aspect, what I'm seeing, what I know about, but I'm not there yet in this story. So I don't really want to touch on it. I don't want to confuse everybody. And that's the thing with this case. When we start, that's why I like to stick to one subject at a time as we move through it. Because if I stop and talk about something that happened 4 or 5 months later, or 4 years after this one guy was investigated, it was like, what? You know what I mean? So we're starting kind of at the beginning of the I'm looking at the investigation, because no matter what I believe happened in those woods or who did it, it's going to come down to that evidence presented in that courtroom. And right now I'm trying to figure out, was there DNA extracted from that spent bullet? Because that matters.
Yeah.
And I got some information about that to share, but not today.
And I did that's hugely important to find out who that DNA belongs to. So yeah, absolutely. But thank you for that, guys. If you'll respect that, that's a given, and I appreciate that very much. Okay, on we go. So, where was I? I'll just go with this. On February 25th of 2017, approximately 12:30 p.m., the search warrant was executed on the residence by ISP, FBI, and the Peru Police Department. Tony Klein and his son Kegan Anthony Klein were located at the residence. At approximately 12:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Blank was interviewed by ASP Sergeant Kunstick and FBI Special Agent Willman. Kegan was read his rights and agreed to speak with investigators. Confirmed they had Comcast as their internet provider and was secured network. Blank told investigators that Kegan that must be Tony, used Instagram and Snapchat. At approximately 1:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Kegan was interviewed by ISP Sergeant Kunstick and FBI Special Agent Willman. Kegan was read his rights and agreed to speak with investigators. During Kegan's interview, he initially denied creating fake social media accounts and talking to underage girls. Later in the interview, he admitted to creating the Anthony Shots profile and speaking to underage girls. Kegan knows personally, and Kegan told investigators he created accounts approximately 6 months ago. Kegan stated that he talks to girls he knows personally and girls he doesn't know personally. Kegan stated that he meets girls on Instagram. He said he knows the age of the girls he communicates with because he talks to them. Kegan stated if a girl told him she was under 16 or under, he wouldn't care and would still talk to them. Kegan told investigators he finds girls on Instagram and then tells them to talk to him on Snapchat. Kegan admitted to speaking to approximately 15 girls that were underage and advised that he probably received pictures from every one of them. He advised that he saved their pictures to his gallery during his interview. Kegan stated that he was, I'm sorry, hold on. During his interview, Kegan stated that he was fucked and he should have left. Kegan advised he packed another bag and took it to Vegas, and Kegan returned from Las Vegas on February 25th of 2017. He stated he was going to leave when his dad was asleep. Kegan told investigators the main phone he uses is the white iPhone 5C. That probably meant 5S, but after Kegan's interview, he was polygraphed at the Peru State Police Post by Sergeant Matthew Collins. Kegan and Sergeant Collins spoke about this incident and case. Kegan again admitted to creating fake Anthony Shots profiles and speaking to underage girls. Kegan told Sergeant Collins that the girls ranged from 15 to 17 years old, and he knew their ages because they told him how old they were. Kegan stated he received approximately 100 sexual pictures from underage girls. Kegan described sexual pictures as bare breasts, vaginas, butts, and girls in bras and panties. Kegan also advised that he received approximately 20 videos of underage girls touching themselves. Kegan stated that he would touch himself to the pictures and videos they sent him. He also communicated this to the girls who were sending
Oh Lord, not you, Dago. I was just I was wondering when that was going to happen, but it's all good.
What, the word?
No, I'm not. I'm just looking at chat.
Oh, okay. I just said that because that word, I know I got hit before, so I changed the words up. But anyway,
what word?
The M word there. I don't know why, but they hit me once for that. So,
are y'all sure it was that word? Because a lot of people use that word.
I don't know. That's what I got an email about it. Maybe it was another word that was associated with that word in a sentence, but I don't know. Either way, sending the videos and Kegan's polygraph questions were based on case blank. Kegan's polygraph was concluded at approximately 7:30 p.m. and he was transported back to his residence. The undersigned has watched the interview and polygraph recordings of Kegan Klein. Multiple electronic devices were seized during the warrant, including an Apple iPhone 4, an Apple iPhone 3, Samsung Galaxy S5, Samsung Galaxy S4, notebook tablet, Apple iPad Touch. Wow, why do you have to have so many phones? On February 27th, 2017, Kegan contacted ISP Cybercrimes Unit and told them he located his Apple iPhone 5C. That wasn't taken during the warrant. On March 2nd of 2017, the unit obtained the iPhone 5C from the ISP Peru Post. Welcome, Sarah. Good to see you. Excuse me. On April 24th of 2020, I assigned lead investigator for this case. I was assigned, I'm sorry. On Friday, the June 12th, 2020, I received the digital forensic examination from ISP Sergeant Chris Cecil. I reviewed the information, and below is a summary of the forensic examination. On Thursday, June 18th of 2020, multiple law enforcement officials met with the Miami County prosecutor to discuss this investigation. Good Lord. The Apple iPhone 4, this phone was named Kegan's iPhone, was last utilized on approximately November 11th of 2016. Kegan would have been 22 years old at this time. Access to this phone was protected with a PIN code. There were numerous usernames and email addresses located on the phone, including everything redacted there. The user of this device communicated with female teens and shared media files depicting CSAM, which is child sex abuse material. The user also portrayed themselves as a female teen using the name Emily Ann 45. Many of the communications were recovered from Kik, Messenger, and Snapchat. Media artifacts were also found on this device. There were multiple CSAM and erotica media files which the user saved to the device or shared or received. There were CSAM files that depicted female children approximately 12 to 17 years of age, posing nude and or partially nude and or performing a sexual act on themselves. There were files located which depicted children between the approximate ages of 3 and 11 engaged in a sex act with an adult. Jesus Christ. There were also still images showing possible drugs and images showing Kegan with a black handgun. On 5/14 in 2016, there was a discussion that involved the user of the iPhone. 1 second, you guys. I'm sorry. The user of the iPhone and another party sharing Dropbox public links containing CSAM and child erotica media files. Descriptions of the files are listed below the chat. The user of the iPhone 4 portrayed themselves as Emily Ann 45. The user had used the Emily Ann identity in 2015 on the Galaxy S4 device. So the Kick Chat 92, that's the account right there. And there's the Emily Ann 45. So all of this right here, it's dated May 14th, are those interactions right there. They're blacked out and redacted. So same down here. These are filed August 19th of 2020. All of these here. There's so many of them too. Then we have the image files there. That's all redacted. This is a Kick Messenger, and that's all redacted. Celebrate Kick Messenger redacted again and again. And all of this as well. This is all, Jesus, they blacked that completely out. That's interesting to me, as is that. So there's a
if I was not on mute, it would work. You may not want to know what's there. Kind of like Maddie Soto's stuff.
Yeah, that's
There's
what I mean.
pages
That's
and pages
fine.
of redactions that we don't need to know about. So yeah,
Exactly.
but those are accounts, Dago, that were connected to the numbers and the different things. That's why some of that's redacted. It's personal information.
Absolutely. And you see, guys, there's multiple accounts here within the Kick Chat and all that.
So yeah, and remember, this guy's doing what, like 45 years now on all these charges, which is great. And I hope that they were able to catch other people in that network that also enjoyed the same material. Do you know what I mean? So
Absolutely.
when they take one down, you can only hope that they can hopefully get to some others through that person.
And same thing I'm hoping that is happening with Stearns as well.
I think Stearns' involvement probably goes way deeper than Klein's basement frolicking. Klein could have been down there on his own doing the dirty stuff, just like a lot of people sit in the basement right now doing that same stuff, but not maybe not on a scale as large as what we might think could come out of the Stearns or Santa from St. Cloud type thing. So I don't know how deep he went it. You know what I'm saying? If he's just a small fish in the big sea, but could he connect to others? You know what I mean?
No, 100%. Yes, ma'am. 100%. Thank you, Andy. All right. Now, let me.
And I just walked back outside, but in those, I can't
Hold on a minute.
remember.
I want to clear something real fast.
Go ahead.
Bob. I guess I will unfollow you now. Thought this was everybody's opinion. Okay, here's
They're
the thing.
gone. They're already, they're gone. We took care of
All right,
it.
well, what I'm going to do at that point then, because I'm glad you're gone, because now I'm pissed, okay? I will never put up, and I want this understood. This is not about opinions, okay? There's a difference between opinions with suspects and things like that, and opinions about families of victims or victims, okay? We don't do that. And if you want to come in here blaming families for different things and so on and so forth,
Well, it's a little deeper than that. Let me just say this. That account found out real quick I wasn't the one to feed a narrative.
well, it
I'm
ain't
gonna
even
present
you.
this. Trust me. There's a lot of things about Delphi and who covers it I know y'all don't know. So I handled it, and I knew when that person came in who and what I was dealing with, and I still know. But we're not here to push a particular narrative because I don't believe in. I hate that word. Even I've grown to detest that word in true crime. Are we talking leftover politics bullshit? Narrative. When they create a probable cause affidavit, it is a narrative. But I'm not feeding a conspiracy narrative. I'm going to lay out this case and the investigation. And this is what they've uncovered and went through themselves. We're not pulling this shit out of the wall and saying, well, let's look at this, look at that, look at that. Ain't got time for all that.
Yeah, right. No, absolutely. And I can't, oh my God, I can't tolerate it, guys, and I won't tolerate it. Listen, you're welcome to your opinions about something. If you feel that, let me put it this way. If you feel that way about something that has to do with the family of a victim of a case that we're covering, keep it to yourself, because that is not what we're in here talking about. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And for you to say, and for anybody to say that they're not victims of the crime. They're victims of the outcome of the crime. Okay, that's what I'm
When
saying.
let me say this: you lose your child to murder, you are a victim.
Yeah,
as much as your child was, because you are robbed. You were just robbed of that child for the rest of your entire life. And if you don't know how that feels, I'm not going to explain it to you because it's really just a personal journey type thing. But no, that's why I don't even go after Steve Gonzalez. I don't go after Seth Rogers. I don't go after Katie Proudfoot.
There's no point in it.
I don't care. It's not my job.
Right. I said that a long time ago. Welcome, Trina. Like a long time ago with Sebastian case. I said, guys, let law enforcement deal with that side of those things if that's what the case is. We are here to look at the crime. We're here to look at the investigative side of it. And that's it. I don't even know how anybody could look at a family and say something like that. I don't care about that. I don't want to know about that. I know what people are talking about. I know all about that crap. It doesn't make no sense to me. It means nothing to me at this point. We're here to try to present a case so that it's understood with fact-based information, and to show why there needs to be justice brought to these families and the victims. Period.
Right. And to reiterate the comment that I said, we're here to try and find justice for Abby and Libby. And that person that was in here had an agenda, and their agenda was to implicate the families, and they wouldn't get off of that. Like they wouldn't hear anything else. Like any other arguments came up, they were like, oh, well, you're obviously anti or for or whatever it is. Like they wouldn't listen to anything else. So they came in with an agenda, and if people don't placate their agenda, then they're going to get pissed off and they're going to start throwing stupid things around.
Oh,
they absolutely had an agenda. They've had it for a long time. That's what I've reviewed. I know that channel. I have reviewed every single video they have put out. Do I like some of the videos? Yeah. Do I like all of them? No, but I also know a lot of them are gone. So I already knew who I was dealing with, and I was watching chat. I did have to step away for a second, and the minute I came back, I checked chat and I saw what was going on, and that's when I addressed it because I was waiting for it. But I'm not going to come out of the gate and say, hey, get out of here. I know what you're about. I'm going to give you you go hang yourself, because I'm not out here to tell anybody who and what to do and listen to. But I will protect you from the bad ones if I see them coming.
Well, here's something that's kind of funny. So you're going to go watch Bob, because Bob's not going to put up with that either. You go ahead and say that in there. I'm sorry to say that, but you go ahead and try, okay?
Look, Bob Mata is an attorney on Twitter and nothing more. No, I don't. There's nothing. I like Bob Mata. There's nothing special about him. So go watch. That's cool, but you're going to get the same thing.
I mean, I'm just saying, he's not going to put up with that either. I'm not saying that, I'm not glorifying him, but there's not many channels that are going to sit here and allow you to talk about the families of a victim. Just saying. And if they do,
the problem with it's just a problem with true crime, period. I mean, we got it with Idaho. We got those certain channels that are only going to push a certain narrative. If you go in there and you try to say anything other than that, you're going to hear it, and they're going to come in and troll. And it's just, it is what it is. We handled it. They're gone. So now y'all know. Watch out for that channel.
Listen, guys, do me a favor, because I see some of the comments in the future. Somebody let me know about. I don't know who that is. I've never seen that account before until today. I think it was today. It was the first time I've seen it. But
it is.
Just give me a heads up next time so I know, because when they first came in, they said, is this channel a pro or anti Allen? And I said, no, we're about this, that, and everything else. Thanks for clarifying that. And then at this point, this happens. So no, I don't play that game. Bye. Anyway.
Well, I pretty much am very familiar with all the accounts that cover Delphi and what angle they all take. I'm not here to push an angle on any of y'all. That's why I hold back on some of my feelings and thoughts until after you review the material, because I don't want to put an idea in your head going into it.
Mm-hmm.
So I try real hard. I'm not always perfect at it. I'm not. But I try to let you guys make up your own mind about stuff, and then we discuss. Also, I always try to do that when I'm hosting. I'm like, let's watch this and let's have a conversation about it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yeah.
Salty, have you
Yeah.
ever told anybody, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you?
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
My mama, girl, y'all, I say so much messed up stuff to these kids, and they're like, what? Like, my mom said all kind of stuff to us, and like, you're like, what? Does that even make sense? But it does now.
Thank you, Mom.
Yeah.
And I know, like, the mods in here are very good. Salty, all of you guys were watching, obviously. I was just listening and reading this and that. Wasn't even looking until after the fact. So thank you guys for doing your jobs and doing what you do well. And I appreciate you all.
Well,
so.
they're not going to tolerate going after families either.
No,
our
absolutely not.
community anyway. I know that about our community. So the minute I realized that's what was, because I had to go to the bathroom, so I came back. I was like, oh wait, nope, stop the video. Let's, because I know where they were going with what they were talking about, but no, I'm not going there.
Yeah, I didn't even see that, so my apologies. Hey, Summer. So again, thank you guys for doing what you do well. Salty, same with you. I appreciate you guys very much, because we just won't do it. Yeah, that's why I agree. They had it. I got it. I just didn't see it till after the fact, so my apologies. But on we go. Okay, so that we got through that there. Now, do you want to? That's that whole link. Do you want to jump into the Ron Logan stuff that you sent to?
So, as far as we know, guys, nothing really came of the Kegan Klein investigation to tie him to the girls or to Richard Allen that we know of. We've not seen anything in documents that ties them together. And as far as law enforcement's concerned, as of now, Kegan Klein has no ties to those murders at all. So they've closed that part of the investigation on him. And then he went to court and was sentenced to 45 years on the CSAM material. And that's where he's at now, tucked away in prison. So then, Ron Logan's property was where the girls were found. Now, the reason I wanted to pull up some of Ron Logan stuff, there were interesting things stated, and what I'm really trying to do is look at the evidence, and when I read these documents and read what's in them, what the cops are saying they have and don't have.
Right.
What are they claiming they have as evidence, and what are they using as probable cause to get the warrants? Those are the interesting things to me that are helping me get to where I need to be with Richard Allen or anybody else in this case. Because literally, you could sit here and rumor all day long, but what evidence are we talking about, right? So then I started wondering about the unspent bullet. And I watched something early this morning, and I was like, wow. So I'm very familiar with the lady who created the technique to extract the DNA from these types of items, including unspent shell casings. And there's an article that I sent you, Dago, maybe I didn't send you this one, but I can go grab it. I'm outside. I'll go grab it. But this lady, and it's, what is it, the MVAC system? I've got it wrote down in the house. But we've talked about it a little bit in the Coker case when it came to the DNA on the sheath and how they extract that DNA from the item. They use her device that she invented. And she's literally done a lot of testing on ballistics, unspent shell casings and things. So I had to wonder, did they use that? And did they try to recover? I'm sure they tried to recover DNA from that unspent shell casing. Did they recover any? Where did you get the DNA that is spoke of in this case? Was it a hair? Was it spit? Was it something off that bullet?
Yeah.
I have no clue. And that's why I'm trying to get, when I'm reviewing this case now, because I've already reviewed all this stuff and I want you guys to review it as well. But that's what I'm trying to pick out of all this now.
Right.
And I've seen so much out there. But so yeah, David, I don't know where that even name just came from.
Hey guys, my name is Dave. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I didn't feel good a little while ago. It got so hot outside earlier today. At the end of the day, I kind of feel drained. So I had to go lay on my bed and drink some water while I was listening to you guys, but I feel much better.
It. You're fine. Thank you, Doodle. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up. I'm gonna introduce you to Ron Logan real quick. Okay. Just give you an idea, let you see him, a little bit of talk, and then we're gonna go into this other stuff.
So they did a search on Ron Logan March 6th, and then they went back. I got the date in the house, March 20 something. A couple weeks later, they went back and did a second search warrant. And I don't know. I got to find the return on that. Jody, you have the search warrant return on Logan's property of what they took from the property?
I do not. No.
Yeah, I got to look for that. It was hard enough to find some of that stuff on him was sealed, but it is out there. And so what we have now, Dago's got for you.
Yep. And we'll start with this here that I'm going to show you first. And then what she sent me, we're going to go through that. And hold on a minute. For those of you that don't know who he is, like she said, the girls were found on his property. So, of course, he's going to become a suspect at some point. Thank you again, Doodle. I appreciate that.
And Ron Logan was interviewed about where he was the day this happened. And he claimed, he was over in Lafayette at the fish store and they drove himself. Well, then he had to call his cousin up and say, hey, can you lie to the cops for me and tell them you drove me because I can't drive, don't have a driver's license. And if I tell them I drove, I'm going to get in trouble. And that's literally what happened. So they found out he did lie to them and that they didn't know why at the time. And it was highly suspicious. Of course, if you got some bodies on your property and you're saying to your cousin or your friend, hey, lie and say you drove me somewhere you didn't, that's awfully suspicious off the bat, But that is allegedly why he said he did it. So they already had suspicion on Logan, and then they've searched his property twice. Allegedly, nothing has come out of those searches. He was never arrested or charged with the girls' deaths, and he is now dead himself.
Yes. He ended up with the big C and didn't make it through it. So, because we can't say that word here either. I don't know why. It's so stupid. Anyway. So let me kick this off, show you guys who he is, give you a little insight into that, and then we're going to jump into the stuff.
Because adults couldn't talk about it without fighting. I just call it the pandemic.
Yeah. There you go. Good way to say it. All right. Hold on here. Let me know if there are audio issues, guys, please, and I will fix it for you.
Well, then thanks for joining us.
Indiana State Police have just opened a tip line for information about the killings of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. That telephone number, we'll get it up on a full screen a little bit later in the newscast, but that telephone number is 844-459-5789. We'll be repeating that again a little bit later in the newscast. In the meantime, though, the town of Delphi still in shock just 2 days after the discovery of those two teenage girls' bodies on Tuesday.
Today, police have confirmed to News 18 that they've questioned people over the double homicide of 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams. But they're keeping tight-lipped about any suspects or persons of interest. However, they are still looking for the man seen in these pictures sent out last night. They say he was on the trail around the same time the girls were last seen, and they're hoping he may have seen something. If you know who he is, you're asked to call the local authorities.
And in the meantime, members of the Delphi community today are beginning to organize fundraisers to benefit the victims' families. News 18's Cameron Harden has been in Delphi all day long, speaking with residents. He joins us now with the latest. Cameron?
It's no surprise the town of Delphi is taking this very hard. With less than 3,000 people in the entire community, it's a typical kind of place where everybody knows everybody. But now the town is trying to make the best of it by coming together.
Who'd ever think someone would be murdered in your backyard?
Ron Logan has lived on this property in Delphi for more than 50 years.
I don't even recall any homicides in Delphi. I just don't recall any, but a double homicide. This is a first, as far as I know. I don't. But it's just crazy.
He never would have imagined his property would turn into a murder scene.
It's just terrible. I just can't imagine that. My son, when he was a kid, he and his buddies played in here for all the time. I mean, he was born here. That's a different time, though.
Logan and the rest of the community are deeply hurt for the families involved, and that's exactly why the town is coming together.
We're a small community, and when something like this happens, you feel like you need to do something. So with the people being friends and neighbors, we wanted to raise some money for whatever their needs would be.
Tracy Bradshaw is the owner of the Pizza King in town. She is just one of the numerous businesses that have put out flyers for fundraisers that will help the victims' families.
With it being so small, you know the girls that have been running around, and everybody's friends with everybody. Everybody grew up with everybody.
She'll be hosting a fundraiser next Friday, the 24th at the store. The Stonehouse Restaurant and Bakery also joined in and started their fundraiser today. They are making cookies in respect to Abigail and Liberty with their favorite colors and name on them. Bradshaw says she is by no means surprised the town is coming together in a time of desperate need.
It doesn't surprise me in Delphi. No, everybody's like a big family. So when they're needed, everybody comes together.
The community will get their chance to pay their respects this weekend. A joint viewing will be held on Saturday for the girls. The viewing runs from 4 to 8 p.m. at the high school, and at 8 o'clock there will be a lantern release in the middle school parking lot. Now we will.
So this is Ron Logan, folks. This is the owner of the property. This was yet another suspect. This is the one that Salty was telling you about.
This is crazy.
He never would have imagined his property would turn into a murder scene.
It's just terrible. I just can't imagine that. My son, when he was a kid, he and his buddies played in here for all the time.
So that's who he is, just so you guys know, for those of you that didn't know who he was, okay?
And agree. I agree that I personally feel like Ron Logan may be too tall to be the guy on the bridge. He doesn't fit the build, in my opinion. But you can still hold a camera.
Yeah.
I don't know. They've not. And here's the thing: if you want to say that Richard Allen was the scapegoat, why not Klein? Because you got the perfect guy. He's communicating with your victim. He's communicating the night before, in the morning of, allegedly. He has got all these materials. Perfect guy to set up. Why not Logan?
Agreed.
Because they don't fit what bridge guy looks like.
And he's gone now. So there's no way to disprove it.
And you didn't know 5 years that Allen was your bridge guy. So you got lucky and found a guy that looked like bridge guy after 5 years. It's really confusing. But as of now, we don't have anything to show that these first couple of suspects were involved at all, even though the FBI really did at one point feel like Ron Logan did it, but the FBI also believed Odinist did it.
Yeah.
There were two different sides to that FBI there. One side believed Logan, and then there was another group investigating the other angle, and they believed that could have been the angle. I don't think anybody knew what happened or who did it for a really long time. I could be dead wrong, but that's where I'm at right now. And I still don't know how they got back to Richard Allen. I'm very confused on that still.
Same here. I do agree with you on that one for sure. All right, so now that you guys have seen and understand who Ron Logan is, all right, so these are, as you can see, coming out of Carroll Circuit Courts, March 17, 2017. Let me see here. All right. Now, it says you are authorized and ordered in the name of the state of Indiana with the necessary and proper assistance to enter into Ron Logan's entire property, located at blah blah blah, Delphi, Carroll County, Indiana 46923, described as a white 2-story single-family dwelling, including his detached garage, outbuildings, and a white Ford F-250 for evidence related to the murders of Liberty German and Abby Williams, and diligently searched for the following items: any and all evidence pertaining to a murder, including clothing, forensic evidence, blood, seen or unseen, hair, bodily fluids, seen or unseen, fibers, weapons, including guns and cutting instruments, electronic devices used to produce the cellular signals detected by law enforcement in the area of the crime scene, animal hair samples. So these are all the things that were put into this warrant for them to be looking for as they searched his house, his property, his home, the vehicle, all of it.
Well, they allegedly have some fibers from the crime scene and some hair, but it's possible animal hair.
Right.
So Alan has cats.
Mm-hmm.
So if they can find a hair in that home
That
of
they can match
Richard
up.
Allen's, right, that can
Yep.
be tied back to the scene. And, you know, that's just some of the things we don't know if they have or don't have yet. So that's why they were
Right.
looking for particular fibers at the property of Logan, was because they did find some at the scene.
And no, Ron Logan was not 5'4". I do believe, if I remember right, he was 6 foot.
And okay, so I'm seeing the talk of the bridge guy, and yes, Gray Hughes did, but he wasn't the only one. Several people have tried to determine how tall bridge guy was, and I've seen many different takes on it and how they got there. But I think everybody can agree he doesn't appear to be super tall or a tall man. I don't think he's super tall either. I'm thinking 5'5" at max. That could be dead wrong, but Richard Allen's about that same height. Logan's taller.
Yeah, Richard Allen is 5'4". Ron Logan's 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
Big difference. So, number 2, computers, computer equipment, digital storage devices, tapes, cassettes, cartridges, streaming tape, commercial software, excuse me, and hardware, computer disks, flash drives, disk drives, monitors, computer printers, modems, tapes, drives, disk application programs, data disks, system disk operating systems, magnetic media, floppy disks, some computer software, hardware, and software operating manuals, tape systems and hard drives, and other computer-related operation equipment, digital camera scanners, in addition to computer photographs, graphic interchange formats, and/or photographs, undeveloped photographic film, slides, and other visual depictions of such graphic interchange format equipment, and the data stored within these materials, which has been used or may be used to store evidence of the crime, research ways to conceal a crime, or okay, it must have cut off there. Anyway, this is the second search warrant affidavit. Excuse me.
Yeah, Joe. I'm sorry, Dago. I want to ask Joe about something. Joe, I have seen that stated, and so many times that, you know, the arrest does say that he was taller than the 5'7" in the booking photo, but the court documents come out. They described him as like 5'4", and you've seen him in court, Joe. What's your take on about how tall he might be, and what do you think when you've seen him?
Oh, geez, the way he was moving around, and he was like rolling his head, and he was rolling his eyes, and he didn't like. And then when he did actually shuffle out, like in order between the deputies, he had his shoulders lowered and he had his head lowered. So I honestly have no idea, but
yeah,
my ex-wife was 5'5", and I honestly think he's at least that tall, if not a couple inches taller.
Okay.
So I initially heard between 5'4" and 5'6", and then I heard 5'4", and then I heard 5'4", and then I heard again.
For some
5'4",
reason, it needs to be a discrepancy when it just come out and tell you, say it. I mean,
right.
Instead of giving the runaround about how we're going to see him stand. Well, I don't know if we'll all see him stand up in court because they like to do things in the dark over there. But I don't think, they may have some. That's the wrong. They have, the FBI experts and the Secret Service and all the things to try to figure out how tall that bridge guy is.
Yeah. I tell you what, if I get to the hearings on the 23rd, I'll ask the deputies to stop him, and I will pull out my tape measure, and we'll get it.
There you go.
There it is. There it is. Yes, sir.
Boots on the ground, Joe.
100%. Paula, my understanding is that Brad Holder was between 5'6" and 5'10". I'm not 100% on that, so I don't know for a fact. That's the best answer I can give you right now.
Yeah, I'm not even sure the height on Holder, but it's not 5'4". Yeah, he's taller than that.
You can even look at his pictures and tell he's bigger than
But I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all, I am horrible about guessing your height. And I guarantee you, if I was Dylan Mortensen, I wouldn't have known I don't care. I would not have guessed how tall you were. I'm literally a 5'3" woman, and I'm petite. You all look tall to me. They're tall. I don't ask me 5 foot, 6 foot, because I'm gonna tell you wrong. My ex-husband was 6 something. Don't ask me how tall. My boys, they're tall, but don't ask me. I think my kid, the youngest one's 5'7". He went to the doctor the other day, and I looked. But other than that, I'm going to guess your height wrong every time. I'm going to be a horrible eyewitness at guessing your height. I'm going to say about as tall as you or him or her, but don't ask me for a number. I don't know why.
Now that you told me that, now I want to see you, because now that I know that you're 5'3", Salty, I
I'm
never
a
would have
petite
guessed
little
that.
thing. I know you wouldn't guess it. I'm not
Never
even
would
going
have
to lie.
guessed that. That is a whole
Dynamite
different.
comes in small packages. That's all I can say.
That's how tall my wife is too. She's 5'3". She's just
Yeah.
a little tiny little feet and everything. So yes, no, that's right. Dynamite does come in small packages. Facts. But that's funny to me. The visual just completely changed in my mind. It's hilarious.
I come
It's weird
across like some big ass Amazon woman.
no, I just pictured you because of the the talks we've had and the time we spent. I don't know. I put you in at like 5'7", 5'8", and you said 5'3", and it was like whoop, my
Yeah.
whole head just whoa. So yeah, it's funny how that works out, guys. I love it.
Yep.
Oh Lord, Doodle. I'm only 5 foot, but when I grow up, I'll be taller. Okay. That's okay. My daughter, my 30-year-old daughter is 4'11", if you can believe that. She's
I
tiny.
think I'm starting to shrink.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Yes, Andy. She does have the feisty girl short energy, though. That's how it comes out. My wife's 100%. That's all true too. You guys are right. My mama used to tell me, because I'm 5'7", facts, 5'7.5". Okay, I'm not huge, but I was always worried because I was short, and my mom said, the best, what did she say? The biggest buildings are built on small foundations. That's what she used to tell me. I was like, well, thanks, Mom, but I'm still short. You're not fixing it. I'm taller than my wife. That's all matters to me. We're good. So on we go. Hi, Molly. Yeah, guys, if you have not yet, please hit the like button. So moving on. I, Nicole Robertson, am a special agent with FBI, and I have been employed for such 12 years. Prior to her employment as an FBI agent, Nicole Robertson was employed as a Sauk Village, Illinois police officer for approximately 6 years. Nicole Robertson is assigned to Merrillville Resident Agency and currently participates in the investigation of all violent crimes. The background on this is on February 13th of 2017 at approximately 1 p.m., juvenile victims, hereafter referred to as Liberty German, Abby Williams, were taken to the Monon High Bridge trail located in Delphi, Indiana. LG and AW were walking the trail in the area. I hate that. Liberty German and Abby Williams were walking the trail in the area of County Road 300 North and 575 West, near latitude for that doesn't matter. Okay, at approximately 2:13 p.m., which was the time of last contact with Liberty and Abby by cellular device. The victims were to be picked up by a family member at 3 p.m., and the victims never met with the family member.
So at 2:13, that's when that was when she sent the Snapchat, or was that 2:20? So the 2:13 timeline they're talking about, the phone, that was the last time that Libby's phone was used that we know of.
Right.
Yeah. So really pay attention to the times and stuff, because that's the kind of stuff you gotta, the nuts and bolts of the case. I'm not gonna say meat and potatoes because I'm not from across the fucking pond.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, I was throwing shade. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I digress.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm being funny. Sorry.
Yeah, and for you guys that I don't like giving LG and AW, that's disrespectful to me. So I like their names need to be heard. That's why I do that. So my apologies for stopping and going back and doing that again. So again, to give you guys the times again, they were dropped off at 1 p.m. approximately, and then again they were walking on the trail at approximately 2:13 p.m. Remember that too. And I'm writing this down I know these times and stuff, but I'm writing it down in this set of notes just to have it together. And that was, again, the last time of contact with Liberty and Abby by their phones. Okay.
So here's something to note, and I didn't put it in my notes from that day, and I wish I would have, but I swear. So there was this long, tense moment when Cecil was on the stand, and Cecil is the cell phone expert for
Yes.
the state. And
Yes.
he wasn't around for the first 3 to 4 years of the investigation. I think he came in like 2020, and he just kind of built off of the investigation that was done before him. But he actually recently worked on a new cell phone extraction, which wasn't ready for the hearing. So that's going to be critical, in my opinion, because he said we have new technology that can get new things off the cell phone. So I'm looking forward to that. But
Yeah.
But he was asked to compare his reports to the Cellbrite extraction. And he didn't do a Cellbrite extraction. He did an Axiom extraction, or he was referring to a report that was done by an Axiom extraction. And I could have sworn that he said that there was a ping off of the phones at 7 p.m. and at 10 p.m.
So 7, 10, and then again at 4:30 a.m.
Yes, 4:33 a.m. the next day. Yes.
So 7:10.
Yes, because
7:10 p.m. Okay.
No,
Now,
7,
I know
7
from-
p.m. and 10 p.m.
Yes, 7 p.m. and 10 p.m.
So what he was asked to do was he was asked to compare his report to the Cellbrite extraction from like 2017 or 2019. I think 2019. But
2019, yeah.
Yeah, but what he said was, okay, so I agree with all of these SMS messages that were done, and they stopped at, whatever it was, 2:30-ish on the 13th, and there wasn't another one until 4:33 the next day. He goes, but this report does not show 2 extra signals that my report shows.
Oh, wow. So that's going to be interesting because I knew that as time goes on, and they've talked about doing different things to this phone, and I know talking to somebody is missing that has been missing for 11 years. They have a device. It was incredibly hard to get into that device at first.
Right.
They had to wait for technology to catch up. Right. So all of the things in that case are sitting there. And some things they can't get right now, they're hoping to be able to get later. So I can see as time, as things progress scientifically and the extractions they're able to do, they can go deeper and recover more and more and figure out the cell phone data, the power, the pings and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm with Joe. I want to see, what level of extraction really occurred in the beginning. How deep were they able to go with that? And then as far as compared to now on the new stuff, and what will it show?
It's like DNA. Like when we first had DNA, we can do so much more now with DNA than we could before.
So much more. And I don't think, people want to throw shade at it and be, you're not scientists. You're not in that lab. You literally have no clue. We only know what we know from news reports, articles we read, things that YouTubers sling our way. Right. I'm going to the source of who created this techniques and data and trying to learn all about it,
Absolutely.
So what they are able to do now as compared to back then is totally blown out of the water. You know what I mean? It's advanced so much.
Sure enough.
And
yeah.
I have to wonder if new advancements helped them get to Richard Allen. More than we found the tip 5 years later as we went to review all of our old tips.
I'm sure that they were definitely using, new technology and advancements with any case they should, but I'm sure they were. So you got to wonder what that was. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's relevant to the 5th District Court's decision because you're using new technology. Is it in line with our constitutional rights?
Yep. Right.
And has it been tested? So if it hasn't been tested, it's going to be tested in the appeals courts.
It will have to be tested in the appeals court because you don't, we can only let technology advance so far. And a lot of things, and even when I was filling out on my kids' papers from school yesterday, they had to be real clear about these kids using AI.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody in the Web3 world was like, "Oh, AI." No, put the brakes on it, people. Think about what you're about to accept. I love Randy Travis, but I'm not ready to accept an AI Randy Travis singing to me. No. I will put on an album and play his old school shit and be just happy.
Yep.
I don't want to listen to that AI stuff. I don't.
No.
I don't want to accept it.
I like the old vinyl with the scratches and the blurps.
And
Thank
that's
you.
the thing.
If your voice cracks because you're getting older, you can't just had a stroke. I don't care. I will still
Right.
listen to you.
Because guys, it's
I don't want it
real.
AI.
It's
Yeah.
real. That's the thing. We want real as people. I think everybody's the same way. We don't like artificial anything per se.
No.
Okay. Everybody goes to, even with foods. Okay. Everybody wants the real thing, but sometimes you got to settle, right? We want the real thing, and that's all wrapped up in that ball, I think. So I agree with you guys 100%.
I mean, I love technology, and I'm all down for advancements, but you got to be careful, about what we
definitely.
accept and allow.
Definitely. Now, Joe, I don't mean to take you back, but that statement you made, that really caught me. Okay. Where the hell did it
that's pretty important data, and I want to go back and I want to see the transcripts, because I this is just memory recall, and my memory is nowhere near perfect, but I swear that he said that there were 2 pings that didn't show up in the Cellbrite data that did show up in his extraction.
2 extra signals, right?
Yes.
So
I'd like to know which towers those pings came off of.
Yes, thank you. And was there a reaction in any way, shape, or form to that statement, Joe?
No, they just kept on going. The defense had their preset set of questions on cross. The prosecution. So this was a witness for the prosecution, a witness for the state, Cicero. And this came up on cross.
Okay.
So it was Ajay. So it was Ajay crossing him, because she's like the technology, the new addition to the team that specializes in technology. And she was like, so I want you to compare this report to your report. And he's like, I can't do it just looking at it. I have to pull out my computer. If that's okay with the judge. So the judge is like, yes, please pull out your computer and see if you can answer the question. And that took like literally 10 minutes for him to pull out his computer and boot it up. And then he was sitting there literally going line by line, which is respectable, because you want to give an accurate answer, especially if you're an expert witness for the state. And it was like a tension-filled 10 minutes where he was going over the report.
Right.
And eventually he said, you show 16 SMS messages in your report. I show 15. I'm missing 1. And she's like, okay. And Ajay is like, okay, can we agree on the 15? And he's like, yes, but you're also missing 2 that I show in my report that you don't show in your report. I swear that's what he said.
So that says right there that if the reports aren't matching up, there you go, guys. You know what I mean? That's interesting.
Yeah, it's like with every case, the defense can tell us a lot. There's also a lot they don't tell us, right? If they've got damaging evidence against their client, they've seen it, just like Ann Taylor has seen it, if it's there. So then they got to figure out, how am I going to work with this evidence? Because I promise you, not every defense attorney is getting an innocent client, right? They're just not all innocent. They're guilty as sin, and a lot of times you got the proof and you're right in your hands.
Look at Ann's new client. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, we know he's guilty.
And he stood silent and did all the things that Brian Koberger did that we, So I'm just throw that out there as a comparison when y'all think about all the great things Ann's doing for Koberger. I'm watching what she's doing for this guy. And one of her last death penalty cases, lo and behold, you are to see how many motions that woman filed in that case. Go, Ann. I see you, girl. I see your strategy, Ann. It's showing. The more I learn about your clientele. So we're good.
Absolutely.
But I have to treat the defense in Delphi the same way. And Dago, did I tell you when Ann brings me a filing that I can, I'm going to get behind it and dive in. I did that with the Franks motion.
Absolutely.
Now I see you. Now bring me more. You got to show me more than that, right?
Yep, 100%. I think we're all waiting for that. Yes. So, the victims were to be picked up by a family member. There's another time, guys, at 3 p.m. Okay. And the victims never met with the family member. Approximately 5:30 was the last successful ping of the cellular phone by AT&T. So there's that time too.
So Libby's dad was supposed to pick the girls up, and when he got there to the trails, they were nowhere to be found. He tried calling Libby's phone, no answer.
Right.
And it was like 4 o'clock by this time. He walked the trails a little bit. Then he called his mom, Becky, the girl's grandmother, and that's when they knew something was wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The victims, Libby and Abby, were located deceased on February 14th, 2017 at approximately 12:17. Again, another time, guys, 12:17 p.m. at the above listed latitude, longitude, which is these numbers
On Ron
up here.
Logan's property. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. That stuff there, guys. Okay.
That's the coordinates of on the map that they're located.
Right.
So
Hold
you
up.
know that Libby's mom has those coordinates tattooed on her
Yes.
arm.
Yes. I saw that, Joe, and I was like, that a few people in my family went out and got tattoos. I never did. 19 years later, I do not have a tattoo on my body for my daughter, but I can't think of one I want that would capture what I want to say. So why do it? You know what I'm saying? It's a very personal thing. But when I saw that, because I have thought about it so many times over the years, what would I do? That I almost lost. I'm going to tell you, I had a moment when I saw that.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
That's a thing. That's very that goes deep, guys, and it really is a thing. I really get it. So
yeah.
Now.
Yeah, I'm getting my paw prints from my BFF tattooed.
But you do. That's so cool. Yeah. My ex-husband did that. We had our Pitty. She was 13 and she passed away, and it was devastating to all of us because she was such an amazing dog. But he went and got that. He took a picture of the dog to the tattoo artist. That dog's face is on him, and it looks so good and real. I was nervous. It's going to look stupid. It's going to look crappy. I hope they're good. It turned out amazing. So I'm glad you're doing that. That'd be cool.
Yeah. I took pictures of his paw prints.
Yeah.
On the vet table when he was about to be put under.
Oh, I know how that feels. I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah.
I think that's why I didn't get another dog after my last one. She was 14 and I was like, I'm done. Done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's rough. That's why we had Oscar cremated, and my wife wears them around her neck, and I have my little vial here. And 18 years is a long time. You know what I mean? It's like losing a family member.
I mean, it is. A loss is a loss. Child, pet.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's a little more with a child, but I'm saying it's a loss, especially for a long-term pet that's in the family. They grow up with your kids and all the things.
That's what it was. Yeah, my kids grew up with this dog. They were little when he was a baby, and just there's a lot that's attached to it, guys. It's just like losing a human family member. It's the same thing to me. There's no difference. So
yeah, my son's dog Annie, she's 3, and she loves these kids. They love her. There's 2 of the kids, my grandson and the little girl that my son's daughter's little girl. She just loves those kids, and they love this dog. So one day they'll have to deal with it, but so is life. You know what I mean? You have to.
Yeah.
It's just part of life.
And that's why going to the hearing. So Charlie crossed over the Rainbow Bridge like back on the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was down in Orlando, and I got back to Lafayette, and I went up to the hearing on the 1st, and I watched the families of Abby and Libby have to sit through that brutal testimony.
Right.
Yeah.
From the defense witness about ritual killings, and then from the state's witness, Cicero. And if they can sit through that, I can survive. I can survive the loss of my BFF. I can.
And I think that's. You're right, because they have to sit through that and hear it. And not only did they have to sit through that, they had to sit there and hear descriptions of how those girls were harmed that day.
Yeah.
Yes.
And how Libby got up and moved around.
Yeah, that was Cicero. That was Cicero's testimony.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
It's really tough, and it's going to be just as tough on the families of Idaho 4, and that is why Stacy Chapin has chose not to be in that courtroom. And I'm going to tell you, I've never talked about this publicly because the climate with Idaho 4, you're come after if you say anything negative that, or not negative. If you say anything negative against the families or victims, you're good to go. But if you speak out on their behalf, you're not. So
Right.
I completely understand why the G's want to be in that courtroom, but I also completely understand why Stacy can't. And I just want y'all to think about that. That's a hard, tough thing. Do you want to sit there and listen to descriptive detail about what was done to your child when you already know you got, I'm going to tell you what, when you're a parent and you got a birth certificate in one hand and a death certificate in the other, no matter how my child died, what's in that document is none of your business.
It freezes you in that moment, in my opinion, as well. Okay, so Ethan has passed on, and it's a very tragic situation. It's very
She had
dark.
2 other kids, Dago. She has no choice but to go on.
Right. And they have to go
And
forward, guys. So to be frozen in that
Mhm.
moment, you that doesn't help. You have to get out of that. So I absolutely 100%.
When she said that, when
for
she
that.
made this statement that her being there won't affect the outcome,
Right.
everybody ran with that in the wrong direction and did not understand what that woman was trying to say, but I did.
I did too. I
And I
absolutely
also
did.
understood what Christy Gonzalez meant when she said she stood there at that window and watched the world spin and the kids
Yep.
outside laughing and playing.
Mm.
And she just wanted to scream, Kaylee's gone. What about Kaylee?
Right.
I had to
Yeah.
turn that interview off.
That was hard to
Go
watch.
spend a little time outside alone because I got it.
Mm-hmm.
I've stood in that window and done the same thing. So you got to give them grace. These people have a long road ahead of them. And when you're trying to find closure to your child's death, you can't get there in the middle of a court battle.
Yeah. And that's what I said. I said about a year ago, you guys, when everybody starts tramping on about Steve said this, Steve said this, that, and she's doing it. Okay. In my opinion, I don't know for sure, but my visualization of the situation is that they have not, or at least he has not, been able to grieve in the way that he should about the loss of his child because of the ongoing situation. And once this is said and done and all gone and over, and whoever did this has been dealt with and or did not, whatever, and when it's done, okay, and it's absolutely out and over, that's when that man will grieve the way he should, and it's going to be horrible. It's going to be horrible.
Yeah, and another thing, they had 5 kids.
Right.
So they're also dealing with the emotions of the 4 siblings that lost their sister.
Mm-hmm.
It was devastating to my 2 children to lose their big sister.
Of course. Of course.
It was
Yes, Callie, that's
devastating.
the thing.
You know, so you have to, they deal with a lot. You know, Stacy had the triplets. She still had 2 of them left. Those kids felt like a part of them was gone.
Yeah, and
Siblings
I
are
get,
siblings, but triplets and twins is, you know, a little different level. So
of course.
they had a lot to deal with, and people just did not give them enough grace, in my opinion. And I'm glad to see that they have done more of that in this case with these parents. But there are those few out there.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, all we can do is say no.
They deserve every bit of grace that you can give, and that's why, going back to what happened a little bit ago in here, I do not allow, nor will I condone anybody sitting here into victim blame and to family shame. I just don't. It doesn't happen, guys. It's not going to, because until you have stood in those shoes and felt that, don't do it. Just don't do it. Okay. That's all I'm saying. So, okay. A suspect has been developed of a white male wearing a blue jacket with a heavy physical build, wearing a cap and blue jeans. The development of this, see that right there too, a heavy physical build. So is that meaning fat? Is that meaning like broad and tall? I'm gonna guess that it's like weight thing. You know, it's a heavier guy. So there again, Ron Logan is not a fat person, at least from the things I've seen.
Well, they're going by the heavy build is because of the bridge guy's look with the jacket and the puffiness. And so,
right.
But that, heavy physical build is going to be the my grandfather wasn't a tall man. He was built like Rich Guy. But my grandpa could pick up shit that no other man could pick up. You know what I'm saying? He was very powerful, short, powerful, thick man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what Rich Guy's description. My grandfather was shorter than 5'4" even. I think he was probably maybe 5'3", maybe 5'2". But that doesn't mean that person on that bridge wasn't a muscular guy just because he appeared heavy.
You can't tell because of the jacket and the jeans and all that. Right, exactly. So,
but there's some guys that appear to be heavy, but they're really a lot of muscle. And when he's got those clothing on, now there is documentation out there via video that's been taken down from Rick Allen's wife's old Facebook.
Right.
Him and her would be active. He would go for not like treacherous hikes, but he wasn't inactive. Let me put it that way. He didn't live too far from the trails. Could he have walked? Yeah, but he allegedly drove. For him hiking those trails, I think was natural, exercise. I think he was out in nature a lot doing that sort of thing.
Right.
I don't know. I'm just trying to build what I know about Richard Allen, because that's where I'm at now. Where I got to get to know this guy the way I've gotten to know the other guys.
100%.
There's not much out there on him either, just like Koberger.
Yeah, really, there's not. For sure. Okay, let's see. Wearing cat blue jeans. The development of this suspect was made by a 43-second video taken on Liberty German's phone, where the suspect follows the victims as they are walking on the Mononai Bridge trail. Near the end of the video, the suspect speaks to the victims saying down the hill. It sounds as though he is directing the victims to leave the trail they were on and enter the wooded area below. No person has come forward and identified himself as the person who met the victims and made the statements in Liberty German's video. Therefore, it is believed that the person in Liberty German's video participated in the killings. Images of the suspect have been broadcast in the news media since February 15th of 2017 as a person of interest. Liberty and Abby were presumed to have made contact with the unknown male at approximately 2:13 p.m. So there again, that same time is when they believe that's when Bridge Guy or that person made contact with the girls. Excuse me. Based on an analysis of Liberty's phone which recorded the video. I'm sorry. Okay, so then we have number 4 on February 14th, 2017, at approximately 12:17 p.m. The victims, Liberty and Abby, were found deceased with wounds caused by that's the weapon there, redacted, so I'm believing it's a form of a knife, on the property owned by Ron Logan. A large amount of blood was lost by the victims at the crime scene because of the nature of the victim's wounds. Where'd she go? She'll come back. She's got the link. The nature of the victim's wounds. There she is. Sorry,
I hit the wrong button.
That's okay. It's okay. It happens.
I'm pretty sure that says knife. There you go.
That's what I figured. We know what it kind of was, so that's fine.
Okay, can we say that on? We can say that on to YouTube, right? That word.
Knife. Yes, I just said
what?
Knife. It's a knife.
I don't ever want to be monetized because I'm not. I'm not too. I can't.
Yeah, you can say. You can say knife. You can't.
Okay, because I'm a grown up, and there's bad words we can't say. Tell me, but knife is a knife. I'm not. I was confused. I didn't know if we weren't allowed.
Yeah, you can say knife and gun, and I've even shown knives because of the Idaho case. And this, you can't present a gun though. That's the difference. So.
Oh yeah, I know you can't present it because I got the option to throw them in my videos. Like, why would I do that? I don't need to visualize it. I can say the word and it's going to be, implied.
Yeah. Right. And it ain't even about the monetization part of it either. They will take the video down, period, whether you're monetized or not, I guess. So
I'm just saying that if there's particular words, then school me. But if it's a simple word like a knife, if we can't say that on YouTube, I got no business on YouTube.
You can say that. Yeah.
Thank you.
That would be a bit too much, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm not in a PG-13 place.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So because of the nature
about
of
what we talk about, we can't say that word after all the other shit we've said.
Yeah, yeah. Well, mom just said it. There's over 100 words you can't say or type. It's on the YouTube. Yeah, I went through that one day and was like, "Are you
Yeah.
kidding me?" Some of the words are
Yeah.
just ridiculous. It makes no sense.
Well, remember when I said I did that TikTok on Caleb, and they told me I violated because of animal cruelty, and it was him holding the damn fish.
Yep.
That was it.
They were going to take my channel down for 7 days because the pandemic word was said, and I was like, "Oh my god, you can't talk
I
about
remember
that."
when that happened.
I fought it, and I won, but still, it's like, good Jesus, are you kidding me? Thank you, Doodle. But and then the other one was that you can't talk about the specific presidential election.
Oh, I don't want to anyway, but yeah, because people fight. The people start getting in fights and wanting to hurt each other and threats, being ridiculous.
That's why it is. So you can't do that either. But it is.
Yeah, thanks adults for ruining it for the rest of us.
Damn
100%. It, man.
Right. Yep. Yeah, but that one where they tried to take the channel down for, I was like, are you serious? For what? It's part of life, but whatever, anyway. Because of the natures of the victim's wounds, it is nearly certain that the perpetrator of the crime would have gotten blood on his person's clothing. The location of the crime scene is approximately 1,400 feet from Logan's residence. Logan is a 77-year-old male. Logan's physical build is consistent with that of the male suspect, videoed by Liberty on the Mountain High Bridge Trail. Logan owns farmland and cares for large farm animals. Logan appears to be in good physical condition, and Logan has been interviewed several times. His voice is not inconsistent with that of the person in the video. I don't know about that.
I mean, it's hard for them to tell. Like, I mean,
it's very hard to tell.
If you want to do I've got that TikTok I got on that voice compare. It's not a voice comparison. It is literally a news clip where they're interviewing Logan and he's talking, and then they play the down the hill. That thing's got like 85,000 views. Just people looping it, hearing him talk, and then you go and you review what his girlfriend said about, that's definitely his voice. But you would think Kathy Allen would know if that was her husband's voice, right?
I would absolutely.
I'll be right back.
I would absolutely believe that. Yes. It was also discovered that the 2 pieces of clothing of one of the victims was missing from the crime scene, while the rest of their clothing was recovered. It also appeared the girls' bodies were moved and staged. Based on my training and experience, it is common for perpetrators of this type of crime to take a souvenir or in some fashion memorialize the crime scene, whether by photos or electronic or digital methods that are then downloaded onto computers, storage devices, tablets, iPhones, phones, iPad
something
devices.
I've noticed, Dago, in a lot of these, not just this case, something I've picked up on in a lot of different cases. When they talk about moving and staged, a lot of times bodies do get moved for various reasons. But when they say staged, they don't always, they're not always describing a ritualistic thing that went down. And I don't know why they want to use that term if that's not what they're alleging, because it's a stage means they were posed a certain way, or, sometimes a victim can be left in a graphic position on purpose. I've seen cases like that, where a lady was assaulted in her room and she was killed, but her body was staged, but it wasn't staged for a ritual. It was staged to mimic a particular sex pose.
Yeah.
So when they're using these terminologies, it's like, clad in black and all these bizarre things we heard over there in Idaho. The more you read through court documents and PCAs and different things, you'll see certain language appear that are very similar to the ones you've seen in other cases. So, you know what I mean? So I'm just giving you guys an idea, just because it says they were moved. We definitely know that now. Libby was drugged a few feet. So staged, were they really staged, or were they replaced once they were moved? I don't know.
Right.
So I think they were very confused by that, don't you, Joe? Dago?
I agree.
Yes, so that's where the defense calls in their new expert witness, Don Perlmutter, right? And
Yes.
she testifies that they were deliberately placed in a rune-like position relative to each other.
Right.
But she also testifies, and this is something that I have not seen in any other notes or anything else, but so she testified to her 7 points of forensic evidence, so of ritualistic indicators. She has 7 points, and she says this scene hits all 7 of those. But number 5 was symbolism at the crime scene. So in addition to the bodies being placed to the way they were, she said, and I wrote this down exactly when she said it, and I haven't seen anybody else that wrote this down. She said rune magic was being done with branches in the woods prior to the homicide. And
okay.
if she really said that in relation to crime scene photos that she saw in this case, and she believes that she saw that rune magic was being done, then this to me is like the most important connector between what McClelland said. So McClelland said the basis for being able to enter third-party evidence in is a direct physical evidentiary connection between third parties in the scene. And that in my mind would be it. If there really were runes and rune magic being done in the woods around the bodies prior to the homicide, that to me is a direct evidentiary connection to a possible third party.
Right.
Okay, so now that you've said that, I've been wondering something that I couldn't figure out why. I know who she is. I've looked into her. I'm very impressed. She's good at what she does. She really knows her stuff. Is she the only one out there that does? No. So and I've seen other experts, but she's in the case, right? She's seen things. I know some things she's supposedly done outside I'm not going to go all that. But anyway, Libby was in a sitting up position at one point.
Correct.
And Indian style. Why?
That I don't know. So to me, when Cicero testified, he's the one that testified that at some point she was sitting up, and it sounded to me in the narrative, trigger warning right here, people. This is some graphic testimony from Cicero.
Yeah.
He said that her throat had been slashed 3 times, and she basically, in my mind, according to his testimony, and I'm narrating it according to my interpretation of his testimony, she put her hands up against her throat and she tried to hold that in. This is like a horror movie, a slasher movie. She tried to hold her throat and she stumbled against that tree where she left that mark. This is according to Cicero. And then at some point she's still bleeding out, because there's no way that those 3 cuts that cut both of your carotid arteries and your jugular, there's no way you can hold the blood in after that. But she's trying, and she sits down because she's bleeding out. And eventually, after she's sitting down, she lays down. And after she lays down, somebody drags her over next to Abby.
Okay, so I was wondering.
Do you think she tried to get up and get away, Joe, based on what was stated?
Yeah, absolutely. So she's getting up after her throat is cut. She stands up and she's not sure what to do. She tries to stumble around. She stumbles around and hits the tree, and she makes that mark against the tree. And then she's just bleeding out so fast that, and she was so strong. She was like so physically strong that she lasted a lot longer than most people would in that. But
oh my God, yes.
Sits down, lays down, gets drugged through her puddles of blood up by Abby.
So if there's evidence that she has seen that has led her to believe there was already something being performed out there.
Right. That's my next
question. Was Libby sitting there for that? Was she? Okay. I got to think and process.
So
I don't want to put stuff out there.
Well, I was going to ask you, both of you actually, based on what we were saying, this question popped up early when you said she was sitting in the sitting position, or she was in the sitting position, Indian style. I immediately had a visualization because of I can't get past the ritualistic scenario based on what I know that the wounds were. That's what sticks me with that. Okay, so anyway, was she sitting there possibly without just being told to sit down? But maybe, you know,
No, I
and
think
all of a sudden out of
now,
nowhere it happened. Do you know what I mean?
No, so
no,
the reason that Cicero said that she was in a sitting position at some point was because there was blood evidence on her thigh that she
yeah,
was sitting in a pool of
yeah,
blood. So
yeah. We don't know.
the bleeding
hmm
happened first before she sat down.
Okay,
Okay.
that's what I'm
Okay.
trying to
Thank
figure
you.
out. I wonder if there was ever a point. Okay, wait a second, Jago. If there was something already being out there set up,
Mm-hmm.
and a second person's laying in wait.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that could have also been that way. That could be the way it went as well.
Yeah.
So that
Absolutely.
just makes me, that just makes me, want to look at the Odinist. I want the crime scene pictures. I need them to explain in court: is any of this really real? Is there
I
really
agree.
anything to this stuff? Is it
That
coincidental? Because this stuff does go on, and not what happened in those woods, but the heathens of Indiana, the Vinlanders, the Odinism, all that's real. It does exist, and it exists within those communities. How deep and hard does it run?
right.
I don't really know in Delphi. I know outside of Delphi, it's pretty deep. Rushville,
Mm-hmm.
a few other places. There's some. One of the guys in one of the early suspects is on the Southern Poverty Law Center watch list for their activities.
Mm-hmm.
So these weren't good people that they were looking into in the beginning. And so it's not like this stuff wasn't real and didn't happen. Not what went on out there in the woods. But one of the suspects early suspects that has been cleared now, openly talked about this stuff and what he did, what they did, and the types of rituals they would perform. So is it really connected? Shit, I don't know. I just don't know at this point. And if it is, well, how does it tie to Alan? That's the
Well,
biggest question.
that's the problem there. And I truly, like I just said, I struggle getting past the ritualistic side of it because of the way that was done. I've been on, unfortunately, multiple scenes where people have been attacked, unalived, whatever you want to call it. Okay. I've never seen one done like that. And they purposely did that for a reason, in my opinion. You don't need to do all of those. One is sufficient if you're trying to take somebody's life. And it just seems very specific to me, very descriptive to me. And that's what has me stuck on this Odinistic side of things. Okay. I don't understand why you would have to do that. If you're just trying to unalive somebody, you don't need to do all that. That's too specified and very, very, very too much descripted to me for that, is all I'm saying.
Right. And I think that is an opportunity that the defense missed, because this is their own witness. And if she said what I think she said, and I wrote it down in the moment, so I'm 98% sure she said it. Ritualistic runes were being rune magic was being done in the woods before the murders. That is a direct physical connection to a possible third party.
Absolutely.
And that's what meets the standard. And they just kept on breezing right past it. I'm like, no, come back to that. Ask her about that again.
Agreed. And they're saying the way she claimed it was, you said prior to the murders, correct?
Yes.
Prior to the homicide.
Okay, then. So that there was a situation that was being set up for this period.
Yes.
Okay.
And yeah, Mom, there were rumblings in this case early on that something sinister occurred in those woods, not just a horrible unaliving, of 2 innocent little girls, but something far more sinister. But they did a lot of, not they, because I don't know who they are. I gave up trying to find out who the frick they were years ago. It was downplayed. If authorities were ever questioned about any of that, we're close to the vest. We're not telling you anything. No. So it all kind of got quieted. Now, if you saw photos on Reddit of that crime scene, they're supposed to all be pulled at this point because, that big scandal Murder Sheet likes to talk about with the leaked crime scene photos that went on a few months ago. I didn't see those crime scene photos because I don't want to. I do have copies of the ones of clothes in the water. I've had them for a very long time. I just don't, but there's no reason to. I mean, they're out there. I don't have a problem showing those because they don't show anything but literally the clothes in the water right next to the bank and a shoe, Libby's shoe, her Nike. But as far as the actual bodies and people have seen those, but they're not supposed to be on the internet right now.
No,
this is a very big deal in this case. There was a leak of those crime scene photos a while back. There is a man right now going to court over those leaks, and it is tied to the defense. So there's a lot still to this case, and somebody was leaking prosecution information very early on in this case. But when it came down to, we think the defense leaked something. Now we want them thrown off the case. They're incompetent. Let's get them into a lot of trouble. So, we can only go by what we've been described the crime scene looks like, what we've been told. Like I said, the ones that have seen the photos, they've give their description, but do they know what they're looking at either? You know what I'm saying?
She's talking about, she said not the crime scene photos, but the ones of the pictures of the woods before the girls were killed. So, yeah.
Yeah. And it's a prime location, Mom, for them to go out there and do things because there's other ways to get to it than that damn bridge and crossing that creek.
The cemetery and absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So
yeah,
I've seen reenactment photos that were put together by the courts and stuff like that. Even seeing that alone is enough to okay. Jennifer Coppendopper goes on, does an interview talking about the whole thing and says, well, it's really not what it is. It's the sticks just happen to fall and land on the bodies like that from the trees.
Well, if you look at the sticks and stuff in those woods, according to their timeline, it all went down pretty quick in a hurry. But if you're going to try to conceal some bodies, are you just going to throw a couple of twigs on top? Thin sticks? Are you going to try to grab the biggest ones you can see and leaves and all the things, moss? I don't care what's here.
If you're going to do that, though, Salty, you're going to throw more than one in laying in
exactly.
one direction.
That's
and one
my
across.
thing. I'm not going to throw 3 or 4 skinny twigs on top of you, and I don't care how they land. 3 or 4 ain't going to be enough.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Skinny, little skinny twigs. You're about to try to grab. There may not be a bunch out there, but by God, I'm gonna grab some leaves, some snow with what's out here,
Right. Now, one thing to remember with this, you guys, that I have tried to remind myself too, that this either was, and this is in my opinion, of course, this either was what this was. A twisted, disgusting version of some kind of a Odinistic scenario, or it was set up to look like that to cover up what the other side of it was. That's the only 2 ways I can look at this, in my opinion. Okay. And obviously we don't know. We weren't there. We don't see this. We don't know that, this and that and everything else. That's the hard part about this. So just keep that in mind when you're thinking about this. Cause I don't truly, none of us truly know, unfortunately.
Yeah. And Flickery, what we do have is there, like Court TV, put out a diagram of, because we have a description. We do have a description of the scene in one of the motions, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm going to base anything out of that because it came from the documents. But according to what they describe in the court documents, now Court TV went and did a diagram of what they described.
Right.
And it looks and appears to be, it could absolutely be ritualistic, in my opinion, because I know a lot about that stuff as well. I just have not put a ton of that out there yet either. But I've talked about some things, but Yeah. So I don't know if you've got that readily available to look at later, Dago, but we will get you guys there. We are going to go over that stuff and look at it. As we're gonna do what we can to because we're basing everything we're talking about has come out of those damn court filings, right?
Right.
So we're
Right.
going to get there, and we've got the Frank's. We do have the Frank's motion.
And that's going to be definitely interesting to go through too. And I've showed that photograph via Court TV multiple times on different shows.
Yeah,
and
you
I've
have.
referred to it in different ways for you guys to be able to see it. And then,
well, what we need to do is grab it and put it in one of our little folders so we can just pull it up whenever,
Yeah. And then I even went as far in one show, guys, to describe what that was, to look it up, to show everybody what it stands for, what it means, why, so on and so forth, so that people didn't get confused. And I will do that again. So, I like to try to be as educational as I can with this stuff so that people aren't 100% lost on this. So don't
with
worry.
this case, if we don't give you a visual or explain what we're talking about, it can get real confusing. So those of you who do know and are trying to jump in there and talk, but Mom, thank you guys. My voice went away. So yeah, it's important to have the conversations, and as long as we understand what we're talking about and we're not confused, I get confused with this case. I get confused with who did it. But there's a lot to keep up with, and that's why we try to do it in stages right now. You know what I mean? As far as the beginning of the investigation moving forward, because soon it's going to be all about Richard Allen, because the other guys were cleared, and they're not the ones sitting in that jail. He is. So, I got to trust that they were ruled out for good reasons, and this is our guy. Now prove it, just like we do in all cases,
Yeah, and we're going to present it all, every single bit of it within time to you guys.
Yeah,
so that
because
it all fits into place.
if we didn't present the prosecution and defense, we would be sitting here pushing a narrative.
And that's not what we're doing. So it's up to you to make your own decisions based on what you see and hear.
Exactly.
All right. Now, based on my training and experience, it is common for perpetrators. I did this already. Okay, so Libby German and Abby had no visible signs of a struggle or fight. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators located unknown fibers and unidentified hairs, which may later be used for comparison of similar fibers or hairs. Logan owns numerous weapons, including handguns and knives that were observed by Leo's during the execution of the search warrant that took place at his home March 6th of 2017. Logan's home was searched as a result of a probation violation. The search was limited to the discovery of firearms, included only his main residence. Black boxes equals redacted name of Ron's cousin. So Ron's cousin, okay, is who Salty was explaining to you guys about earlier. On February 14th at approximately 9:20 a.m., Logan contacted his cousin. Logan asked his cousin to tell the police that he came to Logan's home around 2 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. on February 13th, 2017 to pick Logan up. Logan further told his cousin to say that his cousin drove Logan to an aquarium store in Lafayette, Indiana. Logan told his cousin to say that they returned home to Logan's house between 5 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. on February 14th.
So,
go ahead.
Oops. Joe, how far is Lafayette from Delphi? To give everybody an idea.
20 minutes.
Okay. So kind of down the road to the fish store.
Yeah, right. 20 minutes to the north side, 25 to the middle, 30 to the south end.
Yeah.
Half-hour drive at the most.
And again, obviously, Ron was on probation, and in turn, he ended up doing some jail time, guys, too. So
he had DUIs. He didn't have a driver's license, and he wasn't supposed to drive. If you guys aren't caught up, so he didn't want to tell the cops where he was or that he drove himself because he didn't want to get in trouble. So he asked his cousin to lie and say that he drove him.
He wasn't even supposed to have a functioning vehicle on his property.
Right. Okay. Yep. Yeah. And he did. So he was in trouble, and he ended up getting in trouble for all that. And yes, went to jail for it.
Right. Thank you, Joe. I was going to bring that up.
And has since passed away.
Yeah.
From the sea, like I said. Yes. So even if it were to come back to him, there's nothing they can do at this point, sadly. But I don't think it's going to. While request. Oh, okay. So on February 14, 2017, while requesting consent to search Logan's cousin's property, a law enforcement officer, Leo, advised Logan that Leo would not search his home unless evidence led Leo to Logan's house. In that meeting, Logan told the Leo that's law enforcement officer. I'm such an idiot. Anyway, he did not think that evidence would lead them to that, but said, I don't know. I am so slow sometimes, you guys. My apologies. A receipt from I was getting ready to ask you guys. That's why I'm laughing. Who's Leo?
Anyway. I'm the one who just smoked, not you. Come on now.
You're right. I just don't sleep anymore, you guys. I'm like, hey, who's Leo? Where'd he come from? You know?
He's
But
that
Jesus.
alternate. He's a witness.
Right. God damn it. Anyway, sorry. Got a little have a little comedy relief there, guys. That's all. In that meeting, Logan told the LEO that he did not think evidence would lead them to that, but said, I don't know. A receipt from Aquarium World in Lafayette, dated February 13th of 2017, with a checkout time of 5:21, was found in Logan's home on March 6th, 2017. During a probation violation search, Logan...
So that was the times. Now look, the dates now. The girls were being unalived.
Yeah.
Or shortly before that. Because their timeline on that, now the Snapchat was at 2:30. I'm guessing right there. I don't have an actual note in front of me.
Yeah, 2:13.
27, something like that. 2:30. Yeah, a little after 2. We have the Snapchat that Libby
2:13.
sent out. Then no one knows really what occurred after that, right? Until 3, when her dad shows up and can't find them. So if you take it like that, so between 2 and 3, or 2:30 and 3, 3:30, even 4, we're not sure what time yet. So where you know what I mean? Logan had left the property and was gone to the fish store.
Yeah.
Just trying to build that timeline on Logan for you guys.
Absolutely.
But I don't. What time did it say he left his house? Does it say?
Yeah, it says that hold on. At approximately 9:20 a.m., Logan contacted his cousin. Logan asked his cousin to tell the police that his cousin came to Logan's home between 2 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. on February 13th to pick Logan up. Further told his cousin to say they drove Logan to Aquarium, so between 2 and 2:30, somewhere in there.
If he's not home,
Can't do nothing.
right? Not holding camera.
Yeah. Right. Well, yeah, very true. Very true. Very true. So that's gone.
Damn it.
That's gone. It's okay. It's okay. We'll get there. Don't worry.
Okay.
There's still somebody else. Just remember that, Salty. There's still somebody else.
Bring me back off the ledge, man. I'm about to jump.
Okay.
All right.
Google Maps says that the driving distance, or the driving time, I should say, from Ron Logan's house to Aquarium World on South Earl Avenue in Lafayette, which I'm familiar with, is 26 minutes, 21 miles.
That's about like me heading into town from where I'm at.
Right. Do the
Like it's
jurors?
yeah, I mean that's like your normal. To me, it's normal. So, but
Mhm.
the time I'm looking at the length. So okay.
And then it says
So
that they
I knew
returned.
what time he was there and what time the receipt said and all that.
Right,
But I just
right.
couldn't recall exactly what time he claimed he left his house.
No, it was a good point to go back and check that for the
Yeah.
why specific reasons. So yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking of that until you just did that. And then it says that they returned home to Logan's house between 5 and 5:30 p.m. So there that is too. Okay, so now back down to where I was. Blah 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 blah. 5:20 p.m. Okay, so a checkout time of 5:21 p.m. was found in Logan's home, or the receipt. I'm sorry, from Aquarium. Wait a minute. The receipt from Aquarium World was in Lafayette, dated February 13, 2017, with a checkout time of 5:21 p.m. was found in Logan's home. So if he came home between 5 and 5:30, that doesn't really fit in that.
That doesn't. Yeah.
The receipt was 5:21.
Yeah. I was just looking at. Wait a
so
minute.
he wouldn't get home till 5:50 or 6 o'clock.
Something like that. Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
That makes me wonder now, was the departure time different? Possibly. I mean,
oh yeah, there's a real possibility, because if it doesn't take but 21 minutes to get over there or so.
So let's say, for instance, then back up, and this is just something that we're looking at, guys. Don't take this as fact by any means, but let's say
we're just
that
trying to figure it all out.
2 to 2:30 p.m. Would it be to left after that? Okay.
Okay, say he leaves at 3:30.
Thank you. Okay.
He gets to Aquarium World at 4.
Yep. Because that's Joe.
How much time do you need in a fish shop? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Thank you. I was getting that. We're with
Buying the tropical fish.
Yeah.
Breathe, Dago.
It would. I'm trying to, because it's starting to.
So say he's at Aquarium World for 20 minutes. The receipt was 5:21. So he gets to Aquarium World at 5 o'clock. That means he didn't leave his house till 4:30, 4:35.
Thank you, because you don't need to walk in there. Hey, see,
and then you need to go and make an alibi. Okay, I gotta think.
And again, he asked his cousin to say, "Hey, you took me to Aquarium World at 9 o'clock in the morning," and blah 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 blah. I don't.
He could have easily left his house at 4:30, 4:35.
Yeah. And somebody that works at the Aquarium World verified that Logan was in there, but at that time, that receipt's specifying, not earlier.
There's the receipt right there. That's the checkout time, and we're not going to hang around for any longer. You buy your shit, you leave, you go home. End of story. So
yeah, no, you're not looking at goldfish and striped mollies or whatever for 45, 50, 60 minutes. No.
I would like to see what was on that receipt, curiously, but just because that whatever's on that receipt would tell us how much time he would spend inside that shop.
Yeah, he did have like aquariums, and he had the fish, but he was there allegedly buying more.
So he went to pick up
whatever, I guess, his little fish supplies.
Yeah. So don't kick it completely away yet, the Salty, because there's a very good possibility that departure time is completely wrong.
Yeah. Note taken.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, I need to breathe. You're right. Good God, I was trying to get it out because I was like, damn it. There we go. So take that as fact, guys, please, because it's written down in a document. But at this point, we're just looking at something else. And regarding that, anyway.
There are still people out there. When I say close to this investigation, that still believe Ron Logan could have something to do with it. Now, is that ever going to be proven? Don't know. We're trying. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just trying to figure it out. Like you guys, we're trying to figure it out.
Right. And I told you guys that would be part of that as we're reviewing this, that we may find something that makes us pick that apart a little bit. That's part of this. So Bobby says his asking is relative to say that was the time he left and returned doesn't mean that was. Thank you, Bobby. That's what I was trying to get to. Yeah. And that very well could be specifically for that reason. You know what I mean? That could absolutely be why he specified those specific times, guys. Remember that. I'd like to have a conversation with, or see somebody have a real conversation with that cousin now that Ron's gone. Okay, just to see if anything changes.
Well, Barbara McDonald from CNN, HLN, Down the Hill podcast, she got pretty close to Ron Logan. Right. Ron liked her.
Yeah,
he talked to her. She did some pretty great interviews with him,
which we're going to cover those too.
Yeah, we'll get into that. Her take on Ron. Throughout the process here.
Yep. No, I get it, Wisdom. People do spend a lot of time there, but I'm just saying the fact, and Bobby's like right on the point that I was trying to hit. The fact that he purposely asked his cousin, can you please tell them that we did this, this, and this at this time, says something other than the fact that he's trying to make an alibi. The
Right.
times specifically are a problem for me, is what we're saying.
Right. The times are hours off. It's
Yes.
not like he said, tell them you drove me to Lafayette at 4:00 and we spent an hour in the store and we checked out at 5:21.
Right.
And we were back by 6:00, which would match up with the receipt. He's
The-
like hours and hours and hours off.
And that receipt is absolute proof, folks. Period. There's nothing else there but proof with that receipt that says that man was checking out at 5:21 p.m. that day.
And if they didn't find, because Ron was never arrested, so if they didn't find any fibers or animal hair or DNA on in his home or the outbuildings that matched that crime scene, they can't arrest him.
Mm-hmm.
They have no proof. Now, that tells me it wasn't his DNA at the scene if they do have DNA.
Right.
But that still don't mean he
doesn't mean he wasn't involved.
That doesn't mean he wasn't there. I mean, it was even stated in court, what, Joe, 2 to 6 individuals
2 to 6
involved.
people. I was just getting ready to say that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. There was, and that came from an ISP officer that said they believe
Law enforcement has never come out in Delphi and told you that this is a lone wolf situation. They
No.
continue to tell you there's another person involved.
Who was it, Joe,
Until
that testified to that?
Yeah.
Who testified to what?
To the 2 to 6 people being involved.
Was it Murphy? I think it was Murphy.
But Murphy or
I think
Woolman?
it was Murphy. I think it was Murphy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it was Kevin
That's a
Murphy.
detective.
Kevin Murphy, that's it. Yeah, Kevin Murphy particularly testified to the fact that they believe that there were 2 to 6 people involved in this, period. Okay, so there again, people have play different parts in different things, guys. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I think Salty was getting to the point of, is being that there's no DNA or animal hairs or fibers or anything that were found on that situation. That doesn't mean he's not involved. He could just be standing off to the side doing something else.
The weapons recovered from his home didn't match the unspent bullet, allegedly. There wasn't that type of gun.
Right. And here's the thing, folks. Think about something for a minute. And this is just me thinking about things, okay? No facts. But the fact that they were found on this man's property alone is a huge question in my mind, okay? Why were they there on that specific piece of property in that spot? Ron Logan comes off to me as the kind of guy that, unless you ask him, that he'll come out the door with a shotgun if you're on his property. You see what I'm saying? That's the personality he carried for me. So unless, I'm just saying, guys, I'm not trying to say that this is what happened. I'm just putting these things in my head.
And here's the thing. If law enforcement in this case hadn't left so many doors open
for so long,
people wouldn't have so many questions in Delphi.
Right.
Delphi is not like Idaho 4.
No.
This should be the trial of the century, but unfortunately it's not. We're playing with Idaho. This is the man whose rights have been violated from day one, not Coburger's.
Yeah, they parallel in some ways, but in most they don't.
How?
Well, Joe said that the other day, that they parallel.
They do, but only. I don't see the parallel, honestly. I see interest as being the parallel. Conspiracies, maybe.
Which way were you referring to the other day, Joe, when you had said that you can see some parallels with both cases?
Okay, well, so the parallels that I saw were that there were problems with the investigations.
Yeah.
There were problems with the evidence, like the forensic evidence. Like
yes, I agree with that.
Geofencing. And then there's also parallels with people having a strong opinion one way or the other, like without being able to being swayed by evidence and that doesn't agree with what they believe.
That's what I was referring to.
Those parts are very true as far as that goes. I do agree with that.
And that's what I was.
Yeah,
that's what
I think people. I feel like sometimes people get so used to when you talk about these cases like we're doing now, that it may come across as we're doing it like, I don't, that's why I wanted to present this case as fairly as possible and talk about the investigators. They investigated all these people. Yes, they cleared some, but by their own admission, maybe they shouldn't have. And by their own admission, they have lost and deleted and recorded over specific people's interviews. By their own admission. By their own admission, they let their county live in fear for 5 solid years over a misfiled tip.
Right.
So they've kind of left the door open for questions. And I know no one likes to question law enforcement. I don't either. But sometimes we have to.
No, I do. I do all the time.
Right. I don't blame you. I don't. I just, I want to be able to, I think we need to get to a point in true crime when we're discussing it and there is missing time and we realize it and we talk about it. We're like, okay, we're no better than the investigators. I'm not here trying to solve this case. I'm not going to solve it. You know what I'm saying? But I can try to understand it and where they at as best I can. Right.
Well, the way that I see it, I have total respect for law enforcement, for good law enforcement that does their job properly, that is trained properly and executes it properly. But all it takes is somebody that either doesn't know what they're doing or intentionally screws up a scene for it to totally go sideways. Like Karen, the Karen Reed case. Karen Reed case is a perfect example. And on the other side of it, we have Lori Vallow Daybell. They did that. They did a great job on that. They did an amazing job on that. And they got her convicted, and Chad is also going to prison for the rest of his life for horrible crimes. Yeah, because law enforcement did an amazing job on that, and the prosecutors did an amazing job. They did. They really did. And if people watched those, and I know everybody I don't know if everybody got just bored with those two and didn't want to watch their trials, even though, they watched all the coverage about what they did and all that's horrible. Go watch those trials. Follow up on those cases you follow. Right. You will be amazed. You will see what kind of evidence really exists out there. If you've never watched a trial and you say, well, this and that, you kind of don't know, and I think that was a part of the big problem with Idaho. People didn't know. Definitely. And I think now that they're kind of seeing as they get into a more cases than just that one, you see a lot of different things. Like, even like Captain mentioned a second ago, them taking soil samples and stuff like that. They can take a leaf out of the bed of the truck. Oh, yeah. And tell you where it came from, what region, what the woods, like that. I want to know when they found that shovel in Koberger's car, was it just for shoveling snow or did it contain soil?
And from where?
Johnson Bar Campground or Lolo Mountain. I'm gonna call it. Not Wawawee. Wawawee's too. Right. That's my sightseeing place. And I'm just being funny right now because I don't know if this guy's guilty or not. I'm making fun. I shouldn't. I know it's don't get sideways. Blah, blah, blah. Right. But I want to know if there's soil on that shovel. That matters to me. Agreed. It's important. I mean, and I want to know if it came from Johnson Bar Campground. Absolutely. And Bobby, contamination of evidence by releasing the crime scene and then going back later to collect further evidence that's a huge problem. That's a big, but we don't know that to be the case either. We've heard it. We've heard Barbara McDonald state that on TV that her source told her they unsecured, resecured, found the unspent bullet 3 days later. Well, that goes right along with when they kick the stick to the side in the thing. But go back and get here's the thing. But that's not confirmed anywhere. That's true. So we don't know really when they found the bullet yet. They say it was found between the girls, right? 2 feet. The way they describe it, they knew about it very early on. So I don't know if it's true I don't know if her source is correct. You know what I'm saying? Right. Hey, Sleuth. Absolutely. I wonder myself because if it was released, then they go back. That's a problem. Because if you release the crime scene, it was already contaminated because there was people out there searching everywhere. Right. But if you release it, Then you go back and resecure and you find something, that's a problem. But if it didn't go down that way, it's not a problem.
Yeah, chain of custody. It's all about chain of custody.
Right.
Exactly.
I watched a body cam video today of a guy who had been out on multiple bail bonds and got involved in a street race and killed somebody in the street. He actually killed one of the passengers in his car in a street race and severely injured somebody else. But his personal belongings were taken to the hospital with him instead of to the police station. So when they got to the hospital, one of the hospital workers opened up that package and saw, hey, there's some weed in there, and said, okay, I need to have a police officer look at this. So a police officer came over, opened it up. He also found like some meth, some fentanyl, and a bunch of other things. But
a buffet.
Yes, it was a buffet. Yes, it was a buffet, and there should have been multiple felony counts associated with that. But because of the chain of custody between the ambulance and the hospital and that law enforcement officer, all of that evidence was kicked off the table, and he was never convicted of that possession with intent to distribute. And so his sentence was like half of what it should have been. He got like second-degree vehicular homicide for the passenger in his car dying.
Crazy. That's just crazy. See,
chain of custody means almost everything at times.
It does. It is a huge deal because that's how your contamination happens, and then you can't trust it.
And if that did happen, then you ask why and how did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
If they release the scene and then go back 3 or 4 days later and resecure it to do whatever they're doing, why did that happen? And how was it allowed to be that way? That's the other question. That's the big question I have with that whole scenario, if that's true. So, yeah.
Yeah. And I agree with Doodle and Paula. That's what I was wondering earlier about the bullet.
Mm-hmm.
Did they, I'm sure they used the Bordeaux system to try to extract that DNA, any DNA from that. You're going to, if you don't, but I don't even think that was a thing in 2017. So if were they able to get any evidence off that bullet DNA wise, or when the crimes occurred? And if they didn't, were there advances made later, 5 years later?
Is that the DNA they could have right now?
That's I wonder, because what made you decide? We've had this bullet for 5 years, regardless, day 2, day 1, day 3.
Yeah.
They say they found it day 1. You have it for 5 years, and then you find your tip narrative, and you realize this guy's wearing the same clothes as our guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to go look at his house. Is that enough to get probable cause? I was there and I was dressed the way your guy in the video was dressed.
Right.
I don't know if that was enough for them to go in there. That's kind of sketchy, but was there DNA involved? And they swab him once they got in there and find it. You know what I mean? And how do you determine to go in there based on just that bullet? Let's go see if he's got a gun. That's not enough for probable cause.
Agreed.
I mean, if you found a bullet in my backyard, are you going to want to come to my house and see my gun, see if it matches? Or it could have been here from, we bought this place 2.5 years ago.
Right.
So how long has it been out there, and why you want to see my gun for? You got to have a warrant first, but you better have some good reason besides you just found it near me.
Yeah. Right. And right, Doodle, I got you.
I have a lot of questions about that bullet.
Sleuthy says that according to the transcript, Holman's interview, he tells Richard Allen that they tested other guns, which I hope that they have a record of. I do agree with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, he talks to him about. Mm-hmm.
If they didn't, then oh boy, again, that's crazy.
So the MVAC was created in the 90s. So yeah, and I just did a lot of reading. I didn't really read when it was developed, because I was just reading about it and the lady who developed it and all the stuff.
Yeah.
And she particularly used that system to extract DNA from unspent bullets and shell casings. That's what caught my eye. And I do have an article about that. And I personally am going to be taking a deep dive into that, because that's what I want to know.
Like Doodle said they were definitely doing that in 2017. She's of course a former police officer too. So that so there it is. You know what I mean? If they're doing
Yeah.
it, then of course that helps for sure. Thank you,
And I
Sherry.
think that's probably what they used to get the DNA off the sheath.
Mm-hmm.
Which, because we talked about it a little bit in the Koberger case about it getting, because you know that's the huge deal right there, is that damn DNA on that sheath. So,
Yeah.
and how they found it, how it doesn't take much with this system. And
Right.
a few of us tried to talk about that, but it, you know, it went unheard. And when I saw it this morning, I thought, aha, there it is.
Yeah.
That, you know, it's going to work miracles in Richard Allen's case, but suck over there in Koberger's case.
Sure.
I can't.
Absolutely. Sleuthy says, well, they say that Richard Allen looks like the guy in Libby's video. Then they say that the witnesses say the guy that they saw looked like the guy on Libby's video, but the state who identifies that as Richard Allen not. Thank you, Sleuthy. And then,
Well, it appears that the state's the only ones to ever identify him as Rich Guy. Not his wife, not his daughter, not his friends, not his family, not his coworkers, not his customers at the CVS who spoke to him multiple times, hearing the man's voice.
Over
And you
5
know
years.
that damn well, Down the Hill video was played over and over in that town.
100%. 100%. And anybody that sees or hears it or looks at it or any of that for 5 years, you're not going to just one time go. Now, I mean, I agree that you know, as far as the sketches go, that he don't look like them and so on and so forth. But somewhere,
I also wonder if there are people that did know him that always wondered and just didn't want to be like, you know, dude, that could be you. Did anybody ever think that once and now going, damn?
Right.
I mean,
and if they did, why didn't they say something though? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, do you want to go accuse your friend in case they're not? I don't know. People do strange things all day long, Dago.
I guess.
I'm never going to be able to explain. It takes all kinds of kinds, y'all.
Right.
And I can't explain them to y'all. I bless their hearts and do the best I can with them. So, yeah, I've thought things about people I never said nothing about.
Well, somewhat, in some ways nowadays, that's why I've been screaming, stop minding our own business and let's do something about things, because that's been the problem. That has been the problem.
Yeah, if I really thought my friend looked like this person and sound like that person, guess what?
You ain't my friend no more, right?
Well, I'm probably going to call the police and tell them I think it's you.
That's it. That's it.
I mean, honestly, yeah. But there are people who won't.
And
right?
That's it right there. They just won't. They don't like to get involved in things. They don't like things that get dirty.
Yeah.
Guys, we gotta stop minding our business when we're not just with this case, but in general, if we want these things to stop. That's all I'm saying. So, to finish what Sleuthy was saying, I guess it continued on. It said the witnesses, that's a problem for me, especially when you consider that in what you're reading now, the FBI says Ron Logan looks like the guy on Libby's video. Ron/Rick look like polar opposites. Agreed. And they're completely different heights.
I'm on my phone right now, and I need to. Well, I could get on the computer, but I have something I put together this morning. I forgot to send it to. Did I send it? Maybe I didn't. Did I send you a picture of Bridge Guy to this morning with?
No.
Richard Allen's. Okay, so I've got these 4 pictures. 2 of them are Bridge Guy, young guy, old guy. Yeah. I got 2 photos of Rick Allen, young guy, old guy.
Right.
They kind of look alike.
Okay.
That's all it is. He kind of looks like Bridge Guy. I can't deny that. I won't deny it.
You mean Richard Allen?
I'm not going to sit. Yeah. I'm not going to be I'm not going to be naive and sit here and tell you Richard Allen does not favor Bridge Guy, because he absolutely does. But so does the other guy. So does the other guy named in the documents. Very odd that you got 2 of them.
They almost look like each other.
Favor your guy. I mean, come on. So how can you tell me it's Richard Allen for sure?
I agree with that. She also says along with
isn't that some of that circumstantial stuff?
It should be. Very much should be.
I don't know, unless they got more stuff that we're not aware of, like photos or video that
right.
we're not aware of.
Along with today's filing, I think that the defense needs to bring up that FBI still has a wanted poster on their website of young bridge guy as unknown male wanted for murder of Libby and Abby. That's a good point. It is. For sure. ISP also has young guy sketch on their website currently as being wanted for the which is why is that still up? That's a good point, Sleuthie. Why is that still up if they got their guy?
Because maybe they believe that's the second person, and they're just not coming out and directly saying it.
I guess
because the witness that put him there that gave the description of that sketch.
No.
Go ahead.
No. Holman said under oath on Thursday, they are both the same guy.
Wow.
They are Richard Allen. There is only one suspect. That's Richard Allen. Both sketches are of Richard Allen. Holman said that.
So when you go to eyewitnesses, they're all, and law enforcement will tell you, they're so unreliable. Now, is it a matter of, well, she saw this description, they saw this description. Could they be the same people and they're both interpreting it different? Is that what the hell they,
yes,
that's what they did, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what they said, because McClellan said, so what are sketches used for? And Holman said they're basically just used for a rough estimate of what a suspect might look like. So it's completely possible that both of these sketches are the same guy.
Those are both Richard Allen.
Yes, those are both Richard Allen, according to Holman.
According to law enforcement. And when I the only difference to me of the young Richard Allen, the chin line's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Well,
the hair on top's a little puffier on the drawing.
So
that's a pentagon. That's a pentagon shape with a thin nose on the right. The young guy has a pentagon shaped face.
Yeah.
And the guy on the left has like a squarish face with a broader nose.
Well, not even to mention that. Did Richard Allen go back in time when he was 12 years old and do this, or what?
Yes, right.
Exactly.
I mean, that's ridiculous. Now, this one,
I
can see that.
Because they, all right, so if they're convinced there's a second person, and they dance around that all the time, but in their hearts, if they think, yes, well, there is a second person, do they believe the young guy could be that guy? But they're just, these guys aren't telling. I can't trust what they tell me is what they believe.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I don't know, because they want to, keep it all in to protect everything. But I just don't know if I can trust what they're telling me anymore about these damn sketches.
Right.
To their reasoning.
Right. There's a link, Sleuthie. Right.
I wonder if they believe that he could be the other guy involved, and they're not saying. If so, father and son.
Or was the younger one the one that did what he did, and the older one had to fix the problem?
Could have been. That was always my go-to. That was always one of my. I've always theorized that could have been the case.
And are these just
the youngins got out of hand?
Of course. And are these the two hands-on folks that were involved in the 6, possibly? I still, as soon as I heard that they said 2 to 6 people, I went 100% yes. I agree with that, because everything included, the murders themselves, the staging of the scene, whatever the hell you want to call it, the cleanup of this or that, or movement or whatever. That's a lot of people, guys, I would think. And I don't know.
And it's not just that, it's also the initial abduction.
Yes.
Like you have one guy that looks like that, and Abby could obviously easily be taken by a guy like that, but Libby was an athlete. She was a softball player. She
Run and get help. She
was fairly athletic, and she was fairly with it. Like,
well, yeah, and
2 to 6 people involved makes perfect sense.
Well, I've always thought too, when you say, let's go with this, if it's real, guys down the hill, who's at the bottom of the hill?
Where is the bottom of the hill?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Who's standing off to the side of the hill? Who's all of these things? There's
Could there be a car at the bottom of the hill on that drive?
yes. Thank you.
You guys are going to make me do a 3D interpretation of this, aren't you? I'm going to have to like do a map with the timeline and everything.
Go for it.
Dude, I threaten to do those all the time, and I got two backed up that I hadn't done the last two cases. So I can't. So you go for it.
Right.
Hey, I was on Sleuthy's spreadsheet earlier. Hey, girl.
And she says also,
Thank you for all that beautiful hard work, Sleuthy.
always, yes. Can we please acknowledge that Richard Allen said he saw 3 girls walking that day, and the eyewitnesses are 3 out of a group of 4 girls. Wouldn't surprise me if the 4th was left out on purpose. That's a good point. It really is.
I've often wondered about the 4th witness there, or the 4th girl, because it's always been the 3.
Yes.
And I went over the reports, Sleuthy, as well, and all the things you've done, all the stuff on the spreadsheet. And I'm like, what about this other girl? So I don't know if it was just a matter of eyewitness discrepancies.
Right.
Because my sister and I can look at the same person and we're going to describe them different. We've done it. We've done it just to see how good we are at this. And we kind of sucked at it. We were like, whoa. We're way off, come on.
Well, then thank you, Sleuthy. I hate when you get in my head because she does this all the time. She says shit that I'm thinking. So when I told you this, Sleuthy, Salty, here we go.
Oh, damn. Damn.
See? I'm going to stop breathing again, guys.
I know, because I wondered the same thing. I did.
Right. Okay, so here's the thing. When I said the other day,
I need a cigarette. Shit.
I'm already smoking one, see? Okay, so could the girls have been looking for someone and he was pointing to that person that they were there looking for was down the hill? When I said, did these girls go here for a specific reason, you guys? Were they out looking for somebody that they were supposed to meet there? Again.
But I can't help but wonder, though, is the voice attached to the video of the person on the bridge? Is it a separate recording?
Separate recording. Thank
you. They've never said that, because when they came out with Bridge Guy, they did not release that audio.
Mm-hmm.
It came later, and it first came out down the hill, and at some point they come back, they add in guys down the hill. Is this a spliced up video?
Well, I've always thought that was 2 different
out of context.
Yes, 2 different conversations.
And we don't know the total context going down here. If you look at the video of the guy walking, is he close enough to say guys down the hill?
Well, what if guys
down the hill?
What if
don't
guys?
Worry, I'm here to help you. These are not screams and shouts.
What if guys wasn't even directed at the girls? Because it says guys. What if that wasn't directed at the girls? Okay.
Well, I say guys to the.
I understand that. I'm just telling you, I broke this down in my head for hours. Okay. And I'm saying, what if that wasn't? It's to me, it sounds like 2 different conversations. I've said that forever. Okay. The way it sounds like it's spliced together or looped or whatever you want to call it, but guys, and then you hear down the hill. Okay. Most people finish conversation. Okay, how can I explain this? This is driving me. It's been driving me nuts for a long time.
No, we've often wondered if guys was spliced in right before the phrase down the hill by law enforcement to give us the voices, you know what I mean, without giving us too much.
Maybe, but I think that like guys is a part of another conversation, as in like, hey guys, or what's up guys, or look at this guys. Okay. And then down the hill is a whole other conversation or another sentence too. Like, can get down the hill or let's go down the hill, or I think that person's down the hill or something like that. And they just put the 2 pieces of that together.
I think that's possible. And that goes back to one of my points that I've made like 2 or 3 times. And I swear to God, this is the last time I'll make it. But how detrimental to it is a case for law enforcement to withhold specific details of a crime. I understand they need to, for the most part, withhold certain specific details of the crime so that when they catch somebody, they know they've caught them. But when does it become detrimental that they withhold too much?
exactly. And
Why can't we see that whole video with the entire audio? Why can't we
Thank
see
you.
that?
Thank
and
you.
I
Why?
have an interview that we haven't gotten to yet. We will eventually, but where the sheriff or who was it? I forget which was it, Doug Carter or which one. Anyway, the family did want them to release more of that video at one point.
They
And
should.
he tried, and when you watch the conversation that he has with the interviewer, he tries to say they didn't at first, then admits that they have, but they decided not to.
I want to
Law
see that
enforcement.
video. I want to see that.
Yeah, I've got the
So do I.
interview, and so I'm going to be getting that together because we're going to go over we're going to go over law enforcement's interviews,
Well,
and
here's
kind of dissect them a little bit.
here's the thing, but with what Joe said, what could possibly at this point in the investigation, what could it hurt at this point to show and let us
What
hear
could
it
you
see that?
possibly gain by withholding the details
Exactly.
from the crime
Exactly.
scene? Like
Exactly.
we had a public hearing where we heard all about the details of the crime scene, where Libby's throat was cut 3 times, both carotid arteries, the jugular. We know details now, and where we heard the defense's crime scene expert, Miss Perlmutter. We know almost every single detail. Why can't we release almost everything now?
Right. Thank you. Why not? Especially now. Like at this point, there's no reason to not, in my opinion. I do agree with that. And that, guys,
Well,
I think
and it's only supposed to be, it's a 43-second video. So the only thing that would make sense that they wouldn't show or air it or put it out there is if there's something really bad said
that happens within that. Yeah.
Or something either by one of the girls or by the perpetrator. I don't know. I can't make sense of why they wouldn't either. And I agree with Joe. When I question things, it's like, well, they gotta do their thing, Salty. They gotta keep it close. I know. I've been watching true crime as long as they've been cops. So,
of course.
I get it. But at some point, if you did release more, maybe somebody would recognize more. Or maybe someone would think, wow, I never really thought my friend could be involved, but maybe the hell they were.
Or is that the problem, Salty? Or is that the problem?
I don't know. In that town,
I don't like to go down a rabbit hole, guys. But with that being the way it is, I've had to wonder, or is that the problem? Is there somebody else that's within that video or within that audio that can't be in there? Okay, I'm just saying. Family wanted it released because it basically says nothing. Well, then why won't they do it? There's something in there that is a problem then. I don't understand that. That makes no sense.
Yeah. I mean, especially if there's really nothing on there. I mean, why not release more of it, the whole thing? You could get a better visual on the person. That loop walking across the bridge, weird, we can't even, it was like, oh, he's got a weird gait. He's got, really, because it's a loop, it's hard to tell if there's a weird gait or if he's got like a shorter leg than the other and he's kind of like limping. You know what I mean?
What it makes it look like. Yeah, we don't actually see a true gait because of that loop. Yes.
And you can't really get a good fix on the voice. I mean, I've reviewed videos this morning listening to Richard Allen's voice. I can't tell you if he's guys down the hill or not.
I don't.
No more than I could if Ron. Yeah, I mean, well,
I can tell you based on down the hill that to us people in northwest central Indiana, that it sounds more southern Indiana to us.
Okay, I was very curious about that because I'm northwest Florida and I'm a whole different breed than central. We don't even talk the same.
And guess where Rushville, Indiana is? It's
more
south than north. It's not like totally southern Indiana, but it's more south than north. It's below the Mason-Dixon line in Indiana.
Right. Okay, I got you. So I know what you're saying now. I know that line well.
I do not flickery. Unfortunately I don't have a video of Richard Allen talking. I'm sure I could find one, but I don't have one.
We're gonna have it. It's coming.
Okay. Well, Sleuthie, again, why would the public learning about evidence in court filings get that evidence thrown out in court? I mean,
what now? What? Oh, I got distracted. I want to read her comment. Hold on. Yeah. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. And yes, Cap, if you're still in here, Captain, you're right. We were talking about that last
I don't
night.
know. I mean, is Indiana just got some of the most I thought Alabama was our backwards law state. I am found out that Indiana's right there with them.
Mama Bear said that there's issues there too.
Yeah. No, we just got Sunday liquor sales or Sunday alcohol sales like 2 years ago.
Right.
So
they remind from what I'm seeing, it's a lot like Alabama. And there's some bizarre things that go on across that state line. Even in their court system, they do it way different than Florida. And I'm talking about way different. My cousin, unfortunately, her boy knows that system well over there. And I'm like, damn, really? Damn, what? Yeah, they're a little, I'm like, I ain't crossing that state line. I ain't putting my toe in Alabama.
Yeah,
they right here in Florida.
They're a little behind with some things down there as far as that stuff goes. And that's where my wife's at.
I lived there. I lived there for 2 years, right out in Huntsville. So, yeah, Alabama's, and I'm surrounded by Alabama state line. I know Alabama. They're messed up.
I always think of Forrest Gump. Greenbow, Alabama.
There's some good people in Alabama. Don't get me wrong. I even lived over there for a little while with my brother, helping him with his daughter. I loved it in the country, watching the horses, my peace. But I ain't messing around in your state. Ain't happening.
You're fine as long as you don't break the law. Period.
Yeah.
So, for sure. All right, guys, we've been in here 5 hours, so I think we're gonna have to break it down for today. At least this one, at least. Bold shrimp, yes, Doodle. All them shrimps. But we're coming back with more, folks. There's so much more. We will definitely.
Are you going to be available this weekend, Dago?
I'm always available. Always.
Well, I know the wife's out of town, and you don't really do a lot. You're not always on live on the weekends. I know that's family time. So.
Oh, I'm gonna be. I need to catch up with a lot of stuff, so I'll be live Saturday and Sunday. So yes, I'll be here.
Well, we may pick up the next show on one of those days because I'm during the week right now. I mean, I'm available during the week, but in the evenings or in the daytime. But if you want to do one this weekend, we can put it together. But I'll have to work on it tomorrow and stuff.
No, 100%. That's no problem. I'm gonna be back in here in a little bit, guys, for a late show. For anybody that's gonna be bored, I will be here again. We won't be doing this, but I'll be here. But I appreciate Joe. I appreciate you very much for jumping in with us. And are you available this weekend as well, sir?
I have no definitive plans, so yes, I would be more than happy to meet up with you again. And it was good to be here with you tonight too. Love hanging out with you guys.
Yes.
Well, we appreciate you coming. We do.
Yes.
When we were talking this morning, I was talking to Dago. I was like, well, I'm going to be talking to Joe later. So we already wanted to get you on. So we appreciate you coming up here and being with us.
Yeah, I would like to, for the remainder of how long it takes us to do this, if you're available when we do it, I would love to have you involved in the whole thing, sir. That way we could definitively say, here we are. Okay.
So you guys can, and just to get everybody where we're going to be coming up, we know there were others looked into, and there's still like, I don't know, maybe 2-3 others, but they were just cleared. These were guys in the area that were bad guys, SA type
Daniel
guys.
Nations,
and a couple others, they were cleared and they were not looked at the way Klein and Logan were looked at. So we're not really going to look at those guys because there's still so much to cover with Rick Allen's part or lack of, you know what I mean? We're going to start going into that from here because that's what matters. Like I said, the evidence they have or don't have is all that matters anymore. So we're going to start going through the documents and the filings and seeing how we got where we are now with this case.
Absolutely.
And we do appreciate all you coming in and all your comments and taking care of our little trolley situation earlier. We handled it.
Yeah,
Mom,
you
I
guys were
appreciate you, Mom.
We got it. Just
Always.
remember, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
That's
There
right.
you go. Yes, sir.
And I noticed that account made the comment, I call bullshit. Well, we call bullshit.
Yeah.
That's our slogan. Get out of here.
We're gonna triple stamp a double stamp.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I got to get up early and I got to work all day tomorrow, so I won't be around too much. But if you go live tomorrow, Dago, you know I'll be listening. So, but
I'll
thanks,
be here.
guys, and all you guys have a good night. We'll be getting our next show ready for you.
Have a great night, Salty. Thanks
care.
again. Take care,
Good
Joe.
night.
Appreciate you very much. Have a great night. Both of you, very much appreciate you. Great stuff. So, what the hell was I gonna say? Mom, thank you very much for that. Like I said, guys, there's gonna be more coming. You probably hope to see me. Oh, okay. Take care, Joe. I will be here. I'm gonna go up here for a minute, do a couple of things, and I'll be back in here for a late show because I have nothing else to do at all. I'm completely alone here, and other than the humper dogs, and I don't like that, so I need to hang out with somebody. So for those of you that have nothing to do, please join me. I appreciate that so very much. Let me see something here real quick, guys. Excuse me. I see you down here, Andy. And Captain Jax, you were right. She does look just like Amy Lee, especially in that picture she just had up here. So yes. Let me see something here. Let me go. I'll give you guys this here real quick before we leave, just a couple at least. Let me see.
Robs bank, strips naked, then runs down the street throwing stolen money everywhere. Ah, a modern day Robin Hood. Why the strip naked though? What was he on? Florida man goes to airport with nearly $200,000 in cash, has it seized by the government, which refuses to give it back. I don't understand why the government's allowed to take our money if we have cash. It feels like cash is illegal. They really can just take it. If a cop pulls you over and he finds out you have cash, he gets to just steal it, man. Florida woman concerned about the meth she was smoking, so she took it to her doctor. I guess to be fair, while it's a dumb idea, at least you were thinking of your own safety.
I was just going to say that at least she was being safe about it, you know? You got to be safe about these things.
While smoking meth. A Florida man allegedly drove a stolen Jeep back to the scene of his crime recently to ask if anybody found his missing cell phone. Well, did they find it, buddy? Huh? These kids were picking up trash for Earth Day. Then they found Florida man's 22-pound bale of weed. Holy shit. That's like a week's worth, man. Florida man has seen Avengers Endgame a record 116 times, and he's not slowing down. Well, it's a fun movie, but geez, dude, I don't care how good the movie is 116 times in a row. Good God, I'd
go buy the damn DVD at this point. Jesus God.
Blow my head off. Florida woman receives fake red light camera ticket, tipped off because it's dated February 30th. Can't fool me. Florida man caught illegally feeding wild alligator, resists arrest. He's a good boy, and he loves bagels. You're feeding the alligator bagels? You do look like the type of guy that would do that. Florida man calls 911 to brag after fleeing traffic stop. Like, what do we pay you guys for? I think you know now what they're paid for, right? You asked the question, you received an answer. Florida man goes fishing and catches a kilo of marijuana, calls it an early birthday gift from Pablo Escobar. What is up with all this weed floating around in Florida, man?
That, to me, that sounds like somebody dropped something. Somebody got in trouble.
Like, god dang. Florida man arrested for attempted overthrow of Venezuelan government. What? Holy crap, this dude is leaps and bounds ahead of all these other freaks. This dude tried to overthrow a government? Florida man in prison allowed to sit in guard station and order Chinese takeout after giving guards advice on their taxes. Oh, why does this feel like the Shawshank Redemption? He got some special privileges in that movie for being the tax guy. Florida man breaks into house, eats salad, and plays with toy helicopter. I don't want to say he looks like the type of guy to do this, but he kind of looks like the type of guy to do this. After failing to capture alligator on its own, Chicago hires Florida man who catches it in less than 24 hours. Well, hey, they got what they paid for, and I hope they paid a lot, because it's very clear that this guy's a true pro. Florida man causes $100,000 in damage to Walmart liquor store under construction with hot-wired forklift. Oh boy. Gives police his name as Alice Wonderland and says a hookah-smoking caterpillar told him to do it. Man, what are these people on? I just want to learn about it. Also, hot-wired forklift, let me guess.
Am I the only one that this guy looks like he's related to Johnny Depp's Crybaby character? Just saying.
You're not certified at all, are you? Yep, he doesn't look certified to me. Florida woman says it's too hot in squad car after arrest for allegedly leaving child in hot car. Oh, that's too bad, though. 380-pound Florida man was hit with additional felony charges after jail personnel discovered a bag of meth wedged deep within the belly button cavity of the defendant. Damn, he had a bag of meth shoved in his... How big is his belly button? Florida man hacks bank, tries to steal $7 billion because Jesus wanted him to be rich. $7 billion. Wow, starting kind of small, aren't you? Florida man passes a joint to a cop while illegally parked in a handicapped spot with a gun in his car. Oh man, yeah, those tattoos though, good lord. Does that say a job? Or is there another word hidden in his hair? I don't know, man. There's a lot to unpack there that I'm not qualified to. Florida man college student charged with threatening to kill professor for scheduling 7 a.m. final exam. Look, I do not condone that, but I can kind of understand. Y'all better be here by 3 in the morning to finish this final exam, or you die. Who would let this Florida man teach at a church? I don't know. What did he do? I mean, clearly he was arrested for something, but like, what? Florida man armed with a live alligator chases people all over a convenience store screaming, "Y'all ain't out of beer, are ya?" I understand why there are so many gators in Florida, but I don't understand why they're constantly used as some kind of weapon. Florida woman's toddler pulls loaded gun from toy box during child welfare check by police. Oh, genius.
That, you know exactly what that was, is they hid that gun because it was sitting out somewhere and they just hid it real quick so that the cops wouldn't see it. That's what that was about. Stupid ass people.
I bet she saved a bunch of money on a gun safe. Florida woman gets rich during lockdown by talking dirty to men in a British accent. I admire the hustle. Good for her. Florida woman tries to scam $600 lottery winner by telling him he won only $5. But the winner was an agent working undercover for the State Lottery Commission Security Division. Nice try. Florida man who allegedly threatened family with Coldplay lyrics ends standoff after SWAT promises him pizza. What the fuck? This one's very confusing and very Florida. Florida man brings AK-47 to middle school after receiving phone call from crying son. Dude, good fucking job. Real good job. Florida woman named Crystal Metheny arrested. Oh, I remember hearing about Crystal Metheny. Wonder what she's up to nowadays. Naked Florida man chases people and cops around Chick-fil-A parking lot, telling them they're gay for looking at his penis. You guys are gay, you're looking. Stop looking, you're gay. Florida man attacked and killed by pet cassowaries, becomes first human killed by the species since 1926. Good God. You know, these things are basically just actual living dinosaurs. They're one of the species that truly just lived through the extinction, aren't they? Look at them. Florida man accused of punching 73-year-old man in Publix parking lot turns himself in. All right, bye. Florida man Lil Pump banned from flying JetBlue after rapper refuses to wear face mask on flight. Okay, ban him from the rest of the flights now, please. Dude can take a Greyhound. Florida man shoots AR-15 at dirt bikers who were tormenting the neighborhood. Says he's doing it to raise awareness. He's trying to kill dirt bikers to raise awareness for fucking what? Florida man tells cops the fake urine he's carrying around is not for his work drug test. Instead, it's for role play activities he and his wife enjoy. Right. Okay, sure. Florida woman running for mayor of her city as Sea Turtle so that she can put a turtle in office to give nature a voice. I mean, it's a strange strat, but I feel like there have been worse ways of getting the vote. You know what I'm talking about. Florida man released from jail, then arrested again in the jail parking lot for trying to steal a car. It's got to be some kind of record, right? Florida man and his two friends rob a drugstore of $320,000 in pills. Now, for those of you keeping track at home, it's actually more like $4 in pills, but we inflate the price for no reason because it's America. They take precautions like wearing surgical gloves so they don't leave prints, but toss empty pill bottles out the window of their getaway car, which the cops follow like breadcrumbs to their front door. That is the most impressive crime spree I think I've ever heard of. Florida man arrested for practicing karate by kicking swans in the head. Look, swans are assholes. Most birds like them are assholes, let's be real. But f*** you. Florida man arrested for trying to pay bar tab with a rock and pulling out a briefcase saying, this briefcase either contains a bomb or a baby. Well, this is a weird choice. Do I want the bomb or do I want to see how you shoved a baby into a briefcase? Florida man arrested for having sex with stuffed Olaf snowman inside of Target. Right. Okay. Someone was a little too bored that day. Meth-fueled, mud-covered, naked Florida man shakes off 2 tasers, bites canine, and fistfights officer, then spits on another. Damn. Some of these people are just unstoppable. What made them move to Florida? Teenage Florida man hacks his high school, emails everyone urgent announcement about mandatory penis inspections in accordance with Florida Penal Code 69. What the hell? Florida man forced to pay child support despite DNA test proving he's not the father. Huh? How the that work though? Florida woman.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh my God. So when is the truth? Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. Sorry. So Florida woman gets all nervous when the highway patrol pulls her over for illegal window tint, so they call a drug dog and find $1.2 million worth of cocaine stuffed behind the dashboard in her car. Oh, she wasn't happy. Or I should say, whoever she was working for wasn't happy. Interesting. So there we go, guys. Little lightheartedness to end it with. But yeah, like I said, guys, I will be back in here shortly. It's 10 o'clock now. Look for me probably 45 minutes max. Excuse me. I got to do a couple things, and I will be right back. So anybody that wants to join me, please do. Let's talk, hang out, whatever. And keep me company. I need somebody to keep me company because I'm a lonely guy. Crack sandwich. So I hope to see some of you guys, at least some of you guys back in here. Let's hang out, talk, chat, BS, laugh, whatever we are going to do is what we're going to do. So I'll hope to see you guys soon. For those of you that don't want to come back, you can pretend like you like me and come back at least. But for those of you that don't want, I really appreciate you guys joining us today. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And please don't change anything about yourselves. You guys are absolutely amazing, and much love to you all. For those that aren't coming back, have a great night, and God bless. For those of you that are, I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye.